two projectors. I don't know which one you prefer, but it's the same. You are not missing something if you are looking this way or this way, just to make it clear. Okay, we had one cancellation in this first session, so that's why I'm relaxed. And we will start maybe in 1 or 2 minutes, okay? Otherwise, I will have to speak half an hour just to cover everything. Then we will continue with our first keynote with Pamela and Donetta and Pamela. And then we will have coffee break. And then we will see what happens. Okay, so 1 minute perhaps, and we can start. Thank you. Just the presenters of the first session are here. Yes, please join me here. So, Mr. Kim and Nam, yes, you can join me here. And Mr. Liu, yes, you can join. So welcome everybody. I was informed that officially we are on air on YouTube, so probably some people are watching us from a distance. My first presentation, and I hope you are counting time, okay, for me. My aim of this, in this presentation is just to provide a critical review of all editions of the books that we all know as related with the spectrum of teaching styles. And I would like to explore some questions that I have for you. Now, we all know that things started probably back in 1966 through a dialogue between a teacher and a student, Muska, and the student, we don't know his name. And it all started with questions, I mean, the whole history. Like, is there science about teaching? Is there universal theory about teaching? Could this theory include and integrate it? Whatever. And it concluded, I mean, that was the first step, the first book back in 1966, the first edition. And if you have the chance to find this book, it's very rare, of course, you will see that it starts again with a lot of questions that triggered most of attention. And it was the first attempt exploring, for him, exploring the theoretical limits of what he had in mind at the beginning, and that was the first model, let's say, that he prepared for this reason. But there were also, as I said, a lot of questions like, are there only two extreme styles, or is there anything in between? Because we all understand what is happening in the two extremes, but it's very interesting what is happening in between. And it concluded with the description of 7 teaching styles, and you see the names here. And I could note here, at least, that creativity, for example, was mentioned, but not analyzed as approach. And you see something here about the use of small group teaching style or the individual program that in the next editions of the book, they disappear and they change names. So the concept, based on Moston's writings, the concept of styles of teaching emerged from the need to identify and clarify the structure of teaching behavior. And before the second edition of that book, in 1972, there was another edition, From Command to Discovery. And in this edition, the spectrum of teaching styles spread it with examples in different subjects and school disciplines. But there was an important step in the evolution of theory, because he started figuring out how this theory can be in real life, and realizing that the combination of decisions in different phases, pre-impact, impact, and post-impact, provides us with numerous teaching styles. And in 1981, the second edition came, again by Moston, and there you can see for the first time the non-versus approach clearly like that, and also started talking about the anatomy of its style. So Moston was and learner-initiated style was mentioned, but little analysis was done again here. But what you can see here also is, the inclusion style, which probably replaced what was in the middle, talking about the small group and the individual group teaching styles in the previous editions. And in 1966, that's the first edition, where we see Sarah Ashworth together, although they met, I think, at some point in 1969, and they were working and collaborating for many years. It was 1986 where you see both names. And there you have 10 teaching styles. So probably that's why we call Moston as the father of the theory and Sarah Ashworth as the mother of the theory. Okay? And in the middle, there is what we call the guided discovery style. And in 1990, there was another edition, if you remember, from teaching, from command to discovery, which also explained the theory and the application of the theory in different disciplines, but at school, okay? But also it provided for first time a more complete picture of the whole theory. So this diagram was the first time to be presented there. And in 1994, that was the year where Moston passed away, was the year that they had the 4th edition of the book, Teaching Physical Education. And there you can see the known teaching, the 11 teaching styles that we all know. And that was from Moston's biography. At some point, Sarah asked him, why did you and not someone else invent the spectrum? And I will leave you 10 seconds to read what he responded there. Okay, I hope you are reading fast. And it's the first time when you see the audience looking that way and that way, and you feel that everybody is focused. Okay, and then there was the 5th and 6th editions, where we see more obviously that the set of decisions produces the teaching styles by using the combinations of decisions in different phases, pre-impact, impact, and post-impact. And these are the teaching styles, the landmark teaching styles that we all use, of course. So after 94, the following editions kept the 11 teaching styles and analyzed them further. Of course, this work was done by Sarah Ashworth. And back in 2006, I had a lot of questions too. I already had about 10 years of experience and work and research with the spectrum. And I was trying to find answers to my questions. For example, can we have just one single criterion to compare and distinguish teaching styles? Is it the end of the theory, or is there space for evolution? Because I realized I didn't have all these books, but I realized that there was an evolution behind that. And you all know that similar questions were raised by these authors about finding something special, special characteristics within its teaching style to distinguish between each teaching style, I mean, across the spectrum. Now, I focused in this study back in 2006 in the anatomy of any style, so focusing in that upper part of the diagram, and started to preparing a table like that. And if you can see, I mean, the different combinations, you understand what is TLL. T is for teacher. The teacher makes all decisions. L is the learner. Learner makes all the decisions. TL means a combination, a collaboration between them. So you can see with different colors, the set of decisions match, although that we have different teaching styles. So my question was how many combinations of the set of decisions exist. So I tried to follow a methodology, to build a methodology on how to follow Moston's and Ashworth's thought, although at that time I haven't met them. I mean, I did that work and then I met with Sarah Ashworth, and I was trying to discuss at that point with Sarah all this. So I followed this type of developmental order from pre-impact to impact and post-impact, and from phase to phase, trying to build this kind of order, and also from style to style. So you will have my presentation, of course, if you want later. If I'm skipping or if I'm talking too little for each slide. Is it 10 minutes? Okay, I will conclude very fast. So based on this methodology, we can have 27 cases in 3 clusters based on who has most of the authority in which phase. And if you take again the 27 cases and you try to find where are the teaching styles, you will see that so far we analyzed the set of decisions of 11 teaching styles, and they all fall into 7 cases, 7 out of 27. So what about the remaining 20 cases? I think that this gives us a lot of potential for the future of the spectrum, because we haven't explored the whole of the spectrum. So I will skip probably a couple of slides just to leave room for my colleagues here. And I will conclude with the epilogue. Okay. Now, we need to keep in mind that this theory is useful both as a practical and research tool, no matter what could be the results of any taxonomy. Its teaching style is useful depending on our teaching objectives and priorities. And teaching and learning is a complex activity that we haven't fully understood yet. It's a Catholic theory, and I have to explain for my friend from Italy, it's not about the Pope. Catholic implies an application for different disciplines and subjects in school, business, or whatever. We need to be careful with the terms that we are using, because if you change something here, then instead of promoting understanding, we promote confusion, I think. And its teaching style creates a framework, and within it we can have variations, or you will see the term canopies within the book, in the book. And so there is also great potential for research within a certain teaching style, analyzing the characteristics and examining different characteristics within the teaching style, among different teaching styles, among different combinations of teaching styles, and of course across the spectrum. Just to conclude, the spectrum of teaching styles, as we all know, is a pedagogical framework, perhaps incomplete or imperfect, where we try to see it critically, but still powerful, with a great potential to guide us in the future of education, I hope. Thank you. That was fast, I think, but I think we need to continue. And we can leave some time for questions, maybe one question now, and then we can continue if you want. But we will have time at the end. Okay, so let's continue with the next presentation, which is coming by our colleagues Alvarez, Rodriguez, and Calero Cano. The Spectrum of Teaching Styles in Physical Education, a Systematic Review.
Great. So good morning, everybody. I'm Enrique Alvarez, and as well with José Carlos Calero, we both come from Comillas University, located in Madrid, Spain. This work you can see here on the screen is a systematic review of the spectrum of teaching styles, a work that was born as part of my master's thesis. First thing of all, we wanted to do a brief introduction in order to get some ideas that will later come up in the work. Okay, so first thing of all, that we wanted to state that physical education contributes to students' physical, social, and emotional development. As well, the spectrum is one of the most internationally recognized pedagogical framework. Okay. After that, it also organizes the teaching styles based on decision-making between teacher and learner, which actually is increasingly relevant for promoting motivation and autonomy. Okay. Following up to that, the main justification we've brought of these master thesis follows the four following points. First of all, nowadays there are more heterogeneous classrooms, and because of that, there's a need for methodological diversity. Because of this, the spectrum offers quite a flexible and structured framework for selecting the teaching styles. There's a previous review which showed some methodological limitations, with all due respect, and because of that, we found the opportunity to update the state of the art between the years 2015 and 2025. following a rigorous systematic review. This review had a general objective, which was to analyze the current relevance and applicability of the spectrum of teaching styles through a systematic review of scientific literature between the years I've just mentioned, 2015 and 2025. We also wanted to state some specific objectives, such as examine the model's current validity and pedagogical relevance. We also wanted to identify trends in the use of reproductive and productive styles, as well as explore connections with active methodologies and technological innovations. The last objective of these was to analyze implications for teaching training and professional development. These 4 specific objectives will be later talked about during the results, okay? The methodology we used followed the PRISMA guidelines, and so the systematic review was done according to these guidelines. We looked into databases, Web of Science, and Scopus. We also had a deep look at Google Scholar, but all what we found there was already indexed in these 2 databases. We also used the PICO as a search strategy to get the articles, getting in the end a final sample of 38. These 38 articles meet the following inclusion criteria, which the year, which I've already said it before, they had to be either in English or in Spanish. They had to focus on Mostyn and Ashworth's spectrum, as well as they had to be published in peer-reviewed journals. Here you can have a look to the PRISMA diagram we made. So almost from 1,000 articles, we got onto the 38 that got into the results of our thesis. Getting on to these results, we first wanted to take a look at some general trends that we found. So first thing of all, there's still a predominance of reproductive styles, as we all know, from A to E, but still there is growing research interest in the productive styles. While practice style B remains the most frequently applied in schools, okay, guided discovery and divergent styles show consistent benefits, although I must say that there's no style better than another. Following on the results related to the impact on students, here we focused on the productive styles, like literature focused on the productive styles, because they enhance, first of all, motivation and autonomy, enjoyment and positive perceptions of PE, motor learning, as well as critical thinking and problem solving. There's still a strong alignment of these productive styles with competence-based curriculum, which all throughout Europe is very, very common to have it nowadays in our schools. Related to integration with active methodologies, another of the specific objectives we wanted to attend to. First thing of all, the spectrum integrates effectively with project-based learning, virtual reality and digital tools, cooperative learning, as well as with formative assessment. These combinations, they all improve motivation and also motor competence. Following up to the discussion of this article, the spectrum remains a vigorous, adaptable, and theoretically robust framework. It supports reflective teaching and informed pedagogical decision-making. It also researches highlights benefits between productive styles, although, as I've already stated before, practice still leans toward the reproductive styles. So, because of this, there's a need to bridge the gap between the research and what is done in the real-world application. Getting up to the conclusions, we must say that the spectrum is a current, useful, and internationally validated pedagogical framework, first thing of all. After that, it promotes student-centered learning and autonomy. The productive styles offer significant motivational and cognitive advantages, and as well, strengthening teacher training is essential to diversify methodological practice. Getting into the end, there are some implications it might have for this Congress, because first thing of all, it provides an updated synthesis of the global research of the past 10 years. It also reinforces the international relevance of the spectrum. It can, during the research, we have identified emerging research lines and training needs that we might consider. And as well, it contributes to the CITL's mission of promoting evidence-based teaching. Before I finish, first thing of all, I wanted to thank the Spectrum Institute for Teaching and Learning for letting me be here and having this opportunity, as well to Universidad Pontificia Comillas, where I come from and where this study was made. Once and for all, if I wanted to thank you your attention for being here and for hearing what I brought. And if you have any doubt, please no doubt in asking me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I didn't know you would save so much time. Okay. So, but we have time just for one question maybe. Or two questions. Yes.
I have a question. So, Maurizio Bertolo from Italy. So, in humanity, so do you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
In humanities, so the problem is language barrier and English bias many times. So, for many of the people involved, so mainly from Asia, for instance, or other countries. And so you mentioned that you tried to look for some papers in Google Scholars, but did you try to look for the gray literature? Because so in this field, so which is one of the humanities field, and pedagogy is very language related sometimes. So did you find some gray literature that can close the gap that you highlighted between research and real world application?
No, actually, what we only focused on English and Spanish, mainly because they're the languages I speak. So in order to get to do the review, we didn't want to focus on other languages in order to attend to these limitations I've got with the language.
So I think that this is the right place to try to put together gray literature, so with different experience, different countries, different languages. So because we have also Arab, French, and so Chinese, and many other languages. So we have so more than 400 languages in the world. So I think that this is a good contribution to close the gap between research and the real application.
Okay, thank you, Maurizio. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We can proceed with the next presentation that is coming from our colleague Kim and Nam. Okay. So the title of the presentation is Tracing Transformation: 2 Decades of the Spectrum of Teaching.
Kalimera, right? It's a good morning. Kalimera, good morning. It's so honored to be here. My name is Jong-sun Kim from South Korea, and title of this presentation is A 2-Decade Comparison of Physical Educators' Belief and Practice in South Korea. So briefly say this is comparison 2005 data, 2025 data in South Korea about physical educators' teaching style. My name is Jong-sun Kim. I'm a doctoral student in Arizona State University under Dr. Pamela Hodges Colina. And my major interest is spectrum of teaching style and whole of school approach, which is comprehensive school physical activity program. Before I start the main presentation, I want to share my teaching experience. I was a teacher 5 years in South Korea, and that was the picture of me. I play a lot of different physical activity with my student. So as you can see, that red shirt was me, and it was a very hot summer, so we play water gun game during the physical education time. And as you can see, the guy behind me, he's shooting the gun into my hip. So we are very close and like very friendly teaching experience at that time. But let's go back to the 20 years ago. I was very young in 2005, and that little baby is Dr. Nam. He is in of Minnesota, and he was a little tiny baby. And what about the education system in 2005? So that was my experience. I was a soccer team in South Korea, 2005, and number 19 was me. And the guy next to me having a black sunglasses, he was my 6th grade homeroom teacher. And as you can see, he's very command style, charisma, tiger. And the guy who have a red hat, he was a PE teacher, and he always carried long bamboo stick, and he always punish us. So either 2005. So you can see a lot of differences 2005, 2025 using the picture. I was very friendly teacher, and 2005 it was a little bit like an army, but actually they using command style most of that. So background of this presentation is spectrum of teaching style, and I like this statement very much. Teaching is a chain of decision making. So teaching style A is teacher dominant teaching style. So teacher hold the key and driving the car, and when you go to the style K, teacher gradually hand the key to the student. So teaching style K is student hold the key and student driving the car. Belief is what physical educators think of teaching style can do for a student. Belief show teachers' pedagogical values. And practices is what teacher actually reports using in PE classes. And practices show what teachers translate into real-world instruction. There are always have a belief and practice gap. Teachers do not always teach in ways that fully match what they believe is valuable. Just for example, if I believe I'm a handsome guy, in real world setting, I'm not a handsome. So teachers' belief and practice having always a little bit gap. Here is some reason. Classroom management demands time pressure, prior training, and teaching habits perceive feasibility in real school world setting. But in this presentation, I want to see more broader picture. Culture and national curriculum reforms, like policy level. This is very landmark study, cultural evidence of spectrum, using 7 country studies, and Korea PE teacher report the least experience with many teaching styles compared to others, and England report the highest belief about experience with production styles. But this study giving me some inspiration about cross-cultural investigation, because there is significant cross-cultural variation observed. Teaching practice must be analyzed within specific culture and institutional context. But why I select South Korea? Because South Korea is my hometown as well as, and we always follow Confucian heritage culture and having some student-centered curriculum reforms. So Confucian heritage culture is something like what I told with Brian Lance this morning about when we having a dining with elder people, younger generation have to wait until they start to eating. And we always provide some food for the elder generation. And that Confucian heritage culture is transferred to our education system. So Korean education government tried to make student-centered reform a couple of times, 2007, 2009, 2015. So my research question one was, how have reported use of teaching style changed between 2005 and 2025? Second, how have belief about the pedagogical value of each teaching style change over the same period? Third, to what extent to belief predict their reported use of teaching style? We using time lag design, which can make the possibility for comparison 2005 and 2025, we using teachers' belief and use of teaching style by Colina and Cothran. As you mentioned about translation, we're using forward translation, backward translation, cultural validation, and expert validation because that instrument is for English version, so we using translation process as well. But I want to say apple, frozen apple to fresh apple because 2005 data is frozen apple because I cannot find the raw data, so it will be the frozen apple. But both data come from South Korea and in-service PE teacher population, same instrument, and we can use data like usage data and belief and perception data. But here, different thing is we cannot find the demographic from 2005. We cannot find the recruitment detail from 2005. But we try our best to comparison apple to apple, not apple to bananas. Here's the results. So overall use patterns, a little bit similar, but you can see more detail here. Only 3 teaching style decreased, and overall, generally, almost 8 teaching style increased, and especially teaching style D, H, and J increased significantly. So Korean in 2005, Korean PE teachers reported the least experience with many teaching styles compared to others. But now, as you can see, we have multiple teaching styles. So I can say teachers having more tools in their toolbox, in their pocket. But overall belief patterns is almost similar. But a little bit variation is a little bit wider in 2025. And also, belief can predict use only in 2025 data. So we conducted using hierarchical multiple regression. So step 1, we adding gender, teaching experience, educational level, perceived teaching ability. Step 2, we adding style level belief mean, and all teaching style is significantly can predict, belief can predict use. Here is the discussion. The coexistence of increased student-centered style and continued teacher direct style is consistent with Korean culture based on their cultural aspect and multiple student-centered curriculum reforms. However, cultural and curriculum reforms are having a selective reform effect. The autonomy, problem solving, and creativity discourse like student-centered reform in 2007, 2009, 2025 curriculum reforms align well with increase in style D, H, and J, but we need more future research about why this D, H, and J is significantly increased, especially. Belief is significant, but not enough. More important than belief change alone is whether teachers feel prepared support to enact those beliefs in real-world practice. So we need more training for spectrum for the in-service PE teachers. I want to close using this statement. Change was evolutionary rather than revolutionary. Educational reform can be revolutionary, but actual teachers' use will be evolutionary, reflecting adaptive adaptation with existing pedagogical cultures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim. Very interesting presentation. Any questions from the audience? Okay, I have a question, but I don't know, should I put it now or later? Anyway, just one question. Kim, what do you think? I mean, you conducted exactly the same study in 20 years' time.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think was the most significant, let's say, factor that made impact in this change in Korea?
As I say, 2005 was very teacher-dominant teaching style, and when Korean government had multiple student-centered curriculum reforms, a lot of teachers are confused they are doing. Like their cultural aspect was dominant teaching style. We have to follow teachers say they're more command style, but Korean government say, oh, we need to switch to the student-centered curriculum reform, and teachers very confused about that. So what I found is more than educational reforms, we need like actual teachers training about multiple teaching styles. That was what I feel, yeah.
Thank you, Kim. But is it, I mean, you mean women lead the change? That's what I understand.
No.
Because we were discussing this with some colleagues here.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will continue with our next presenter, which is Liu. And it's a presentation that has been prepared by Liu, Kulina, Kim, and Min, if I'm reading well all the names. And it's about mapping the belief-practice gap in the spectrum of teaching styles. Perspectives from Chinese physical education teachers.
Okay. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and share our research with you today. My name is Dong Liu, come from Arizona State University. In Chinese philosophy, there is a concept called 知行合一. It refers to the unity of knowing and doing. What we believe should be reflected in what we do. In another word, our belief and our actions should be aligned. But in reality, this is not often the case. This is exactly the gap I want to talk about today. So our present study titled Mapping the Belief and Practice Gap in the Spectrum Teaching Styles, Perspective from Chinese Physical Education Teachers. The spectrum of teaching styles is widely recognized. Many studies have looked at what teaching styles teachers prefer and how often they use them. However, this is still limited evidence on one important question. Do teacher classroom practice truly align with their teaching beliefs? In China, this issue is even more complicated. On one hand, the national curriculum promotes student-centered competency-based learning. On another hand, traditional teacher directing practice are still deeply rooted in schools. So there is a clear tension between reform ideas and classroom reality. This is not unique to China. It may happen in many contexts. So the purpose of this study is simple: to examine the belief-practice gap across all 11 spectrum teaching styles. We collect data from 144 in-service service PE teacher in China. We used a spectrum based on questionnaire covering all 11 teaching styles. It was quarterly adapted and translated and back-translated to ensure accuracy. This data set is part of a larger international project involving multiple countries. For each teaching styles, we measure two things. First, how often teachers actually use it. Second, belief, the perceived value of their styles. For the analysis, we use described statistics and paired sample quantity. So this way allows us to see not only whether a gap exists, but also how big the gap it is. Let's look at the result. Across all 11 teaching styles, we found a very clear pattern. Teachers' perceptions were always higher than their actual use. In other words, they believe these styles are highly valuable, but they don't use them as much. This pattern appears across the entire spectrum. In fact, not a single style escaped this gap. The effect size ranges from small to multiple. This suggests that the gap is both real and systematic. However, the gap is not the same across all styles. The largest gaps were found in style D, E, and F. These more learner-centered styles, and here is the key point. These are exactly the styles that teachers value the most, but they use them least. By contrast, style A, the common style, shows the smallest gap. This suggests that as the teaching moves from teaching directed to student-centered approaches, the gap becomes larger. So why does this gap exist? We believe there are three main reasons. First, institution factors. The education system often emphasizes standardized outcomes and efficiency. As a result, it becomes harder to use more flexible, student-centered teaching styles. Second, practical constraints. In many schools, teachers face a large class size, limited time, and limited equipment. Under these conditions, it becomes difficult to implement student-centered teaching styles. Third, cultural factors. Traditional teaching still strongly influence. Teachers often feel more comfortable using familiar methods. So this gap is not about a lack of awareness. It's shaped by real-world constraints. Chinese teachers strongly support a wide range of teaching styles, but in practice, they do not use them as much. So this is a clear gap between belief and practice. This has implications. First, at the policy level, we need to reduce institutional pressure and limit teaching flexibility. Second, at the training level, teachers need to practice strategy to bring student-centered styles into real classroom. Third, at the school level, we need supportive environments that encourage more diverse teaching practice. Looking ahead, we want to move from identifying the gap to addressing it. We believe teacher education is the key starting point. If we want future teachers to use these styles effectively, we need to integrate them in both theory and practice in teacher education. In addition, we are exploring how the spectrum can be integrated into teacher education. Specifically, we are working with pre-service PE teachers, integrating the spectrum into courses such as fitness training, motor learning and control, and research method in PE. Among these, the integration with fitness training has already been developed and will be present at the SPAP World Congress in 2026. This work has also received a mini grant from the Spectrum Institute. Our goal is to support future teachers in applying these styles in real classroom. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think I got a couple of ideas for our next conference. And the difference between perceptions and reality, which is a common pattern in many countries, I think, using that particular question. So, any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Just wait for the microphone.
Thank you for presentation. I have a question. I probably missed some information. Did you use survey or interview to conduct your study?
Interview?
Interview.
So we just said the questionnaire. We haven't used the interview things.
So you use survey to collect your data, right?
Yep.
Because I got my bachelor and master back to China. So as I know, I learned about the spectrum. It was my first year PhD, so I don't know nothing about spectrum when I was a master student. So how did you explain the different teaching style in your survey? Have you do any explanation or give some example about how the style looks like in your survey?
Okay, thank you for your question. That's probably my problem. I didn't show you the questionnaire. We used a questionnaire from, I don't know how to say, what's our questionnaires the name? What's that called?
We call this SOUPS, especially spectrum of use and perception of teaching style, and it have 11 different teaching style, and each style have different scenarios. So PE teachers can know about which style is style A, B, C, like that.
Yeah, we explain every styles, how to use it, like when we explain the practice style, we tell them we set different stations, and when you arrive the first station, what kind of activity you should to do, and next station what you do at different station, practice different activities. Okay. So we didn't use the connect, we used the description to explain how to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Brendan.
Thanks very much to all the presenters for their presentations. Really interesting things to consider. But in particular, I was thinking about the last two presentations. And have you considered the effects that assessment or high stakes curriculum has on teachers' use of styles?
The last two?
Yeah, so was it Kim's presentation as well as yours? Like a lot of the points that you raise, like definitely I agree, have effects on why there is this gap, but the effects of when you have assessment or high stakes curriculum. So when you know the student is going to be taught, how does that affect the teacher's use of styles as well?
Sorry.
That can be my question as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, of course, Korea, China, and Japan have a high pressure about standard testing, and that will be my next presentation. Why that having educational context reflect on how teachers using different spectrum, but what I found is if that is highly focused on standard test, that is not directly convert to using teacher dialect teaching style. Teachers nowadays recognize standard teaching and standard test is very important in our society. However, they want to give more opportunity in student-centered teaching style as well. That changed a lot.
Yeah.
Can you explain well in your another presentation about this question?
Yeah, I will briefly say about that as well.
Because Kim have another presentation, probably can answer this question more clearly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, please.
All right, good morning. Mine is more of in addition to what the two presenters have already said. I mean, as teachers, you might be taught about the spectrum of teaching styles. You can know them. But if the expectations are that at the end of maybe a 3-year program, students should be seen to possess this and that. And this is guided by the policy or the system. It becomes difficult for the teachers to go back to the schools and use the tools in the toolbox. They will know it, they will have the tools, but they won't use them because they are pressurized by the expectations at the end. So it is difficult to, like we can only rise to the level of the system, but that is how far we can go. So there is need maybe for policy change that will allow the teachers to freely apply the teaching styles across. Thank you.
Yes, I think we all agree that it's the command style that the governments are using. And it all ends to the teachers and to the students at schools. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, one more. Yes, Tim.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. I am Gıyasettin Demirhan from Hacettepe University, Turkey. But I wonder what your achieving goal. You said that we want to reach our goal in applying it in practice. But I think that the believing is very easy way, because the believing is a totally subjective thing, not practice. I'm sure most of them know this, that the Humberto Maturana from Chile, he's a very good biologist, that he said that if you do, you can make and know. If you know, you can do. There's a very good relationship, but if at the university, what a teacher education is related to the spectrum, for example, the physical education teachers that they can transfer to the school. What do you think about this?
So I think this. I think that's why I studied this topic. Like I see, we always think we should our knowing should reflect in knowing reflecting our doing, but actually we probably never achieve it. So, but that how can we close this gap? I'm still studying it. That's why I'm trying to integrate the future teacher education with the spectrum and the other subject. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I think do something in the future PE teacher. I think probably is the key point. And probably have other ways, but I haven't think it out.
Okay. Thank you. We have time for one more question, if someone from the audience. Yeah, one more. Min? Yeah, 1 second. The microphone is coming.
I just have a quick question about the last two presentation. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And would you please tell us about a little bit about your data? Because Mr. Kim's data is from 114 teachers.
In-service PE teachers.
In-service teachers. And Mr. Liu, your data is from 144 PE teachers, right? If I remember well. And my question is, and can you tell us that all those teachers who are part of your participants, they are all teach in rural cities or other cities. What kind of cities they are teach? So that might connect to Brendan's questions about whether they would have the very intention to follow the policy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
The data come from several provinces in China, like Liaoning province, Shandong province, and Heilongjiang province, Sichuan province. It's an online questionnaire. So I was studying in Shenyang Sports University. So my classmates, they are work with the elementary school, middle school, high school. So they experience every city in China. Actually, we have more data, but when I finished the draft, only 144 teachers to answer this questionnaire. But right now, I think it's more. Most of them come from cities. Less of them work in the countries.
And for the Korean data, we want to keep representation of Korean in-service PE teachers. So we did multiple strategies. First, we contact to official education department of education in that state. Korea have 9 states, but we try to contact large group, mid-sized states, and small-sized states. So we using official message channel from government. Also, we try to reaching out special interest PE teachers group as well. So we did multiple strategies for making some representation of in-service PE teachers.
Okay, thank you very much. You have one question? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters for the interesting presentation and the participants for the discussion. There are always things to be continued. We will continue with our first keynote, and I would like to ask Pamela and Donetta and Pamela just to come up here and prepare yourself, and also next chair, who is Mark Bayer. So we will have 2 or 3 minutes just to let them prepare. No, we don't have a break. We have a coffee break immediately after the keynote.
It's my honor to introduce the two presenters today for our first keynote address of this inaugural international conference for the spectrum of teaching styles, improving education together. The two presenters are Pamela Kalina from Mary Lou Fulton College for Teaching and Learning Innovation, Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona, and Donetta Cothran from the School of Public Health, Bloomington, Department of Kinesiology, Indiana University in the US. Pamela and Donetta are prolific researchers with many refereed professional presentations and many refereed research articles. Their scholarly work spans multiple areas in sport pedagogy, physical education, teacher education, and health. In terms of the spectrum teaching styles, we know them best for their development of the self-reported use and perceptions of teaching styles instrument and subsequent studies in which they've examined students and teachers' use and perceptions of spectrum styles. Their scholarly work with the spectrum goes back to 2000 with the Cothran, Kalina, and Ward article titled Students' Experiences with and Perceptions of Mostyn's Spectrum of Teaching Styles, and then two subsequent journal articles, one in 2003, Physical Education Teachers' Self-Reported Use and Perceptions of Various Teaching Styles, and the other in 2005, titled Cross-Cultural Investigations of the Use of Teaching Styles. That included 10 authors and across many different countries. Since Cothran and Kalina's instrument has since been used many times across many different cultures over the last 20 plus years. With no further ado, welcome Pamela and Donetta.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, Mark. And I'm the Donetta part of the duo. This is Pamela Hodges-Kalina, and I'm Donetta Cothran. And thank you so much for being here. I think I probably should clarify just a little bit. Mark is accurate. Many. What he didn't, he was too kind to say is, I'm part of the first many, and Pam is the many. So all of that credit is true, but most of it goes to Pam, who's by far the better scholar than I am, and she puts up with me. So I'm very appreciative of that. I'm also appreciative of you being here, taking time out of the many positive interactions that have already been ongoing to join us for this talk. It's nice to be among Spectrum friends, to be here in the home of democracy, the Olympics, and at least from our Western cultural perspective, the home of physical education too. I am sure our Asian counterparts have a home of physical education, and I hope you'll share with me what that would be from your cultural perspectives. Today, what we would like to do is share some spectrum research that we initiated, but which has grown far beyond what we ever envisioned it being. We're going to share with you some new findings, some cutting edge work that's going on, and then visit some old and some new questions that arise from all of that work. Perhaps collectively we'll find ways to move that body of knowledge forward. Since we are the first keynote, I thought it appropriate that we do some quick thanks that perhaps other folks may not have time to do. Sarah Ashworth and Muska Mostyn, certainly. I love these photos that were taken from the website, and it gives me, I think, a hint of the sense of adventure they must have had as people. And certainly pedagogy is an adventure, so at least we know that part is true. And I'd like just to thank both of them for their truly decades-long influence on the field. Physical education, as we know it in many countries, would look very different without their influence. And so for them, a big thanks, but then also a special thanks to Sarah for her vision and legacy that continues on through her vision of the Institute and all that it is doing today. Yeah, we'll give them a thanks. Yeah. While we're clapping, let's keep going, because Autumn and Nicholas, I don't even know how many headaches they've had the last several months and the last 5 minutes, like solving the bathroom lights problem that was the big and the small. They've done a wonderful job, and we're so appreciative of them too. Another group that we're appreciative of is the Arizona State gang. You've already heard from two of them this morning, and you'll be able to hear more from them while they're here. But this group of scholars has been really critical to our current work in this area. You'll learn more about them. We'll share more about them. And it's fair to say, though, without them, this particular presentation and the new experiences we're sharing with you wouldn't be happening. And then our final thanks goes to our academic matchmakers, if there is such a thing. Don't know about your personal experiences in academia, but we started hanging out because our advisors hung out at conferences. And so Pamela and Steve, I was with Kathy, and that was our initial meeting. We just tagged along with them and became friends from that. And so both Steve and Kathy have been very influential on our field also, but for us personally, our friendship and our formation as scholars, we owe a great deal to both of them. And we wanted to mention that. I'm missing Kathy. So, on to where we went. Okay. Which one is which? Pamela's grad students were not very good at picking this out, but maybe you'll be better. As I tell you that we're celebrating our, 33rd friend anniversary, you may think, oh, they look so young. They must have met when they were in preschool. And it wasn't quite that long ago that we met, but it has been quite a few years, or decades, as we say. Our actual start of our work, though, started after my first year at Indiana. I got this idea about the spectrum. Then I knew the theory, I had read about it, and every time I read about it, it was constantly, how come I never see that? How come I never see that? And I didn't know if my experiences were unique to me in the settings that I was in, or if perhaps and so I explored the research literature, and there had been certainly wonderful work done on the styles, but nothing as comprehensive as what I wanted the answers to. So as I started to develop the idea for what became known as SOUPs, as of today, it'll become known as that, hopefully, is I reached the point where I was trying to plan the analysis out, and I was like, I think that's right. But you never want to start your analysis with, I think that's right. I know Pamela had completed the work that sort of you did some of the same repeated measures design. And then, as is true now, she's by far the better scholar statistically than I am. So I sent an email and said, hey, is this what should I be doing? In typical Pamela fashion, she's a wonderful scholar and friend. She sent me her entire command lines for my analysis. For those of you that are young in the crowd, you used to have to write code, essentially code, for running your statistics. There were two major programs, SAS and SPSS, who did that. Pamela, however, was a SAS person. She sent me her entire SAS files. You probably see where this is going. I am an SPSS person. So that would be like sending Turkish files to an only English speaker. I didn't know what to do with it. So I quickly made the best decision of my professional life, and I said, you want to be a member of this research project? And so, yes, she did. But to be clear, she was not just a product statistician. It's been a true partnership from the start of this project on to all the other ones that we've done over the years. And I don't know why she puts up with me, but she does. And I'm very grateful for that, for the many times, the good times we've had. Because it's been so important to us, and the title of our talk is Friendship and Scholarship, we want to take just a minute or two of our time to make sure you have a chance to get to meet some folks. So don't just talk to the person next to you that you already know, because that's why you're next to them, right? If you would stand up, introduce yourself to a person or two, maybe tell them how you learned about the spectrum and anything else. It's also a good chance to stretch and to wake up before we start in on the next phase of our talk. So just stand up, introduce yourself to someone, and do a little spectrum-y talk for a second. Thank you. There's someone following directions. Johnson. Just a minute.
Okay. I wish knew all of your names. I hope to know everyone's name by the end of our conference here. I know a lot of you. Let's go ahead and make our way back to wherever you want to sit. Thank you so much for following directions. You really did meet some new people. I saw it happening. So in the beginning, we knew about the spectrum of teaching styles, but we knew very little about what teachers were actually doing in schools related to the spectrum of teaching styles. This really sparked our interest in learning more about it. We wanted to learn what teacher and student decision-making look like in schools, and we just decided to start on this adventure. We hope this conference is an adventure for you as well, of studying the spectrum of teaching styles from the perspectives of both the teachers and the students. So Mark mentioned earlier our first 3 research studies, and I'm going to talk first a little bit about those 3 studies. And these were the major research questions across those studies. So what styles do teachers use in K-12 school settings? How do teachers and students perceive the different styles with respect to promoting learning, motivation, and fun? And what are the contextual and personal factors that influence teachers' use and teachers' and students' perceptions? So when we started developing the survey, we developed 11 scenarios, 1 for each of the teaching styles. And then we conducted an expert validation study of those scenarios. And then the survey instruments all have the scenarios followed by the same 4 questions, or they're very similar. First, I have used this way to teach physical education. And then 3 perception questions. I think this way of teaching would make class fun, or would help students learn skills and concepts, or I think this way of teaching would motivate students to learn. So I'm going to give you one scenario. The teacher breaks down the skills into parts and demonstrates the right way to perform the skill. Students try to move when and exactly how the teacher tells them. The teacher provides feedback, and the students try to move and look like the teacher's model. What teaching style is this? Command. Very good. So we were very new when we started this at developing and validating surveys. And since we had never done it before, we never bothered to give it a name. We recommend that you come up with a catchy acronym for all of your surveys, but we have decided that it's never too late. We are naming our survey now, 25 years later. The survey name now is Spectrum Use and Perspective Survey, or SOUPS. So we are set to go for another 25 years. So we were also interested in teachers and students' views of the reproduction style cluster versus the production style cluster, and which cluster might win in the beginning. And this is what a lot of the early studies looked like. They used a racehorse mentality. They wanted to find out which style was preferred For example, did teachers prefer using the command style or prefer using the reciprocal style? So a lot of the early studies compared one or more styles. But now we know on the right side that all of the styles are important. And we're much more concerned with learning about how styles are used in particular contexts, in particular ways, and what the importance is and the outcomes are for teachers and students. So we talked about these 3 initial studies. So the first study had 438 college students, and they reflected back on their K-12 experiences. So that was our first look at the student's view. And then we had 212 K-12 physical education teachers in the US, and that was our first sample of teachers. And then we followed up with 1,400 international physical education teachers from 7 countries. And that was our first cross-cultural look or international study. What did we find from these first 3 studies? We found that teachers and students reported experience with many of the teaching styles. For students, they averaged exposure to 5 teaching styles, and the teachers indicated that they had used 8 of the teaching styles in the original study. As Johnson and others discussed this morning, the reproduction styles were reported to be used more frequently, except for self-check, which was less popular with students and teachers at that time. And there were a couple of exceptions. So England, Australia, and Canada did report more use of the production styles, and Korea and Portugal reported more use of the reproduction styles. So what were their perspectives across these 3 groups? So command, practice, reciprocal, and inclusion all rated highly for use and benefits. And I already mentioned today, practice was the top-ranked style for use and perceptions. As I mentioned, international teachers were slightly more positive about the production style, but overall reproduction styles were used more. And then there were a few unique findings by country or nation. So what else influences perspectives? This is our 3rd research question that we were interested in. And we found across all 3 of these studies that sex, self-rated ability with the styles, the type of university course the students were enrolled in because they were reflecting back on their K-12 experiences, also teaching experience, and country all played a role in their perspectives and what those look like and how they used and perceived the spectrum of teaching styles. I hope you will indulge us with a word cloud here today if you have your phones handy, and give us some of your ideas on why reproduction styles, with the exception of self-check, tend to dominate. You just need to scan the QR code, and then throughout the presentation we have 3 questions. Please answer question 1 at this time. You can toggle between the 3 questions at the top of the word cloud. Are you all getting in okay to the word cloud? Thumbs up. Okay. Let's. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Usually we get an immediate oh, that's because I'm on the wrong question. I'm sorry. We get all kinds of responses. Familiarity, history, it's teacher-centered, it's easier, safety control. Oh, those are great ideas. I can't wait to talk with you all about those more. Thank you for doing that. Okay, we are going to transition again back to Dr. Cawthorn, who is a much better scholar than I am.
We're gonna, let's see, let's get us to where?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it it restarted, so.
I had the bonnet on in the picture.
Yeah. She's always been more stylish too. Almost there.
Not today.
There's a story behind what she just said. If you want to hear a hysterical story about me being insulted while shopping for clothes, let me know. When we finished those first 3 studies, to be honest, 3 was probably more than we thought. We thought number 1 and number 2 at an academic conference, much like this one, we started talking with others and like, hey, why not collect an international sample? But really there was no intentional effort on our part to think this is what will be still going on 25 years later. So what we thought was one and done. Well, maybe not quite the avalanche, but certainly extended far, far beyond what we ever thought it would. And now in this next part of this document, we're going to share with you just a little bit more about where that initial survey has gone, and it's traveled far. It's been a pleasant surprise to see that, as well as to see the body of work on the Boston research. We too have been collecting some additional reviews, and maybe this is a good time to at this conference to collaborate on some shared efforts and the insights, I think particularly with the domination that English has had in the work thus far. We are starting to try to change that with the 2 reviews that we'll be sharing here at the conference, but we'd love to talk with you more ideas about how we could extend that into other languages also. So much great knowledge, and how can we share that better? So this is a work in progress. We're nearly done, but ideally we will find some additional reminders from you of perhaps resources that we have missed. So as you look at this, you can see there's going to be 19 studies that we'll talk about in particular with the SOUPS acronym for our new survey, and that's what we'll be talking about. How did we find those articles? This was the inclusion-exclusion criteria that we used. Basically, any paper published since 2000 in a peer-reviewed outlet that used the SOUPS format and was published in either English, Arabic, Korean, or Chinese. And the context had to be physical education. I think it's also important to acknowledge that there have been parallel lines of work with ours that have gone along in roughly those same time frames. One was Susie and colleagues, and bonus points to Brandon for working with Sarah to develop the scenarios, which we didn't do. So that's a shout out to both Sarah and Brandon for doing better, but used a similar format to our survey. Matt Kirtner-Smith did some also similar work with his own surveys, with his own scenarios and own survey format. I think both are really insightful to all of us because they didn't just administer the survey, they also had observations. So we had both kind of being able to triangulate the data from that. And they also shared with us some critical information on national context and how that was influencing perhaps, or not, teacher decision making. Others in this room have contributed to the SOUPS line of research by taking that initial survey and expanding it out with either different data collection techniques and certainly by your keen analyses and comments on it. The teacher decision-making, student decision-making cycles are complex, and the SOUPS survey only gives us one small aspect of that. These different research designs have added to our body of knowledge in key ways. And I know many of you are in this room, and I appreciate your work. Where has soups traveled since its initial? That gold star is roughly Indiana in the United States, where we started. You can see it's got a lot of frequent flyer miles that we could be crashing in, I guess. It might be a little clearer, perhaps, to know the specific countries to see the list. These are the list of countries by name, and we did include 3 other countries that are currently collecting data. So that data is not discussed in the next section where we'll talk about what we found from our overall review, but did want to let you know that we're aware of active data collection in these 3 places, and we look forward to upcoming publications on that. Let's try another word cloud. We thought, well, I don't even know where we're all from. Probably our conference organizers have a list somewhere. But if you don't mind, if you go to the same, it's the same one if you still have it open on your phone, just up top, toggle to question 2, and you'll be able to input your country. So if I escape, Pam, is that what you did to get there? Or did you minimize? So just escape. And then here. And then have to go up.
Question 2.
Spain, Portugal, China, Taiwan, Greece, Turkey, Finland, Australia. Greece appears to be in the lead there from the font size, but we'll have to take a closer look at that later. And certainly a worldwide perspective, which is why we're here today. Let's see. Oops. Where did the PowerPoint go? Yes. Nope. Duplicate. There we go. Thanks for engaging in that. Our survey has been translated, we know, at least 9 times from its original English language. And perhaps you have a version that you'd like to share with us while we're here. Again, we hope to learn from you, not just tell you what we've done. How many participants? This is always exciting to see this number. Over 6,000 participants have been engaged in our data collection, our collective SOUPS data collection. You can see it's dominated by PE teachers and PET students. As you take a look at that list, is there any group that you think is missing? It's somewhat ironic that most physical educators will learn about the spectrum from us, teacher educators, and yet we don't actually know what teacher educators think about the spectrum. And so we'd like to invite you to help solve that problem. We're going to share a QR code now, but we'll also share it again at the end of the presentation. And it's on the poster. We have a poster that'll, which is basically a gathering spot to talk about our kind of stuff in the next session. So you can take it now or at the, again at the end, or we'll share it with you at any time you ask us for it. We're not just asking, we're giving too. Well, this one's, you won't get this one, you'll get a nice one. We actually got some vinyl stickers made. They're those nice clean ones. You can put them on your computer or your desk or door or wherever you want, and it's removable. So if you let us know you took the survey, we'll be glad to let you get a collectible, never before seen collectible sticker about the spectrum, just as a way of us, an excuse to get to meet you in person as a thanks for taking the survey. I believe you're up next, Pam.
Before we move on to talking about what we found with our SOUPS review study of the, well, our research team hasn't decided whether it's 18 or 19 papers, because one's a measurement paper, but 19 papers that have used the SOUPS instrument for teachers and students. Please stand up and do 3 squats for me in place and just wait. Yep. Stretch your shoulders. Get ready for the next phase. All right. So we used the same research questions for the purpose of this presentation so we could draw some comparisons to our initial studies. So this is our review study, and it's from 2000 to 2025 of just papers that used the teacher or the student SOUPS instrument. So the questions again are, what styles do teachers and students experience in K-12 school settings? How do teachers and students perceive the different styles with regard to promoting fun, learning, and motivation? And are there contextual or personal factors that influence teachers' use and students' perceptions? Please keep in mind that these papers use different methodologies and different ways of reporting, so direct comparisons are limited, but we can draw some general conclusions or ideas. So first, this is teachers and students' use of the teaching styles across all of these studies. And you can see that the reproduction teaching styles are used more across these 25 years. So this particular graph was put together with data from 9 teacher studies that involve 6 countries. I have to look at my notes on that. China, Greece, Turkey, Finland, Spain, and the US. And 4 student studies with the US, Greece, and Turkey. Teachers and students reported that reproduction styles were used more frequently than production styles. Individual countries reported some differences in the style use clusters of reproduction and production. Again, we're still seeing self-check teaching style used less. And there are some differences based on country and school characteristics. For example, I'd like to share some of Dr. Espada's work. Her and her colleagues looked at class time and its influence on use of teaching styles and found that convergent discovery was used more if the class time was shorter. And with secondary teachers, they found they used the command style more and more of the production cluster. And in terms of school ownership, I hope I'm representing your study accurately. In private schools where perhaps teachers might feel they have more control over what they're doing in the classroom, they used the guided discovery teaching style more. So we thought those were interesting outcomes and important for our field. Now, just looking at teachers, before we were comparing teachers and students, this is just teachers and comparing their use and their perceptions. So what is that relationship between use and perceptions? Sort of what we were talking about in the first session today. So you can see that there's a strong relationship between use and perceptions, but what do you notice? What's higher? Perceptions. So teachers' perceptions are higher than their actual use, and that was reported in the studies with the data from the Korean teachers and the teachers from China as well. So to summarize that graph that you were just looking at, all styles have generally positive perceptions, and that perceptions have some relationship with use. 8 of the 9 studies did report a little bit of a mismatch between perceptions of and reported use for the production style clusters. So they were highly rated, but the use was lower. This is the third and final word cloud, if you don't mind going back into the word cloud and giving us your thoughts on why do teachers report using so many styles, but our personal experiences and observing teachers suggest they use fewer styles. So it still should be up. You just toggle to question 3. Different understanding of the spectrum, lack of knowledge, imagination, laziness. Lack of knowledge, that's important. We need to have more in-service and pre-service work on the spectrum. Knowing by doing. Study participation bias, that certainly could be a factor. Thank you so much for sharing. We will look at that and we'll look forward to talking with you more about that. Okay, now we're going to go back to comparing teachers and students, but this time on their perceptions. Who has higher perceptions, teachers or students? Students have higher perceptions of the teaching styles, except for maybe practice, but mostly the students have higher perceptions. But the participants do see different values and value in all of the teaching styles, as we do. The practice and the command styles, let me go back, are still perceived very highly. And experience with styles tends to increase their perceived value of the style. So this wonderful heat diagram that Johnson put together for us, the darker the green, the higher the correlation. So we've got the 3 columns. So the first column on the left is teachers' use compared to their perceptions fun as an outcome. In the middle, we have their use compared to learning as an outcome. And on the right, we have their use compared to motivation as an outcome. So the darker the color, the stronger the correlation. I want to point out 2 interesting correlations here. So if you look at style D, which is self-check, you can see it has very high correlations. But that is because teachers rated it lower for use and lower for perceptions, and that made a high correlation. And if you look at style F, which is guided discovery, they're less green or they're lower correlations, and that's because teachers use guided discovery a lot, but their perceptions of guided discovery was lower. Perhaps because it's very challenging to ask students questions in a lesson and to carry out a true guided discovery lesson. We also found a few methodological issues I wanted to share with you. I wish Omar were here with us, Omar Abulul. He's on our research team in Kuwait and wasn't able to make it, but hopefully he's on Zoom. He looked at this question for us. Papers are often missing validation data or a confirmatory factor analysis and exploratory factor analysis with your own data to confirm the factor structures. And due to different data reporting and analysis, often we all come up with these great new combinations and create new variables. And that's great, but then when we are looking across studies, it's hard to draw conclusions. And often there's a lack of information about translation and back translation. And we wanted to refer you to Banville's paper for guidance on translations, and we hope we'll be doing a lot more. So to summarize our SOUPS review, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Cothran, reproduction styles generally are used more and perceived more positively than production styles. Experience and efficacy matter. So when they rated their familiarity with using the style or teaching the style, how comfortable, we had a one item that looked at how comfortable am I using this teaching style. That matters. There's a national influence and cultural differences in how teachers use and perceive styles as well as students. And there is often a mismatch between reports and observations. And so this is our call to you. We need to do more observations in schools and see how teaching styles are being used. Okay, back to you.
We promised some new and old questions, and we'll start that section now. As we mentioned earlier, we never envisioned being here 25 years later, including even naming the survey. So perhaps we can share a little bit more foresight now, and with your help, really shape what the next levels of exploration using SOUPs and other spectrum instruments are. And that's our first suggestion to the group. And we did have a very, very brief conversation with Nicholas about the potential of the Institute hosting a library of validated instruments, not just ours, but those that have been used by others. We shouldn't have to keep retranslating the same surveys when we can have a copy that's been done well, has been reviewed by experts in an easily accessible place. This also opens up the possibility of data sharing. That's more and more the trend in many other fields where we all just contribute our data for some more sophisticated levels of analysis. It will also help if your university does not give you a new computer and lose all your data, which is part of the problems that we had is Pamela's computer got wiped literally in a data transfer. And so we've lost some of our data. And if it were more available to other researchers as well as to us in case of worst case scenarios, that would be helpful. So we'd like to suggest that the Institute and we collectively think about how to share beyond our own research teams. There's also a clear need to gather more information about the student perspective. We identified the PEAT hole in the data gap there, and you're going to solve that for us, hopefully, or at least start to solve that. But I think we have to think through, if students are the context of most importance for teachers, and I do believe that's true, then what is their perspective beyond the small sampling? There are certainly problems with the repeated measures, the reading level. How do we access more student information about how they perceive the perspectives? And our follow-up to the SOUPs, the survey part at least, Pamela and I did do a qualitative study with some middle schoolers. They were incredibly insightful and surprising about what they thought about the teaching styles. For time's sake, we did limit it to direct, peer, and inquiry, which I know are not the Mostyn language. We were using models language, but I think the insights give us some really clear indication. Students believe certain people hold knowledge and other people should not try to give the knowledge. And that may in fact be part of the ratings for some of, like perhaps self-check. Students thought the teachers, maybe some of the very skilled students in class, could be conveyors of knowledge. They did not trust themselves to do so. That's going to impact how they perceive many of the styles on the spectrum. They also were very clear, effective and affective. They could tell us what styles would probably promote learning, but they also told us we won't like that style because it didn't meet their fun and social needs in the same ways that they saw some of the other styles meeting their needs. So students were very sophisticated pedagogists in their own way with their own goals of what the class should be. We'd like to talk more with you perhaps about student work you've done in any format, but then also how we might take this concept and start to explore it more. Other contextual and personal influences, certainly we can never run out of options and ideas and needs there. Dr. Dong gave us a nice framework for thinking about institutional, practical, cultural. And what are those? Because it's fairly consistent across country. Perceptions are relatively high. Use not so much. So clearly there are other forces at play. Some of our other work, in particular, another survey, did we name that one? I can't remember, about classroom management. The need for control is primary. The need for positive student relationship is primary. And so how is that perhaps playing out as teachers make their decisions? We mentioned already, and you did the word cloud, but I think we do need to explore more this gap between teachers report, students report, and they're fairly consistent. So those styles are happening. It's not just, oh, I want them to think I use a lot of styles. I think when 6,000 people have filled out a survey, we can say, yes, a lot of styles are being used from the participants' perspectives. So where are those styles being used? Because again, most of us when we're there, we're like, yay, I saw 2 styles today. That was a good day, right? Are the teachers, it must, I suppose, be micro teachings within the context of a lesson. We're doing the classroom observations and we're saying, oh, that was a practice. Where, who, when, why are those micro teachings occurring? When we, many of the previous work that we said that didn't use our form usually shortened the survey in some way to 8 styles, because the final 3 on the production end typically aren't even theorized to be in schools, probably. Yet teachers and students report, hey, that happened in my school. Was it happening outside of class? Is this an individual mentoring relationship that teachers are having? And who are they who are they having it with, and why? And what are some examples of those that then perhaps we can share with other educators of how the classroom is one learning space, but there are many learning spaces in which our teachers and students interact, and we don't have those documented really at all yet. We hope for additional growth to new countries. I think if all we did was translate well the instrument and use it in a new country, that's a value. I think we're at the point where we need to start to dig deeper than that. Most of our papers say things like, oh, there were cultural influences. Yes, there were. What exactly, though, is happening in Turkey that's not happening in Spain, that is happening the same? And probably one single survey is not going to answer that question, but we do need to know. We either have to assume that physical education is the same everywhere, because it's fairly consistent with a few nuances, or physical education, because the forces are so consistent in education everywhere. Or our survey is capturing something, but for different reasons. Poor little self-check, for example. Nobody wants to be self-check if we're having a popularity contest of the styles, right? Maybe, though, the difference varies across countries as to why that's true. I can imagine a scenario in the schools I've been in, taught in, watched other people. Maybe I don't use self-check because of time. Maybe I don't use self-check because of resources. Literally, my school does not have paper. I can't get anything laminated. And certainly there are ways of using self-check without the visual aids, but often it does include that. Maybe I don't use self-check because of literacy, if I am using, and my students' literacy level is just not high enough. It's not unusual in the United States. It is a university town. One of our university towns, I think it's, last time I checked, has 68 different languages. How would I create a self-check form for 68 different languages in a single school? And so the nuances of why, again, to pick on self-check, why is it not? But I think we can say that for all the styles, even the popular ones. Maybe practice is popular here because of control. Maybe practice is popular there because of skill. And the teachers are making the same numeric rating, but yet it's a much more nuanced, sophisticated pedagogical decision than a single survey's been able to capture up to this point. So I think we would like to explore more all of those areas with you. Pam's already mentioned, let's see, I went backwards, didn't I? There. Oh, did we? Just next. Didn't realize I hit the button. There. I did want to give you some late-breaking SOUPS research news, just as an example of people who are working on this and other related issues. Here's two of the research teams we know. They're both based initially in the U.S., but I have international scholars involved with them. One, of course, which is the Arizona State team. You already heard from two of those outstanding scholars first thing this morning. Omar wasn't able to be with us, Dr. Abdullah. He's visa problems getting out of Kuwait, but he has also been working on this. And Dr. Kelly Simonton, who's two of his graduate students, if you all want to raise your hands, you'll represent there, are also working on an international team, and they are in particular interested in adding efficacy as a primary need to understand that with individual styles instead of the single-use efficacy question that was been used previously. I'm sure both teams would love to consider adding you to their research team, so please check in with us. And in fact, those two teams are somewhat already merging a little bit with some shared data and considerations already. Oops. One more. Let's see. I think we have our slides slightly. There we go. We'll finish this and we'll come back to the questions. The title of the presentation included both friendship and scholarship. Pamela and I both hope to continue those, I was starting to say the two tracks, but there really are one track, I think, as we've gone over these last 3 decades together. We invite you to be part of that journey. Again, the QR code, that's us in California at the National Academy of Kinesiology a couple of years ago. We're interested in expanding the work into your country, into hearing your ideas for how we could do things better. Even if you're not interested in it, always a good tip, work with Sarah. That would have been a good idea. And so Brendan's already done that. Maybe that's where we need to go. But where do you see this going? And how might we work together to do so? I think now we're ready for any questions, answers, comments, insights you have. We'd love to hear them.
Yes, please take our survey so we can start working on the hidden group of us.
Thanks very much, Donetta and Pamela. Great research, had a massive effect on the spectrum community. I must admit, I'm one of those people who benefited from your research, so thank you very much. I think like your presentation plus a couple from the last one's really an interesting part for us to look at is the effects of cultural influences on our teaching styles. Love to have some chats with you guys later about things, but just you were talking about self-check, and I know in terms of doing presentations in Australia, I had one teacher from like a school where we say English second language, or there's a lot of different, it's not the first language, a lot of kids. She'd actually said that self-check was really powerful because she was able to make posters for kids to look at versus having to read text. So that was really good. But then a really common comment I hear in Australia is we have a lot of schools where you're not allowed, or the policy is you're not allowed to have a mobile phone in the school. So I sit there and quite often go, you know, Mostyn and Ashworth, this guy comes up with self-check. Probably up until 2010, it was one of the hardest styles to do. You know, you can't watch yourself throwing or swimming, but then the minute everyone's carrying this around, it's perfect. But virtually 90% of teachers will say to me, yeah, we're not allowed to have that in the classroom. And you go, yep, oh, well, you got to do what the school says. So I think they can see the value in doing it, but I mean, that's just like a microcosm of, I think, so many influences on our teaching styles. And it's quite often easy, I think, for people to suggest that maybe it's lack of knowledge or laziness, but I think, well, they might be on there, but I think they're pretty low down. It's so many of the other ones that are on there. So thanks for your presentation.
You should never be the presentation before coffee, because everyone...
Hi, thank you for presentation. I just curious about your next step, because now like AI enter, like it impact a lot on teaching and how teacher how teacher prepare the lesson. So take me myself as example. I use AI to help me prepare discovery lesson, and it also built my confidence to use more about the discovery lesson, discovery style. So did you have any plan for like adding AI part into your future survey, like to see how it might impact on students' perception or teachers' perception of using teaching style?
I'm going to blame it on the time zones, but it's really my memory. The last workshop that the Institute hosted, there was a scholar who did this exact topic. Does anybody remember who that was? Because Kanish. So yes, there is someone, and those are recorded and available, right? Autumn, yeah. So they're on YouTube via the Institute's page, and that was the exact topic. She went through several different styles about how AI could help teachers with ideas, with audiovisual, the handouts, whatever it might be. Yeah, so that's not us, but there are people working in that area. Maybe it is you, I don't know.
Not yet, but it's very interesting to think about. So I'm glad it's helping you, and we'll look forward to that as another area we can pursue.
Thank you.
Thank you both for those questions.
Kane Hanishi, who we're speaking of here, she is taking that a bit forward in doing some writing on it now too. So she'll be publishing a number of papers in regard to that shortly.
Okay, great.
Yes, Jessica.
Well,
oh.
Thank you so much for your presentation. This is really excellent. But I cannot understand these research results. But almost every country has their own educational philosophy, and there are many differences. But according to research results, teacher and student perceptions are almost similar about teaching style. What's the main reason about this? This is related to teacher education, PE teacher education system, or there are other reasons? American culture, for example, based on pragmatism, but the Chinese, Korean, the Confucianism, but their perceptions are almost similar.
I think I can add one piece to that we've suggested in some of our papers is that we, as teacher educators, and our survey, to a lesser extent, assume, and the national curricula all do, that the teacher's primary reason to be there is learning. I think teachers' primary daily goals are control and positive relationship with students. And those they can align, but often in schools, teachers don't know how to help them align. I think the spectrum offers opportunity for the teachers to get all three of those in one. But I think at least in the schools that and we do tend to be more in at-risk schools, so perhaps it's not true in all contexts, but I think we sometimes have the competing. It doesn't have to compete, but teachers perceive it. I can't have a positive relationship if all of this is happening. So I think that's at least in the US, where it's much more decentralized, at least, relational and control. When we did the introduce each other, Pam, just even beforehand, we're like, how are we going to get them to sit back down? We, even at this level, we're worried about control, and we, I think, undervalue that in our research methodologies and our observations piece of it. But there's far more to it.
That's great.
Yeah. I would say the data that we had this morning from Korea in particular did show that evolution, not revolution, I think was the phrase that he used. The national curriculum passes. I think Matt Kirtner-Smith work and Brendan's were like, well, maybe not so much. But those were also in real time almost data. And 20 years the sticks at least are gone, and the styles are moving too. And so I think playing the long game, we may see more of that.
I'm not sure to to do the question because my friends there are killing me, telling me please cut coffee break time. So, but you can answer later on if you want. No, I'm curious to listen. So your thoughts and your ideas about the effect of theoretical models such as human information processing or ecological approach, nonlinear dynamics, pedagogy, and so on the productive and reproductive style. So, because if I think to the modeling, for instance, as something that I learned when I was young, so it impacted a lot the reproductive style or my reproductive style. On the other hand, thinking about the ecological approaches or nonlinear dynamics pedagogy, so these impact more probably the productive style. So I would like to hear what do you think about the influence of these theoretical models on spectrum.
You can use the social ecological model to consider what's going on in the classroom very easily. At the individual level, that makes a difference in how teachers are using and students experience styles and perceive styles. And then relationally, also within the context and the political environment, that makes a big difference too, whether a wide use of teaching styles are supported by the school district, for example, or the principal. So I think that model fits very well if I'm answering your question correctly.
I know there is some published research, as we've found, that where some of you have reclustered the teaching styles into those kinds of categories. And those papers, which I can't remember off the top of my head, may lend insights into answering your question too. So perhaps we can talk about that our sort of poster, which is just where we'll gaggle and invite you to come and talk with us, as well as get your stickers, we hope.
And we are now going to be moving forward in a second. Just hang on, hang on.
When I say go.
Hang on. We'd like to thank Donetta and Pamela for the nice presentation today. It was great. I think it has opened up a lot of questions about what we're doing here and how we can move forward, which is fantastic, I think. Which is what it should be all about. So, okay. This is this. I'm going to begin here, even though not everybody's here yet. That's okay. The title of our presentation here, the roundtable, is identified as Relevance of the Spectrum of Teaching Styles with the Promotion of Lifelong Learning Physical Activity. The title of my presentation here, and there are three of us presenting. I'm presenting first, Mark Byra. Sakis will be presenting second, and Attilio will be presenting third. And we have different topics, but we are focusing into that first piece about lifelong learning, physical activity, and the spectrum. What does the spectrum do for us? The title of my presentation, Spectrum Framework, and its connection to lifelong learning, physical activity. I also thought of this as, I gave it a second title and thought of it as Preparing School-Age Learners for Lifelong Learning, Physical Activity through the Spectrum of Teaching Styles. Given my 40 years, some years of learning about the spectrum and trying to fully understand it, which I still don't, by the way, and the educational significance of it, I believe that Mostyn and subsequently Mostyn and Ashworth did achieve the goal of developing a coherent, comprehensive, integrated infrastructure for examining teaching and learning, particularly as it relates to physical education. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about 4 different components that relate to the promotion or the facilitation of lifelong physical activity and the spectrum. First one that I'll talk about is holistic development of learners. Number 2, learner decision-making, the shift of decision-making that goes from the teacher to the learner. Number 3, learner cognition. And finally, the 4th component, that being style K, making the spectrum whole. Component number 1, holistic development of learners. Developing the physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and motivational developmental channels. Some of us would call those educational learning domains. Each landmark style meets a unique set of learning objectives based on who, the teacher or learner, makes which decisions about what and when. In turn, the learning objectives associated with each landmark teaching style underscores one or more of the 5 developmental channels that I've just mentioned. So, what does this tell us about the spectrum framework? First of all, it indicates that a vast array of learning objectives spanning the 5 developmental channels can be met through the 11 landmark teaching styles. Using a range of landmark teaching styles across the reproduction and production clusters will promote the development of a holistic learner and, in turn, increase the possibility of learners meeting a multitude of learning objectives that cut across the breadth of the developmental channels. Component 1, developing a holistic learner, is one way that the spectrum framework, with its comprehensive continuum of teaching styles, can help prepare school-age students for lifelong learning physical activity. Component number 2, learner decision-making. I'll now focus on learner decision-making, specifically the shift in decisions from teacher to learner across the 11 teaching styles. In style A, we know that, in fact, the teacher makes all decisions. In style B, we have a shift of those 9 decisions to the learner during the impact phase of the episode, as depicted in the image here on the screen. In style C, D, and E, the learners continue to make the 9 impact decisions, and additionally, in style E, they make decisions about level of task difficulty. In terms of post-impact decisions, in style C, the observer analyzes the doer's task performance and offers feedback to the doer. In styles D and E, we have the learner's self-checking task performance. In styles F, G, and H, decision-making moves to a new level for learners as they discover new content. During the impact phase of the episode in all three styles, the learners attempt to solve teacher-presented problems. In style F, they seek the single answer to a problem through a series of questions, lead-up questions. In style G, learners are given the question or problem to solve, and then they are asked to seek the single response on their own, in their own way, following their own pathways cognitively. In style H, the learners are asked to seek multiple responses to a problem. The complexity of learner decision-making increases incrementally across styles F, G, and H. In style I, as part of the impact decision set, the learners design an individual program from within the general content or subject matter area selected by the teacher. During the impact decision set, learners make decisions about the subject matter focus, questions to solve, and course of action to follow in the style I learning experience. And after implementing their program, post-impact, they assess their success with it, with the design of it. In style J, the learner determines what it is that they're going to be teaching, the general subject matter content. So, for the first time, it is the learner who is making the pre-impact decisions as well as the impact and post-impact. In styles I and J, learner decision-making again increases to a new level compared to styles F, G, and H. In style K, an individual participates in the role of both teacher and learner. The learner makes all of the pre-impact, impact, and post-impact decisions. By participating in styles A through J, school-age learners will experience decision-making needed to engage in style K, self-teaching, which should serve to facilitate lifelong learning physical activity. I'll now turn to learner cognitive engagement, which clearly is very close to what I just talked about in terms of decision making, but we're now focusing on the cognitive part of it. Learner decision making serves to engage students cognitively. To describe learner cognitive engagement in each landmark teaching style, I will use Krathwohl and colleagues' taxonomy table, which classifies level of cognitive engagement according to a knowledge dimension, as you can see down the column, the vertical column, 4 levels, and from the perspective of cognitive process dimensions, 6 levels going across the top. In style A and B, learners are engaged in the knowledge dimension factual, basic elements that students must know about the content. And in terms of the cognitive process dimension, remember, specifically recognition in style A, performing according to their observation of cue presentations, and recall in style B, performing according to their recollection of the model that was presented to them. In style C, the doer continues to be engaged in the knowledge dimension of factual, and in the cognitive process dimension, remember. While the observer, given their role, engages in the knowledge dimension conceptual, interrelationships among the basic elements within its larger structure, and within the cognitive process dimension apply, specifically carrying out a procedure, applying critical elements presented by the teacher. Cognitive engagement is more complex in style C compared to styles A and B. In styles D and E, the learner engages in the knowledge dimension conceptual because of the self-checking part of the teaching style in style D, and self-checking and self-selecting level of difficulty in style E. And within the cognitive process dimension, they are applying, specifically carrying out a procedure, self-checking. Self-checking in styles D and E and performing in the role of observer in style C are very similar in terms of level of cognitive complexity. Styles F, G, and H, the learner engages in knowledge dimension of conceptual because of having to discover answers to a problem or an answer to a problem. And in the cognitive process dimension, analyze. For style F, it's analyze because learners are discovering a solution through a series of questions. For style G, it's evaluate because learners are determining their own cognitive pathway through trial and error often to the discovery. And create for style H because the learners are discovering multiple answers to the problem, creating new products. In all three teaching styles, learners are discovering a solution, but within different contexts, each requiring greater cognitive effort, style F to style G to style H. In style I, the learners engage in the knowledge dimension conceptual because of having to design an individual program within the general subject matter content identified by the teacher. And they're functioning within the cognitive process dimension of create because the learners are putting together elements, subject matter topics from within the general subject matter content presented by the teacher. In style J, the learners engage in knowledge dimension of procedural, how to do something, because the learner determines for the first time general subject matter content for the learning experience. It's theirs, it belongs to the student. And they are functioning within the cognitive process dimension of create, because the learners are putting elements together. In style K, the individual is participating in the role of learner and teacher, and they are engaged in the knowledge dimension of metacognitive, knowledge of cognition in general, as well as awareness and knowledge of one's own cognition. And within cognitive process dimension, create. They're putting elements together to make an original product. To summarize, learner cognitive engagement. I've included all of the styles within a single table here. This table provides a snapshot of how the spectrum teaching styles are reflective of different knowledge and cognitive process dimensions. By participating in styles A through J, school-aged learners will experience and understand the different knowledge and cognitive process dimensions. And this should help them facilitate lifelong learning physical activity. Finally, component number 4, style K, making the spectrum whole. Style K, like any of the landmark styles, and for that matter, we don't just have landmark styles, but we have styles where we combine decision making to create a new particular style. Or we have design variations under which the canopy of a landmark, under the canopy of a landmark style. But style K represents only a portion of the human experience found within the spectrum of teaching styles. However, style K is the piece of the puzzle that makes the spectrum whole. As Mostyn and Ashworth state, the internal logic of the spectrum leads to the realization that it is indeed possible for a person to self-teach, to take the role of both teacher and learner. Style K, the piece of the puzzle that makes the spectrum whole, strongly suggests that Mostyn and Ashworth believed that one of the underlying functions of the spectrum was to facilitate lifelong learning, physical activity in students beyond the K-12 experience. In conclusion, these four components in combination serve to facilitate lifelong learning, physical activity in learners in K-12 physical education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for this first part of this round table. Mark helped remind us how each style works, and I will not have to repeat the same things now, moving to the next part, which is give me a minute. I'm not good with. Yeah. Okay. So I will speak about how these teaching styles facilitate mechanisms of action and behavior change techniques to promote physical activity. And starting from the observation that when Mostyn and later Ashworth developed the spectrum, or the first part of the first books that Nikos presented yesterday, they were at that time most physical education curricula emphasized motor skill learning. However, the spectrum has value and implications for curricula promoting physical activity behavior as well, and more are used, and more they will be used, I predict, in the future for this. Talking about mechanism of actions to promote physical activity, we are talking about knowledge about physical activity and benefits and so on, and attitudes, motivation, goals, skills, self-efficacy beliefs, intentions, behavior regulations, social influences, environmental context and resources, all and several others. There are at least 26 categories like that, which are processes that influence physical activity behavior. All of them know, we know that they affect physical activity behavior. Now, talking about behavioral change techniques, we are talking about the processes through which physical activity behavior change and improvement occurs. For example, now we are talking about information about health consequences for physical activity, which is linked with the knowledge that I mentioned before. Feedback about physical activity, again with knowledge. Autonomy support, which is motivation. Goal setting for physical activity, which is behavior regulation. Self-monitoring of physical activity, which is behavior regulation. Action planning. Social support, for example, support by parents, teachers, friends, which is social influences. Problem solving, which is connected with self-efficacy. Prompts, cues about physical activity, which is memory, cognition, attention, decision processes. Restructuring the physical environment, which is the environmental context, and so on. There are several others. according to what we know and what from theory and also from some applications, all teaching styles of spectrum are assumed to impact some mechanisms of action and behavioral change techniques. For example, even through the direct teaching, the command and practice styles, the physical education teachers can provide information about health consequences from physical activity to improve knowledge, feedback on physical activity, again for knowledge, and so on. However, theoretically at least, the more the decision-making shifts to the student, to the more student-centered teaching, from command to style K, which is the ultimate one that Mark suggested a few minutes ago, the higher the probability to have stronger and longer-term impact on mechanisms of action and behavioral change techniques. We have already researched that student-oriented teaching, student-centered teaching, that shifts decision-making from teachers to students, helps to create a motivational climate, for example, that emphasizes in physical education classes, that emphasizes learning goals, mastery goals, personal improvement goals, satisfies students' needs for relatedness, competence, autonomy, and promotes intrinsic motivation. Here is one, we used the Pamela's and instrument a few years ago, and here you can see another cluster instead of the productive-reproductive, where the commanded practice is the direct one, and this is research-based, it's not just theory-based, because we compare many different models. Then we have the student assessment styles, which is the reciprocal self-check and inclusion one, where they involve different assessments of students. Of course, we have the three discovery styles, and we have the student initiated learning styles. And we know from the research and from this one, at least from the understanding of the teachers, that the more they move from the direct to the learning initiated styles, the higher the motivation. And we have evidence for this that, for example, from research that maybe Marius tomorrow will present also that inclusion promotes task involvement. We have intervention studies, long-term from Nikos Digelidis, Christodoulidis, and so on, that reciprocal and inclusion promotes task involvement, the positive attitudes towards exercise. These are just examples of studies from Morgan, reciprocal and guided discovery, also adaptive cognitive affective responses, or all of these mechanics of action that I presented previously, some of them at least. Also, that the self-check style promotes intrinsic motivation and metacognitive processes, including self-monitoring and planning, and in this experimental study as well. And other experimental studies that several different styles, reciprocal, self-check, inclusion, guided discovery, convergent and divergent discovery styles promote intrinsic motivation, metacognitive activities, and again, self-monitoring, planning, and so on, which are useful in their mechanics of actions and behavioral change techniques as well to promote physical activity. They can be used to promote physical activity. In another study that tomorrow will present it here from one of my students, you will see a more recent application of reciprocal style to promote a climate, promote its self-transcendent climate, which is to help classmates to improve the holistic development that was speaking previously, teamwork and flourishing well-being are central aims of physical education curricula, Olympic education, since we are here as well to remind. But to remind as well that teaching styles by themselves do not make the difference. It is how we apply them, and how we shift decisions is the most critical for success. Here you can see a study, a very interesting study by Kirby and colleagues, showing that even the practice style can be used to promote autonomy, competence, increase motivation, identify regulation. But in this practice style, students had several options. So it was not, as it is categorized, for example, very much direct. You can see that the students had the option to select a partner, to find their own location, to start the task when they were ready to do. Here you can see a very interesting example which moves, in my opinion, it's not just practice, but it can be also inclusion style, which is practicing at the pace and rhythm that reflecting their level of skill, very close to the inclusion style, asking questions for clarification, so on and so forth. So the point is then not the style only, but how we are using the style. And if we are using the style, there was a discussion previously and some questions, what we are doing with the teachers who do not know or they are asked to use more student-centered styles, but they have been not taught to apply them effectively. And then they feel imposed, they feel controlled to go, then expect that this effect might be worse than if they are going to use the command or practice style that they know better. Because it's not the style itself, it's a point how they shift the decisions, how they communicate, and how they make students really autonomous oriented and involved in the process. So teaching styles requiring many decisions for students might need extensive teaching training in several countries where they do not have yet. We hear discussions in the first couple of hours before in Asian countries, much longer time to increase students' competence during teaching, and then to maximize autonomy. I will pass this. We need more research on discover styles and physical activity promotion. For example, how to solve problems and overcome barriers prohibiting physical activity, how to restructure the physical and social environment to promote physical activity through discovery, how to provide the receive support promoting physical activity through discovery, applying discovery styles, how to enjoy co-exercise with friends and family members differing in physical abilities. This is just some examples. And more research on the combinations, it was heard previously from Mark, combinations of different styles, for example, combining discovery and inclusion to develop competence and positive attitudes towards enjoyable co-exercise with others differing in physical activities. One interesting example in physical activity promotion, which is used very much a tool to promote physical activity, is the goal-setting program. But from the beginning, I realized many years ago that this is a combination of the self-check that makes self-monitoring and also the inclusion. So, because inclusion helps to set the goals that you select and is according to your skills. So we are not putting the same levels of difficulty in terms of physical activity promotion. And we can see different kind of combinations of these kind of styles. So a successful implementation of the self-teaching style, the K, is the ultimate goal of the K style, of physical literacy and health-enhancing physical education curricula, of course. But to arrive there, we need more research and practice on the implementation of the learning designated individual program, the I, the learning initiated style, the J, and we need them because these are very important to promote physical activity through teaching physical education and, for example, behavior change techniques like action planning, problem solving, and so on. And in the next years, you will hear more the term co-creation with learners, programs to promote physical activity is going to be the new tendency. Co-creation, you will hear co-production, co-design with learners will be heard more and more, and in physical activity promotion and health. And these are, of course, styles A and J, plus the discovery styles, of course, and they are, I expect, to have impact in many, if not most, of mechanics of actions and behavior change techniques that are used for physical activity promotion. And that's from me. Thank you very much.
Where it is. Okay. Here we are. I'm used to say buongiorno, calimera, good morning. And we are moving, yes, within this topic, the topic of this roundtable, that is the promotion of lifelong learning, physical activity. We are moving to a little bit different topic. And I have a question for you. And because I'm speaking about artificial intelligence, the answer is very technological, raising your hand. And who is using artificial intelligence to have suggestions for his or her exercise, physical activity? Very few people. Thank you very much. But this is not what is happening around the world. So this is the recent starting point of the story. We published at the end of last year this review and about artificial intelligence driven about virtual assistance for physical activity promotion. And what is nice, the story of this paper, is that we sent the paper to 2 top-level sport science journals. They provide a desk rejection, and we publish on this journal, that is Artificial Intelligence Review, that is within the top 5 journal in computer sciences. So what is happening? This is also another question, interesting question for we all. Okay, what is happening when the coach, please note that we use coach, not teacher. I repeat, it is a different story here. When the coach is not human, okay, what do we know? AI is increasingly present in all physical activity settings. And it provides instruction, guidance, and feedback to users, and very often very good guidance and instruction, and it can influence motivation and engagement in physical activity. So this was our question. What teaching styles does AI use? And but before answering the question, let I show you a couple of numbers. Okay, this is the summer 2025 Wellness Watch report, ABC Fitness is the author. It is not easy at all to find information about the dimension of the phenomenon. Okay, data from 40 million members, 30,000 fitness facilities, and 650,000 fitness coaches. And what is here? Almost 1 in 2 consumers were using AI-based fitness or wellness app daily, 30% using weekly, and we have a large generational gaps, and you can see the number here, from 38% in millennials to 12% in boomers. That is exactly my group here. And again, just very few numbers here. This is another report, just published a few weeks ago by Jitnax. Yes, I'm reading with you, the AI fitness market is exploding from what is estimated that today, 9.8 billion
It's a lot of money, really a lot of money, to a projected 46.5 billion in 2030, that is behind the corner. It is not a long time, of course. And reshaping, for sure, how we, I'm using the plural here, we train, recover, and achieve our health goals. So what is the meaning here? It is impossible to avoid to consider what is happening around we all. Okay, and the last data, the last number here, 22% seniors over 65 years adopt AI-balanced training apps, and 41% parents use AI family fitness challenges apps, and you can see this about adaptive workout intensity in close to 8 on 10 users. Okay, let me move to our question, that is AI within the spectrum of teaching styles. Okay, what we know, it is the great part of the current AI support reproduction, sorry, it is a sort of joke of word, of known knowledge. We are not able to create. AI can just use what the artificial intelligence is learning, and it is within, for sure, the reproduction cluster of the teaching style. Okay, AI can act as a personal coach. You can read here practice style B, a virtual peer or mirror of the activity. It could be reciprocal and self-check, C and D, or through real-time difficulty control, it can mirroring the so-called by Moston and Ainsworth, slanted rope. And it is, here we are in between the inclusion style. I'm moving very, very quickly through my slides. Okay, this is the question, what? Understanding where, within the spectrum, AI chatbots are when they are answering our prompts. And remember the number of people are using this. And how? What we did? We asked to the 4 major artificial intelligence, that is ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and Copilot, the 4 most used artificial intelligence, to answer 3 different questions. I'm going to present you the questions presented in 2 different ways. Okay, this is the first one, under specified prompts, very general, and we are out of school here. The first one is an adolescent, how can I improve my free throw shooting in basketball? The second one, how can I become fitter and stronger by training in the gym? This is a young man around 30 years old. And the third one, I am a woman, I have depression, and my doctor recommended engage in physical activity. What should I do? 3 different scenarios, absolutely within the topic of roundtable, lifelong promotion of physical activity. Okay, and these are, we don't have the time to read everything. If you are interested, I can send you the slides, but I can also say that we are going to write a paper on this topic, and very soon we hope we will be able to submit to a journal. Okay, here you can see something that is well specified, more elaborated. I'm reading just the last one. I am a 50-year-old woman, slightly overweight and not very active. I have been diagnosed with depression, and my GP has advised me to start engaging in physical activity. I'm not sure where to begin, and I often feel unmotivated. What type of activities could I do, and how should I get started? And now, take a look to the answer. This is the general structure and example of a typical AI answer. We have a brief introduction, we have the core part, a core reply, usually with bullet points, short sentences, that means easy to read, easy to understand, and very often emojis. And a last part that is a conclusion, often asking for new direction. What are you interested to do in the next future? And here, okay, don't read the left part, that is the description of the teaching styles. You all know very well what it is. Okay, this is about basketball. You remember the prompt. I would like to improve my free shot. Okay, style A, the command style, list of things to do. Start small and build gradually. This is Claude. Fix your shooting mechanics, ChatGPT. Grip and hand position, Copilot, or style B, the practice style. What's your current free throw percentage, and what part feels hardest, mechanics, consistency, and pressure? Gemini, and just tell me what feels manageable right now, Copilot. It is, yes, we all agree, we prepared this with my team, part of my team, that this is very well written. It is a very good feedback, but let's go. Okay, with ER, within the style C, the reciprocal style, not very evident, but some chatbots use comparisons. The best shooters like Stephen Curry or Ray Allen aren't just talented. They repeat the same motion every time. This is strongly related to motivation, I think, Sakis. And ChatGPT, there are excellent technique videos on YouTube by channels like blah, 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 and you would like to have visual guidance, or track your progress, record yourself, occasionally to catch mechanical flows, and this is the style D, the self-check style. We move over this, so we decide also to upload 3 very simple videos of the free show, asking more detailed prompts here, and that is, yes, the first part of the slide, then provide strength, what I'm doing well and should keep, which is asking to the AI, key technical errors, prioritizing blah, 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 concrete correction, and important, last part, base your feedback only on what is visible in the videos. And sorry, yes, just to tell you what is a video, it is something very simple, this one or this other, yes, from 3 different perspectives on this other. Avoid generic advice, practice more, be precise, and so on. And what happened? Yes, when video was uploaded, responses became movement-specific, phase-based, setup, did, release, follow-through, and biomechanically framed. And there was a clear prioritization of strengths, key technical errors, and concrete corrective cues and drills. But it was only ChatGPT and Gemini that were able to process and analyze the video inputs. So at this point, it is something. What happened with the other prompts? This is the one about the young man, 30 years, asking to improve his strength. Okay, and here it is what ChatGPT and Claude provide is within the style E, the inclusion style. Your body adapts only if you gradually increase the challenge and weight and reps, improve technical control, and there is a progressive overload is the foundation of all strength and fitness gains, and so on. Now, and this is the last one, I'm very close to the conclusion, and this is the depression prompt. And we were quite surprised that in both cases, with the under-specified and the well-specified prompt, there were a lot of empathy. Yes, you are not behind, you are not late, you are starting exactly where you are, and that's the right place, Copilot, or be patient with yourself, Claude. I'm really glad that you asked, ChatGPT. I'm sorry to hear you have been going through a rough time, and so on. I spent a number of years teaching physical activity and mental health in my former university. And when I was teaching this subject, in case one of my students was able to provide such a kind of feedback, I have to be honest, I was very happy. Okay, conclusion. All the styles we identify with this very simple exercise, we can call this, were within the cluster of reproduction. The cluster of production, FK, it seems it is not yet considered by AI chatbots. And we added also a question to the 4 AI, asking, what do you know about the spectrum of teaching styles? We don't have time to present the answer, but it seems that the knowledge of AI about the spectrum is something quite good. Yes, probably they read all the book. They know a lot about. And the quality of the prompt is strictly related to the quality of the reply. So, in conclusion, Since AI uses a reproductive teaching style, human interaction, because we are talking on non-human interaction, is needed to move from a teacher-centered, now I'm using teacher, to a student-centered approach. And discovery styles are based on student-teacher interaction, you know very well this one. Current AI seem not to be designed to provide it. And it is very nice that when you are asking, they say, I have not been created to educate people. I'm not be programmed to educate people. But what we think is that probably we have to start very soon to educate users of AI instead of AI. Because they should be educated on how to formulate prompts, on how to consider their reply, and so on. So, this is really my last sentence. Less control style, JK, are still weak in chatbots. Answer depends on the prompts, and AI doesn't have educational aims. So, the final question is, can this approach, that is the AI approach, be something useful to move people from the sofa or not? Because this is the question when we are talking about lifelong learning practice. Thank you very much for your attention. And yes.
Maybe generative AI might provide discovery styles. Yes. the next wave of AI. Okay. I know that you are hungry, but maybe we can have just, few minutes, seconds, I don't know, for discussion about this. We are okay, and that's Nikos what says. We have another.
There is one more session. Okay, we are not going.
Okay.
To the lunch.
Yes, okay, yeah, we're before lunch. Okay, yeah. We have. Sorry, my mistake. Yes.
I don't have a question, but a short comment about Atilios, the presentation. Congratulations, first of all, really. I used the Socratic discussion technique, the asking question techniques, and it works very well, really. But for discovering, but you can try it. But also, 2 or 5 weeks ago, I saw a robot, the Boston Robotics, Boston. Sorry, but I don't know exactly. You know, they created new robots, and probably in 1-2 years, this kind of robots, and what they will help us, about the physical activity, because they can ski, they can play soccer nowadays. That probably in 5-6 years, we play soccer together, and that we should follow this kind of technology, I think. Thank you again.
Hello. I am just a PE teacher, so my question, not from the presenting, of course, is we are using videos and some of AI in the school, and we are just take our students to see a video with such a good technique, because we can't do in every module so good technique. And I am curious, what about if we could connect AI with a PE teacher in the schoolyard for the future. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for your question. And yeah, it is a different part of the story, this one. That is how we could teach to future teachers and to teachers to use AI to improve what we are doing. And this is, in our opinion, a completely different approach. That is a didactic use of artificial intelligence, and it is possible to obtain very nice materials through this approach. Here, it is, we were considering when the non-humans are teaching, because when people are asking to chatbot or copilot or everything, they are asking in the same way they can do with a real person. And very often there are also some kind words. ChatGPT, please tell me how long I have to run to improve my performance. It is what we are observing, an approach very similar to what is done with a real person. But the robot mentioned by Gia Setting, yeah, in the first slide, it was the robot winning the half marathon 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. So we are entering a different phase. This is our perception. So we are totally in favor of the possibility to merge, to use artificial intelligence in didactics. But here is when someone is alone, it could be also an adolescent, in front of a notebook, a laptop, asking for suggestions.
Another question based on the AI study. Given that the generative AI models simply scoop up the knowledge base as it currently exists, we know the fitness knowledge base is sexist, racist, heteronormative. Did you play around with the gender, the sexes of your people? Because even 20 years ago, the weightlifting knowledge for women is dramatically different. The men's has changed, but it not nearly as much. Did you play with that? And if so, what did you find?
Yeah, the answer is very simple, not yet, but we are thinking to do this. We are just entering into the field. We are starting the game now, and we know that the possible direction of the game can be a lot.
Most likely your observation seems correct based on other experiences that we have from the use of AI, which is more masculine, more racist, and more white oriented, and so on and so forth. So most likely we can expect this kind of, because that's how AI is trained.
Thank you for your presentation. And I want to ask about if Sarah and Muska Mostan, we can ask them, they want to invite AI in the relationship between teacher and student, between that. Because I know AI is a very great instrument. We can use that. And I also think about a lot of concerns of AI, because that will be decrease humans' autonomy or having a problem about relationship. Also, I think who or which institution have to harness the AI generation, because it also have an advantage and disadvantage. So
my personal opinion, because I'm not, I mean, from what I have seen so far in the literature and working on this, is that we don't have even very well established guidelines. This is related to the other question that we had about how to train students, even in universities, even in very much advanced universities, that they are in the front line of AI development. I was not very satisfied from all the guidelines that they had about how to use AI for the training of students, university students, for example. And we have almost just in the beginning of the research to understand how the use of AI facilitate or will not facilitate critical thinking, for example, or all these, I mean, interactions and human interactions and so on. So we have no idea yet. That's what's going. We the beginning of research across all fields, and most likely this is going to happen in physical education as well for the several next years.
Just a very short comment. It seems that we are running at two different speeds. Yes, just to remember, we all should remember that ChatGPT opened mid-2023. It was 3 years ago only. So it is unbelievable yes, how fast they are growing, and probably the educational system is not able, because it is our characteristic, we are moving slowly compared to what is happening around.
We took us in Greece one generation in order to start moving from command to I don't know, to style, not to productive, but anyway, to style C and D and so on. So you understand that about this, I mean, it goes so fast. I don't know, we have to think differently about how we educate people.
I have a question more than an answer here, but what do we know about what these programs are spilling out? What do we know about the validity of their answers to us? Do we know anything yet?
No.
How correct are they? You know, what kind of information are they providing us? Is it actually appropriate information, you know, based on research, etc.?
Yes. We simply don't know. We have to read answer by answer. Yes, it is the key. This is the key question. But it is impossible to provide a clear answer. What we can say is that by looking to what we obtain, the answers we obtain were very detailed. When the prompts were created well, the answers were correct, technically correct.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation, really thought-provoking. And I think you kind of mentioned this in your presentation, and you've just said it again now, is that it's only going to give you the answer that's the same quality as your question. So I think, you know, anytime, if you go back to the spectrum model of saying, you know, in cognition, there's memory, discovery, creativity, and I begin the question with, can you tell me? Then this is simply going to be style B. Because it doesn't matter if it's a computer, it doesn't matter if it's a human. Can you tell me? Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, thanks. And now I'll do it. But that's it. And I think that was like evident a bit in the like the inclusion style that it said, oh, you need to slowly increase your intensity. And I kind of thought, yeah, I see what you're saying, but if I said to a student in style E, oh, you need to slowly increase your intensity, that's actually now just come back to style B, because I've provided feedback about their performance, which automatically goes to there, versus saying, no, you've got to recognize their choice and have conversations with them about their decision, and you respect their decision or their logic. You can give feedback about that, yes, but not about, you know, hey, what are you doing? Why are you this is not your level, it's way too hard. So the minute I do that, which I guess ChatGTP or one of those does, you've got that. But I guess if you framed a question that, again, you may be asked it, hey, can you teach me an inclusion style or set up 3 levels of challenge? And then I'll do it, and you can observe me and then ask me questions about why I chose that level. Now it's replicating what would be discussed.
Yes.
But again, but nearly the student would to have the equivalent knowledge of the teacher, yes, to be able to ask the question, which kind of then leads me back to Mark's presentation of like going, if you taught someone with all the spectrum styles and they develop those skills, then I guess when they get to the last 3, styles, they're able to then say, hey, Mark, could you do a inclusion style episode for me to do windsurfing? Oh, okay. But it's only when I have that knowledge if I'm smart enough to make those choices, I guess. So.
Yes.
Sure, thanks so much for your presentation. I have only two questions. The first one is related to the past presentation on the taxonomy table. Yeah, because maybe procedural knowledge, we can use it to apply. For example, we ask the student to analyze the game performance. Yeah, in such cases, in physical education, we have to give the student some basic procedural knowledge and ask them, try to analyze the game performance and consider how to improve their performance, how to develop their praxis and so on. We are doing it. But in the table, the procedural knowledge are not included in the applying. Maybe there is another possibility to add some, to revise the summarized taxonomy table. This is my impression. Sorry. Ne? And then the second one is the discussion on these topics. For example, the teacher can enhance the subject matter knowledge in using the AI. And if we can use the AI more correctly, maybe we can give the feedback to the students' knowledge, how they can understand so well, what is the mistakes or misunderstanding. Maybe such the use of the AI, we should consider, because in the short time, teacher can check if student can understand correctly the knowledge, basic knowledge, how they can use it effectively. If AI can do it, teacher can get the much more information how to decide his decisions to improve student the outcomes in short. This is my impression. Thanks so much.
Can you, first of all, my hearing is really bad. Okay, I can only hear out of one ear. So could you just repeat? So what is the question that you have?
Sorry, the possibility, yeah, how to revise your summarized taxonomy table. Is it completed or there is some possibility to revise? This is my question. Is this clear or not clear? Maybe you can show the taxonomy table you have shown us. There is a style.
Show you the taxonomy that you presented.
Yes.
Yes, and the question.
So your question is in relation to the table that I used with the knowledge and the process?
And the process. Maybe there is another possibility to revise. This is my impression. Yeah?
Okay.
Even though you have shown, eh?
I mean, that taking Krathwohl's work or his instrument that he has created there, and it goes back to Bloom's taxonomy too, which was the original work of his that he worked with. And it is the knowledge function and then the cognitive process dimension is really looking at objectives specific to each teaching style. So what are the main objectives of style A, or the primary one, or style B or C, or whatever it is, and then applying the definitions of what these categories are. And in terms of what I identified here was, I would argue that I indicated, for example, with style C and D and E when you're self-checking or
Yeah.
giving feedback to your doer as an observer, you are at least initially just applying information. You have a task sheet in front of you, and you know what the cues are. You've been presented those cues, and then you as the observer are trying to see what your doer is doing and then applying the particular cues that they have given you. And frequently, the action that takes place or the analysis that takes place between a doer and observer is actually incorrect in terms of the feedback that is given, because the observer doesn't know the content well enough. But in time, they will, if you allow the kids to practice and you work with them as a teacher to do that. I don't know whether I'm answering your question or not.
I don't spend much time. Therefore, maybe later I would like to talk with you.
Yes,
it's okay.
Because we have to close
Sorry.
this session because there is another session immediately after this. And thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
So please keep your seats. We will continue immediately with the last session before lunch. I would like to ask all the presenters of this session to come up here.
Could all of the presenters for oral session number 2 please come to the front for us to get organized? Thank you. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Craig. Here, let's see. So you're,
Yeah.
and are you in the same presentation?
It's Shelley, H-O-L-D-E-N, Shelley.
Thank you, welcome. Where are you all at?
South Alabama.
Third. Okay, I'll have you introduce that.
Okay. No. Well, that's Kirk. He's with me.
Okay.
I can introduce it back here.
How are you, Shelley? Nice to
James,
meet you.
nice to meet you.
This is my colleague, Craig.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? I'm James. Nice to meet you.
We're roommates.
15 minutes, 10 minutes. I'll cut that out. I'll cut that out. Sorry?
Did you? Okay, so you're our. Okay.
For me, it's perfect. This is home.
Yeah.
Make it.
Yeah.
Fine in there.
Yeah.
No, where's their?
CT Sun.
Sun.
Sun. Is CT Sun here? I don't know if they're here. Has she been at the conference? Okay.
Not as much as I'd like.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe I will ask to bring us one Presenters, presenter. Okay. So, which season is?
Oral session 2. Yes.
So we have Greg, James Edwards, Sansia Ting. This is yours.
Yeah.
This is the first one.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Do you want to all have a seat? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That'd be fantastic. Just pull a couple chairs and have them come up. You can introduce and get feel forward presentation slide. That'd be great. Okay. We you can have a seat. Yeah. Johnson, you're on this session, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. Can you grab a chair? Okay.
This is not PowerPoint. This is PDF.
No, I send the PowerPoint.
Well, this is.
I'll send both.
This.
I'll send both.
I.
Do you need that? I have a
You can.
original one.
Yes. Give me, please. Πέρασουμε ένα άλλο γιατί είχε το PDF. Πέρασουμε PowerPoint καλύτερα. Πέρασουμε PowerPoint. Ναι. Δουλεύει, αλλά όχι καλύτερο PowerPoint. Μπορεί να έχει εφέ. I need 1 minute. I need 1 minute
Oh,
to
you're
finish.
absolutely fine.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
Check.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect. Okay, perfect.
Is that can be used?
Yes. Give 1 sec to copy to my flash drive.
Italiano?
Are we ready? Can we start? Welcome to the second oral presentation session. The title is The Spectrum in Teacher Education and Professional Practice. So I'm particularly excited for these 5 presentations. Our first presenter is Sun, and the title of her talk is Developing Teacher Education Through the Spectrum of Teaching Styles, the Experiences and Beliefs of an Early Career Physical Education Teacher Educator. Welcome.
Hello everyone, how do you feel now? You feel very good? Give me 5, okay, restaurant. If you feel not so well, give me 1. Show me your face. How do you feel now? Great, you're hungry, right? All right, thank you very much. I'm Jyoti Sam, I'm from Taiwan, and you can access my profile and research through the QR code. And this is the topic for today, but this is not a theoretical presentation. I will only try to focus on share some stories between me and my students. My student means in-service teachers and pre-service teachers, right? And this is some of my backgrounds. 15 years teachings and also interpreter and TC of the World Basketball and Softball Commissioners. Also, I do some research in some European countries and Asian countries about totally 4 years before. So that pushed me to think about how can I transfer my experience and all of this process into the courses for my student, the future teachers. So that's one of the starting point of this research. So there are some keywords I will use later. So mainly I will focus on value choice, value judgments, and a series of decisions, which is main part of the spectrums. Okay, so we can see there are many research explore the theoretical and practical parts about spectrum, but there is still limited research talking about how teacher educator use spectrum under the different cultural backgrounds and contexts. So that's why I want to explore how people grounded their instructional teaching and overcome these kind of cross-cultural issues. So when I teach in high school, I love students' smiles. But at that time, I think every semester I only have maybe 200, 300 students. But how could I cultivate more teachers who can master spectrum of teaching style better? And they can join us to do some more creative PE teaching. That's one of the points I started. So I try to answer the questions about how people grounded their instructional practice, follow with the principle of the spectrums, also formulate the pedagogical value judgment, and engage in critical reflection on their professional developments. At first, I only focus on myself's experience, but after that, I try to increase my students' experience. So that's my presentation today. So it's kind of an ongoing stories, non-stop, but related to some choice, beliefs, and motivations. So the contribution are both theoretical and practical, but I will try to provide a sense of unity, a sense of community. That's why we are here, because teacher supporting is very important. Plus my sister, she inspired me a lot, but don't misunderstand it, she's still alive. But I created lots of sports activities inspired by her, and also she tried to help me to design some book covers and some teaching materials, because she shows her love about sports by another way. So I think about how can I keep this patience and show this patience to my students and for my subjects in service teachers. So the method is based on educational field research, but I will more focus on the duration between 2021 to 2023. And because during that time, I have 4 courses in a sports university in Taiwan. But the background of the courses is there are time and space limitation. We have small space, but I have many students per time. So it's about 50 to 70 people per lesson. But I only have a half of these rooms. And I only have 2 hours per lessons. So that's impossible to do the teacher education or demonstration training just like original way. So I have to develop lots new activities. So normally we all know the spectrum of teaching styles. Normally, if I want to check their actions, I want to confirm that they can present the correct movement to their students. So I will use the A or B styles. But that's kind of a orientation. But if we switch to the demonstration part, that's very difficult. It's a long-term process. So with many details, mostly I will focus on C, D, E, or F styles because I have to develop lots documents, files for them to do self-checking or self-evaluations. And then they have to provide reflective thinking and some positive feedback to their college. That's why, because they have to pass the teacher recruitment exam, but the exam are 3 steps. You have to collecting the resource, you have to prepare lots of paperwork and answer by writing, also interviews. You have to present yourself orally and fluently and present your main ideas clearly. So that's why I try to use the different styles. But when I try to promote some embodied activity for them to try, we play and we try to increase and develop new rules, including the principles or goals, different massive. I will use the style between E to J. But at the end, if they want to fast and prepare the exam, it's totally K. They have to prepare for their test. So about the perspective, we found that the academy training about spectrum and the positive teaching experience for them is very important to push them continually using the spectrum methods. And when we are trying to switch the different styles or do some adjustments, we will consider about these reasons, address pedagogical challenge, or balance the teacher-student relationships, foster learning opportunities, or enhance student autonomy and reflective reasoning. That's the main reasons we take. So we do think the spectrum is not just a framework for develop your teaching strategies or course design, but also it's for assessing the teaching effectiveness during my education process. And then when we try to use the spectrum, we will think about these parts, some of these parts, learners, teachers, and content context, especially the type of knowledge and resource availabilities and some requirements from their institutions or the Taiwanese policies changing and class risk management. So as what you can see, the learners, they have totally different learning styles, though it's impossible to use one way to fit every student's goals or their motivations. Let me think about the student is so cute. He kept this movement about 3 or 5 minutes. Let me think about some religion things. So you can see I also have some developing turning in these 2 years because the Taiwanese policy is always keep changing. Sometimes we focus on the integrating about the IT, sometimes we promote the bilingual education. Now is for social and emotional learning. It's always keep changing. But I found that there are still something change on me also. So before I focused on lesson plan and course design, but these 2 years I focused on the teaching materials and aids developments. But that's totally different thing because book publication, you have to do lots transformation about your contents, your knowledge, your power. But if you're focused on the teaching materials or aids, that's totally different things because we all have excellent ideas. But if you want to make it real, you have to negotiate with different parties, different companies. You have to think about who will gonna use it, how will they use it, how how can I help students or teachers to promote their knowledge or abilities? So also a most important part is about your fundings. So you can see this year we promote a course. It's a kind of the prompt course for social and emotional learning, but it's focusing on questioning, because we all know ask a good question is so difficult. And then the other one is about the table games, because it focuses on the baseball and softball rules. That's so complicated for some beginners and teachers to teach. So follow with the spectrum, different styles and teachers' needs. We develop this kind of things, and also the coaching board, but this is a modified version because you can delete everything in just one touch. But all of these things is from my students, not by myself. So I do think there is something happened after the spectrum intervention. For example, we started to rethink about what it means to be a teacher in this generation, totally different generations. And it's not just also about practice, also into how to become a good teacher educators. And also now think about internationalization, also localization and its articulations. It's not just a reflection in practice, but also how to expand the spectrum theoretical frameworks to different areas, different subjects. That's what we are doing. So I do also believe that spectrum is related to the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, promoted by United Nations. And I would like to thank my team from Taiwan, which is led by Professor Robin, who shared the Taiji with you. If you didn't join, please come tomorrow. You should try it. Because the teacher community is so important. Sometimes we do a lot of things by ourselves, but while we're here, because this community is so important. And we all also have organized a symposium in this June in Taipei, in ICEP Congress. So it's welcome to join us to discuss about the physical education teacher, educator, and the social and emotional learning and spectrums. So at the end, I want to say it's not so easy to be a teacher or a teacher educator, but I still believe that we can be the light of the world, maybe with the spectrum as a candle. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sun. Let's take one question, please. Okay, let's move on to the next presentation. We have Johnson. That was a great presentation. Thank you. Oh, and I forgot to mention that my co-presider is in charge of time, which is the hardest job here, to keep us all on time.
Thank you.
Johnson will be talking about Mostyn spectrum in Korean and Chinese physical education, examining belief, ability, use, pathways through social cognitive theory. Got it?
Yep.
Do you want this?
I will do that using this one. Hello again. Kalimera again. And my name is Jong-sun Kim, and I will present about the little bit next step about belief and use. What I present in this morning is about Mostyn spectrum in East Asia, especially Korea and China, about physical education, examining perception, ability, use pathways through social cognitive theory. My name is Jong-sun Kim, and here's our collaborator from Arizona State University. I will skip this one. And I went Dr. Dong's wedding. He just not just. Anyway, he married 2025, and that was my first travel to China, and I saw a lot of similarities between Korea and China. Like wedding is almost similar, and as you can see, there are a lot of similarity. Can you guys guess which one is Chinese palace and which one is Korean palace? Yeah, Chinese one is left one and Korea one is right one. And you can see a lot of huge differences between this one and that one. Yes, this one is like, as we know, in Greece, and a lot of differences here. What about education system? We have a lot of similarities in education system. We both countries have a college scholastic ability test. We call it Sunung, and Chinese called it Gaokao. We gathering all together one day and hey, please do the test, and that decide our future, because using that test score, we decide which university we can go. All Chinese, Korean, maybe Taiwan, they have this one, yes. And as Dr. Sushi mentioned about that, this will huge affect our teaching styles as well. And also I asked Mr. AI about creating an image about physical education in China and Korea, and this fancy graphic. And I asked one more time, why? Could you explain why you create this way? And AI say, China, discipline, collective movement, physical fitness, national strength, and Korea, structured PE, teamwork, fitness test, active lifestyle, enjoyment. And we can see both have a lot of similarities between Korea and China in physical education as well. We already know well about motion spectrum, and what I mentioned earlier, we follow Confucian heritage culture. Also, Korea and China, both countries have student-centered curriculum reforms. Korea have a 7th national curriculum and 2009, 15, 22 revised curricular. China, new curriculum reforms, 2022 and 2025 curriculum standards, which both nations highly focusing on student-centered reforms. And this is a landmark of study, what justified our cross-cultural evidence of teaching style. Teaching practice must be analyzed within specific culture and institutional context. Theoretical lens. All professors well known about social cognitive theory, and social cognitive theory is our behavior, personal factors, environment, influence each other so frequently. And in this presentation, behavior will be teachers' actual use, and personal factors will be perception of teaching style, and environment is East Asia PE context. But what I want to see more focus is perception and use. Perception might predict use. But I want to add one more pathways, that is perceived ability based on social cognitive theory. So what I really want to see is perception and use. How can we adding one more mechanism between perception and use? So my research question number 1 was, does perception predict use directly for teaching style B and H? I will tell you later why I select these two teaching styles. Is there an indirect relationship via perceived ability? We using cross-sectional design and using convenience sampling. Total was 216. We using structure equation modeling. Here's the result and discussion. I found some very interesting and potential unexpected pattern across two contrasting styles. We examined perception ability use pathways across spectrum, and among the 11 teaching styles, teaching style B and H stood out because they represent very different instructional demands, because teaching style B is typical one of reproductive cluster, teaching style H is productive cluster, yet both show a negative pathways about ability and use. this unexpected pattern become the focus of our presentation. Teaching style B is classic teacher-centered teaching style. Like, for example, teacher make 3 different stations. Station A is how to throw the ball. Teaching style Station B is how to catching the ball, like that. And teaching style H is divergent discovery style. The teacher select a topic and student produce many possible responses. For example, using 2 balls and 1 bat, how can you make baseball game, like that? It is great for creativity. Model fit of both teaching style is relatively very stable. And here's the result of practice teaching style. Perception can predict use relatively higher, 48% of variance in use, and perception explain a little bit, perceivability is only 7% variance in ability, but it is very significant, both perception and use and perceivability as well. But as you can see, there is negative pathway for perceivability. Also, same patterns arise. For the style H, perception and use is significantly predict. However, perceivability is negatively predict. 45% of variance in use, 9% variance in perceivability. What I really focus is about why ability and use is negative. So this is very primarily explanation, but I will do my best. Style B, if teacher's ability is low, they frequently use this teaching style B. I want to mention about link between our Confucian heritage culture. This is our traditional default, and teacher can be select safety strategy. Practice style may function as a low-risk instructional default. If they believe, oh, I'm not good at teaching, they select their traditional way. And same pattern, divergent discovery style have a same pattern as well. If their teacher ability is low, they use frequently. It can be something like student-centered reform pressure may encourage reporter use, and teacher may step back without feeling fully capable of facilitating open-ended learning. Something like, oh, I don't know how to do like student-centered teaching. I will give you the ball, you doing that, like that. And use may reflect surface level delegation rather than confidence implementation. Lower perceivability may coexist with reform-oriented instructional expectations. Here's the takeaways. First, the spectrum remains a valid instructional decision-making framework for examining perception use pathways in East Asian physical education setting. Also, perception exerts a large direct effect on instructional use, both teaching style B and H. However, perceivability adds a small but reliable indirect pathways. This study examined how perception, perceivability, and instructional use are connected within East Asian physical education context, and perception exerts large direct effect on instructional use on both teaching style B and H. But for newer, student-centered way of teaching, perception may not be main barrier. Teacher may value teaching style, but valuing it does not always mean feeling capable of using it well. So I want to say this Aristotle, for the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. So that's perception may open the door, but perceivability determines whether teachers feel ready to work through it. That's why teachers training about teaching style is very important within education reform. Thank you very much.
Do we have a question for Johnson?
thanks so much for your very interesting research outcome. Maybe next step is how to improve the low perceived competency of the teachers. Maybe because as a national policy, government would like to change the teachers' ability.
Yes.
Therefore, at this moment, what is your idea how to change the perceived competency of the teacher to use, for example, the style age?
That's a great question, and I don't have a lot of experience about think about policy level. I was a teacher, but if they just make a lot of classes, they're not effective. Like they can increase their knowledge, but actual use always take a lot of times. So I will think about more.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yes, yes.
It's just my interest.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnson. That was excellent. Do you want this full screen?
That's perfect.
Right there? Okay. Next, we have Craig and Shelley. The title of their presentation is Using Empirical Spectrum Research to Guide Undergraduate Physical Education, Teacher Education Program Decision Making. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, on behalf of Dr. Parks and myself, we certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here. We both teach at the University of South Alabama, which is in Mobile, Alabama, if you didn't know where that was. How we got a Canadian kid to teach physical education and health and brought an individual from England is quite interesting, but it sure helps as we mold the teachers that we have an opportunity to work with. We're going to present two studies that we conducted. It is a qualitative research studies. And you can see within study one, the investigated pre-service teachers and their cooperating teachers' use of technology or teaching styles during their early field experiences. Study two investigated the influence of external teacher performance assessment on the pre-service teachers, a use of teaching styles during student teaching. Some of the findings led to specific program changes that Dr. Parks and I have made. What's also interesting is I am the interim department chair while he's the program coordinator, so I'm in charge of him sometimes and he's in charge of me this week, so it's kind of an interesting balance. The theoretical framework behind these two studies is the idea of the occupational socialization theory, and some stages and concepts that fall under that is the idea of acculturation, as far as the childhood experiences and adolescent experiences and their effects, as far as their influence on the beliefs and behaviors. Professional, as far as the PEAT program, professors, courses, content, and field experiences, and then organizational, the workplace factors, colleagues, students, resources, administration, curriculum, and policies. And so with where we are in the United States of America, we have an assessment called EdTPA. You may or may not have heard of it. Within our state, it is consequential in terms of it's tied to our students obtaining not only licensure in the state of Alabama, but also their degree at our institution. There are three tasks involved in this EdTPA. You can see that the first involves planning, the second involves instruction, and the third involves assessment. I would like to note that nationwide, the scores on the EdTPA for physical education are the lowest across the nation. It's one of the most difficult ones to pass. We have our thoughts on why that is, but that's just something I wanted to go over. There is a few bullet points there before I pass it over to Dr. Parks. There is very little support regarding the benefits of EdTPA. Again, you can ask us some questions at lunch or at dinner. We'll give you our thoughts and opinions. It increases student-teacher workload. There is added stress and pressure that's been determined associated with this assessment. As far as the next point is teaching the test, and then the last bullet point, that it dominates the overall student teaching experience. And so Dr. Parks is going to talk about the two studies that we utilized.
Thanks, Shelley. So, yeah, we did two studies with our undergraduate students, wanting to find out how direct and indirect their teaching was. I'm very indirect in the way that I teach. I wasn't. I was very direct. Socialization says you teach the way that you were taught and coached, and that's how I was. Until one day, one of my professors said, "You really like the sound of your own voice." And that was kind of a light bulb moment for me of like, this shouldn't be like a TED talk, and maybe if I do a little bit less, it'll be more beneficial for the students. So I do promote that as much as possible. So our first study investigated the impact of occupational socialization on our pre-service teachers and cooperating teachers during an early elementary field experience. Data was collected in the fall semester using a range of qualitative methods. And you can see from the results that they're obviously listening to me well, because it was primarily command and practice style. And so we wanted to look at what was kind of causing that, being as we're quite varied and diverse and push indirect styles within our program with our students. Interestingly, the students were actually a little bit more indirect than the cooperating teachers, but it was both pretty direct. So a lot of it was related to things that go on in the school, which we kind of know a little bit of this already. So class sizes where we are in Mobile are pretty big. We have some classes that might be 150 students with a couple of teachers and a couple of paras. So that could be problematic, especially being an undergraduate student and you maybe don't feel super confident in having class control. Then throw in student behavior as well. And that was problematic. The problems in the school of behavior and attitude and sometimes violence were a problem. And then when you combine those two things together, it really put a kind of spanner in the works for students going, I want to be indirect and I want to give them a little bit of freedom. I'm kind of scared to. And we know a little bit of that already. It confirms some of the things that we already know. But what was really interesting was the academic semester, collecting data in the fall. The kids have just been on like a 3-month summer vacation. They're coming back to school and they've got to kind of relearn all the rules of how to be a student and how to behave. And so a lot of people said, once I get to about January, I can kind of like loosen up a little bit. But when they come back in August, those first few months, I need to be pretty strict. So just some things that we thought about, what we can do based on that information. Typically, students at our school used to be based just on where they preferred going. So they would give us 3 schools on where they were interested in going. A lot of that was based on location. We would also think a little bit about the quality of the cooperating teacher and whether that was a good fit for that student. And now we've moved to more of a model where the college kind of sorts it all out. And it's done on basically location and address. And then principals that have put forward cooperating teachers. So now we're looking and saying, actually, maybe we should focus a little bit less on the co-ops and maybe focus a little bit more on like the students and the class sizes, and maybe that might be more beneficial. We do a lot of in-service training with our co-ops. Maybe we could focus on doing a little bit more on like indirect methodology. We've focused a lot on EdTPA with our co-ops to get them up to speed with EdTPA, and we've seen some good results off the back of that. So maybe now in-service training can focus a little bit more on the more indirect parts of the spectrum. Obviously looking during the spring semester to compare, like, do they actually go more indirect after January, once the kids have been back in school for a while? That would be interesting. And then obviously looking at different populations, so middle school and high school. So off the back of that study, I've got some kind of additional questions and other things that I wanted to do. So my follow-up study was with the same group of students, but a year later. So now they're in student teaching during their very last semester. And I wanted to look at EdTPA because I'm not a big fan of EdTPA. It's been a big part of my life for the last 6 years, trying to figure that out and make the students successful. So I was like, that seems like a good area to kind of hit. So we wanted to look at EdTPA and really look at the differences of students teaching using teaching styles during regular teaching and then during their EdTPA portfolio, where they record the lessons and send that off to an external examiner. So yeah, we wanted to look at comparison of non-Ed TPA and Ed TPA lessons, and also look at, do teaching styles during Ed TPA have any kind of influence on the scores? So same students, similar sort of methods, qualitative methods. We found once again it was primarily like command and practice. So once again, quite frustrating. They're not doing what I'm asking them to do a whole lot. But what was interesting was that they were quite similar to the prior study in practice. But when they went to their Ed TPA lessons, they went even more direct for those ones that were being recorded and sent off to an external examiner. So there's three major themes that came from that. The first one is they're quite scared. They're sending their work off to someone for a blind review who makes a decision on whether they graduate and whether they get their teaching certification, and that can be quite scary. So they're actually contradicting a lot of what we promote in the program. They think that the reviewer wants to see like a really good class and everyone's well behaved, and I don't think that's a good fit at all. That's not what a classroom looks like. I was a teacher for 6 years. It never looks like that. It's quite rare. They're taking away their own teachable moments. Second thing is they're kind of like acting and playing to the camera. They want to make sure that everything that they have to do gets seen, and it's related to the rubric. Once again, more than it is to the things that we're trying to promote within our program. They're trying to check the boxes on the Ed TPA rubric. And then they felt that there's so many things to do. They have a 20-minute lesson, and there's 25 things to do on this rubric. It's quite a lot for them to do in such a short period of time. So they're kind of rushing and forcing through the assessment. So a few conclusions. When we compared the participants to the prior study, even though we made them, have smaller classes and better behaved kids, their outcome was still very, very similar. Although there was that transition from being, kind of direct to like really direct when they went from their regular classes to the Ed TPA classes. And once again, I'm still not convinced that Ed TPA really is a great assessment. You're almost kind of like faking it until you make it, and then you can kind of do whatever you want once you've passed that assessment. Things that we wanted to think about as program faculty. So why do the students spend like 3 or 4 years with us and see the things that we're promoting and being quite innovative in our teaching, and then they kind of go back to what they think a reviewer wants for that short assessment? I always think that they should kind of like trust the process and provide a rationale for why they've done things a certain way, rather than being scared into doing it to appease the reviewers. You can learn a lot about students, and you can give them opportunities by being indirect to demonstrate the ways that they can be responsible. I don't think it just needs to be direct all the time. And then the final thing I thought about was, my Ed TPA scores, our Ed TPA scores at South are like really, really good and have got a lot better in the last 6 years. Do I want to mess around with it? I might have a better outcome with regards to teaching styles, and then all of a sudden the dean might be calling me into the office, why the Ed TPA score's gone down. So, there were the couple of studies that we did. They were funded by the Institute, so I'm very, very grateful for that, because I was a pre-tenure faculty at the time. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you. Mark.
Thanks very much, Shelley and Craig. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Are you, my question to you is this a one-time phenomena that the kids are changing to appease ET, the piece there, or not? And I guess the question becomes, what would happen if now you do a research following 6 or 7 of these kids over their first 5 years of teaching? What are you going to see?
Yeah, that's the next thing that I want to do. So, socialization research tells us that what we do in PETE is the weakest area. So you have all these thousands of hours in a school, observing your high school teachers and being around your parents, being around youth coaches, and they all tend to be very direct. Then you come to university, your professors might be more indirect. They might try to challenge that, and students kind of buy into it, to be honest, in my opinion, from what I see within the classroom. And then they get out into the school, the student behavior, the class sizes, the fact that cooperating teachers may be very direct themselves and want to enforce the status quo, you know, like we don't like change around here, that kind of thing is the background of socialization. So I would like to do a follow-on and do maybe like the first 2 or 3 years of teaching. So early methods we've done, student teaching we've done. That's kind of my next thing, is like, what's it look like when you actually get out into the school? If they're already pretty direct in methods courses and then in student teaching, I'm assuming that when we get into the schools, you know, it's going to be more of the same. What I would like to see is more kind of an impact in the data that we're seeing in the methods courses and student teaching, so that when I get into the schools, then I can say, okay, like this person was like pretty indirect, or they were varied. You know, I'm not just fully indirect. It's horses for courses. You know, whatever the best method is. But it would be nice to kind of follow that on through and see, because the next stage then is the washout stage of, you know, you were very indirect, you got into the school, and then the teachers, the admin, the students, all that kind of forced you to go back to what you did initially, which was, you know, be very direct and very kind of command and
I think the other interesting thing too is some of those teachers may end up being cooperating teachers for our current students, and so that would be interesting as well, because now they're on the other side of the TPA coin, right? You know, they're the actual cooperating teacher, so that would be interesting. You know, what is it, 3 years? They have to be in the schools 3 years before they can serve as a student teacher supervisor. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig and Shelley. It was great to get the conversation started about the spectrum of teaching styles and its role in assessment. Do you want this view or do you want?
Sure, that's perfect.
Okay. So next we have James, Kurt, and Carly and Kenneth. Can Carly and Kenneth please stand up? Oh, yay, you arrived. Yay. So nice to meet you. The title of their presentation is Creation and Impact of a Multi-Year Developmental Progression Immersion of the Spectrum Across a PEAT Program, Phase 1 Study Development. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. We're shifting gears a little bit because we don't have any actual data yet, because we're just starting our study all together. And we're really interested in meeting everybody here and seeing what everybody's doing. This is kind of our first step into this realm ourselves. So this is just our plan, and we would love any feedback at the end of our presentation or throughout the rest of the time we're here, or even email us about your thoughts about how our study could maybe be improved, or things maybe we haven't thought of yet because of your experiences. So we're coming at this angle from, we just had some recent downsizing the last year, and with that, reviewing many of our student responses to our PEAT program. One of the big things that our students kept telling us over and over and over again is we need to understand and learn more methodological processes and have a better understanding of that when we are now becoming teachers. So between our downsizing and our student input, Kurt and I started thinking about how can we implement both of those issues in a new way. And Kurt and I both were introduced to Mostyn's, like many of you probably, during our PhD programs. And we had discussion, how come only during PhD programs are we learning about Mostyn's? We were embedding Mostyn styles in our PEAT teaching, but more implicitly. And we said, well, let's just do it more explicitly. And so with that idea, and then starting to dive into things with findings from Breyer and Simonton, that we need to still investigate how PEAT programs are using the spectrum styles, and that future research should consider mapping a developmental progression. We said, aha, we're in a perfect spot to do this. In addition to that, taking into account spectrum foregrounding from Phil and Rankin, and then also we plan on utilizing doses and reproduction clusters that you'll see in a moment from Simonton's suggestions. These are kind of the foundations for our proposed study and how we're going to implement and then evaluate how we're doing. So basically what we're doing is just a complete replication of Simonton, except instead of a one semester event, we're taking across 2 years. So we're going to be embedding this throughout, well, actually it's going to be 3 years of our entire PEAT process and seeing how things work.
Thanks, everybody. My name's Kurt Ward, and here's our little breakdown of our 4-semester development progression. And with the downsizing, what we mean by that is we had a faculty member that took a job elsewhere, and it was a happy thing. It was good for her too, and we actually involved her. That's why Boise State's on there as well. So she's doing that at Boise, and so what you're going to see here, so our initial awareness course from Weber State, the PEP 2000 course, I teach that. That's an entry-level course. In that course, we just do a quick overview. We talk about what it is. I do a presentation on the spectrum. And then also have a reading in there, and we do a discussion. And the KINES 251, that's a Boise State class. So our colleague that wasn't able to make it, Dr. Kirkham, Mandy Kirkham, she's doing the same thing. In our next phase, the phase 2, this is our second semester. In the course that I teach, the 3520, this is curriculum and assessment. This is where they have the most exposure to the spectrum. And even from a teaching perspective, early on, it is a command and then practice style from me teaching those courses, and then we move throughout. So it's kind of like I do, we do, and then by the end of the semester, you do. And then as they move on to the third and fourth semester, it is very much more on them. And here's a little bit more detail on those breakdowns here. That semester 1, initial awareness, semester 2, that application curriculum building. And so for example, in the curriculum building class, in my curriculum and assessment class, I usually will start out a lesson and I talk about or do a demonstration of what that might look like. And I really liked our keynote speakers today and the slide that they had about the horses, and trying to show them that, like, hey, there's not necessarily one style that's best overall. It's more of which tool works best for this, this situation. And having students have the conversations about when they would use it. And it's really fun to see that light bulb start to click. And for some students, it clicks maybe that second semester. Some, it might not be until the third or fourth. But watching a student like, hey, I could see how command style or practice style would be really good if I'm doing a strength and conditioning class where they don't have a lot of experience. Like, yeah, that would be a great fit for that. But if I'm doing something that's a little bit more sports oriented, how would I embed, which style would I use? Or even if I'm using like the sport ed model, what would I want to use there? And then as we get into our later semesters, 3 and 4, that Dr. Zagrodnik teaches, the students are going out and they're getting more experience, whether that's in the schools or if it's in the classroom doing peer teaching. And we're going to see that more again as they progress through semesters 3 and 4. And then that teaching practicum as well, where we mentioned 3 years. Their last 2 semesters, they're going to have a pro core and then a student teaching. And hopefully by that point, they're using the styles a little bit more. And we've got a little table here about how many impacts they have within each of the courses. And again, you can see the differences between Weber State and Boise here. Our colleague just teaches those 3 classes that are very similar to the ones that we have here. And so you can see this progression of the impacts that they have as they go throughout. And then we've got anecdotal experience by some of our undergraduate students who've gone through the course as well.
Oh yeah. So this is like this first year is just us, Kurt and I, kind of implementing our ideas and getting the class structure set up with all of the Mostyn's implementation. And so then Carly and Kenneth are going to share their experiences so far just from 2 semesters.
Hi, my name is Carly Davis, and like Dr. Z and Dr. Ward said, I've had the opportunity to learn the Mostyn spectrum of teaching from them and to be taught under its styles. And from my understanding, what I've learned over the course of the past couple semesters is this spectrum is just a gradual shift from teacher to student directed learning. And what has impacted me the most significantly is the guided discovery aspect of this. This has been super helpful for me as a learner and as I've begun my teaching experience, because I learn the best and I retain information the best when I'm the one that gets to have that aha moment and come up with that answer. But sometimes as a student, when you feel like you don't know anything, it can almost have decision paralysis and not knowing where to start in my learning. And so Dr. Z is super good at this in our classrooms. He just asks us questions to help us come up with answers that initially gets us to that point. And that's been super impactful for me as a learner. So I've tried to implement that the most in my practicum experiences. And a big takeaway that I've had from this experience is learning that great teachers work hard so that they can let go. And what I mean by that is I thought it was the heroic thing to do as a teacher initially, to do all the work, to do all the planning, to do all the activities. I thought, oh, that's what a great hardworking teacher does. But what I've learned is that great teachers do a lot of work on the front end so that they then have created an environment where their students can then take control and do the learning and be agents and not objects in this learning process. And so some of the highlights of this Mostyn's spectrum of teaching for me is that it has provided so many tools in my tool belt. It has taught me that, okay, maybe if my students aren't understanding things this one way, okay, I can try something else, and that's been super helpful for me. But one of the challenges to go along with that is that there are so many tools that it can cause decision paralysis for me in creating lesson plans as a beginner, because there's so many things to choose from that sometimes I struggle to know which is best. So I know I'll overcome this just through time and practice. But overall, what I'm going to try and implement in my future career is just to build upon each style. Like Dr. Ward said, there's a time and a place for all of the styles, but also I think it's something that you have to work on progressively. Like I said, I love guided discovery. I want to implement that wherever and whenever I can. And I just want to trust my students. And that's something that Dr. Z and Dr. Ward have been amazing at, through just telling me that they trust me and giving me opportunities and experiences like this. It's helped me to know that, okay, they trust me. I must have qualities that are good, that I can build upon and be better at. And something I tell myself is that students deserve great expectations because they are great. And because I've been given great expectations by these two, I've begun to learn a little bit more about how great I am. So that's my experience with Mostyn's.
All right, my name is Kenneth Kilborn. I think the best thing that I've learned so far is how much student learning ownership is given to your students. They tend to learn better when they get to take their own ownership and put kind of learning on their responsibilities rather than just something that they're supposed to do. So I used inclusion and guided discovery probably more, I think. So I included pictures of a mini golf lesson that I gave for my kindergarten through 3rd grade students. I could have been more inclusive with what they used as for putters, but we just used the regular putters. But I let them pick any of the equipment in the middle, and then they built their own course. And it was super exciting to watch them get excited to build their course and then see what their classmates built and then give it a shot. At the end, I asked a couple questions about what they've noticed about how to golf and then how to do the movement more fluidly. So I would say the number one thing that I have learned from Mostyn's is that it's kind of changed my perspective on what a teacher is and what students are, and just kind of the role of teachers and their students. So the model is, there's a lot more learner-oriented focuses to this. So students are actively learning because they're processing, they're exploring, they're discovering and evaluating what they are doing in order to figure out the solution. Probably another highlight is just how students are involved and their excitement to be doing things. After the mini golf lesson, a lot of them were asking if we could do mini golf again, or if they could build their own course or come up with their own rules for other games that we've played. And then some of the challenges, as I've heard mentioned here, is I'm still struggling to figure out what guiding questions to ask. It's easy to say how did you feel about that? Rank yourself 1 to 10, but guiding questions of this is what you just did. How do we move on to the next step? So as I go on with my teaching, I'm going to practice switching between styles and kind of moving more fluidly. I'm trying to balance my structure between my design and kind of like reproduction and production on the students and student choice. And then I just want to make sure that it is still intentional student-centered learning so that students are engaged and excited to learn.
Oh, whoops. So we're excited about what we've initially started, and then we think we have a good platform ready to go for actual data collection. At least what we see in our students' reflections and work and all their practicum teaching. And we're excited to start actual data collection in the fall to have more empirical evidence for everybody. But if you'd like to join us in what we're doing, I know it's a lot of work across 2 years. Or if you got any ideas or suggestions, again, since we haven't actually started the study yet, we're still kind of fluid even in thinking about we need to adjust this, we need to change this beginning for the fall. We're open to any ideas and suggestions from you experts. Thank you.
Thank you to the Weber State, Boise State wonderful team. I'm super excited to see your findings, and it's so nice to get the student perspective. Thank you for sharing. Thank you all. We have one more presentation today with Sahara. Well, we have many more presentations today. We have one more presentation in this session. Before lunch. Which file do you want? This one. Okay.
Could we open? Oh, okay.
Do you want this? Okay. So the title of the presentation is The Relationship Between Pre-Service Physical Education Teachers, Perceptions of Teaching Styles, and Critical Thinking Dispositions. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Zehra Çınargür, and I graduated newly from Pamukkale University in Turkey, Denizli. This study was conducted during my final year under supervision of Professor Yunus Arslan, and I am honored to present our study. To understand our research, we must view critical thinking as a two-part process: cognitive skills and affective dispositions. While cognitive skills, which represent the ability to perform such as analysis, evaluation, and inference, affective disposition represents is the willingness to perform or internal motivation in engage in those skills. These thinking skills are like a powerful engine, but that engine won't start without the spark. The spark is the individual's dispositions. Consequently, a critical thinker is characterized not only by technical proficiency in reasoning, but also by their mental habits such as open-mindedness, inclusiveness, and respect for the diverse perspectives. Physical education provides a unique environment for developing critical thinking because it seamlessly integrates physical movement with cognitive challenges. In this context, critical thinking is the ability to make rational decisions and generate original solutions to movement-related problems. The teacher's goal is to transition students from a cognitive passivity to active inquiry. By presenting problem situations, we create the cognitive dissonance needed to trigger their minds for original solutions. We rely most on an Ashworth spectrum to guide this inquiry. By focusing on student-centered styles, we directly boost the cognitive involvement and metacognitive awareness needed through critical thinking. Finally, as architects of future learning environments, preservers teachers must be strong role models. Their current perception and value systems will directly shape the thinking-rich classroom of tomorrow's. Understanding these dispositions today is vital for their future practice. With that, I conclude our rationale. Our study has a dual purpose. First, to examine the self-reported tendencies, value perceptions, and critical thinking disposition of preservist physical education teachers. The second one, to investigate the relationship between their value perception of teaching styles and their critical thinking dispositions. Moving through method, this is a quantitative, cross-sectional, non-experimental study. We collect our data online from 149 preservist PE teachers studying in Turkey's Aegean region. Regarding our procedures, participation was strictly voluntary. All formal permission were obtained, and the process took approximately 20 minutes to complete. Moving on to our instrument, we utilize three main tools. First is the demographic data form, which include academic level, age, gender, and GPA. Our primary research tool is the physical education teacher's use of teaching styles and perception of style questionnaire. The instrument is structured around scenarios for each teaching style. Each scenario is followed by 4 questions. 1 measuring the tendency to use this style, and 3 addressing perception of its fun, effectiveness, and motivational value. Since our participants are preservist teachers, we adapted the item to focus on future intention. For example, instead of using we phrase the sentence, I intend to use these methods in my future physical education lessons. The final instrument we use is the California Critical Thinking Inventory. While the original scales consist of 7 dimensions, the Turkish adapted version used in the study includes 6 subdimensions: analyticity, inclusiveness, truth-seeking, open-mindedness, city self-confidence, systematicity. For the data analysis, we start with descriptives like mean and standard deviation. We use independent sample t-tests to look for differences and simple linear regression to examine the relationships. Moving on to results, as table 1 shows, there is a clear difference between perception and practice. While students highly value styles like a reciprocal and guided discovery, their actual intention to use them remains focused on traditional common practice and common styles. When we look at the gender differences, our analyses show a very clear trend. Specifically for practice, guided discovery and divergent production, the scores were significantly higher for females. Table 2 presents the results for the critical thinking disposition. When we look at the subdimensions, analyticity and inclusiveness stand out with highest scores. To address our second objective, as shown, our results reveal several statistically significant pairings. This confirms that certain critical thinking habits do indeed influence their pedagogical preferences. I will now briefly state the significance predictor for each style to allow for more time for our final discussion. Truth-seeking predicts a practice style. Systematicity predicts reciprocal. Self-confidence predicts self-check. Analyticity and open-mindedness predicts inclusion. Systematicity predicts guided discovery. Inclusiveness predicts convergent discovery. And city self-confidence predicts learner design. To conclude, our findings reveal a striking paradox, a clear gap between ideals and realities. Although candidates theoretically value student-centered styles, in practice they retreat to the safe harbors of traditional methods like common and practice. Ultimately, this shows that theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. To bridge this gap, we must focus on building the practical confidence of teacher candidates in real-world environments. Interestingly, female candidates uniquely value both structure and creative methods. Their preference for practice, guided discovery, and divergent production styles shows a high openness to affective and cognitive diversity. Ultimately, this suggests that they are more inclined to create inclusive environments that support every student's individual needs. Beyond demographic factors, we must explore the invisible architects of these choices, the critical thinking dispositions that directly predicts how teachers value specific styles. Looking at our predictive analysis, we see that analyticity and open-mindedness positively predicts the inclusion styles. This suggests that teachers who analyze ideas logically and respect differences are naturally more inclined to integrate students of all skills levels into their lessons simultaneously. Furthermore, systematicity emerges as the strongest predictor for guided discovery. It makes sense that a tendency to plan, organize, and follow a systematic approach leads teachers to guide students step by step toward a specific learning outcome with pre-planned cues. CT's self-confidence positively predicts the self-check style as teachers who trust their own judgment are more likely to encourage students to monitor and evaluate their own learning. Similarly, inclusiveness predicts convergent discovery, where the teacher curiosity drives them to guide students toward a single correct answer through structured inquiry. Finally, truth-seeking is a predictor for the practice style, indicating that a value for accurate knowledge often manifests as a preference for repetition and structured practice to improve performance. In conclusion, our study proves that physical education is governed by both movement and thought. We believe PT programs must cultivate not just physical competencies, but also mental habits such as systematicity, inclusiveness, and open-mindedness. This way, a teacher becomes more than just a coach who issues comment. They become a guide who truly triggers the students' minds. To complete reference list is on screen. Thanks for listening.
Do we have one question for Zahara?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is, as you were collecting data using the California
critical thinking disposition inventory.
Yes, did you modify it to suit the context of your population, or how did you go about it? You just adapted it as it is?
Could you explain, please, your question?
Oh, okay. My question is, yes.
Yes, yes. I used adapted version.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We need to really focus on increasing our PEAT students' self-confidence and using a variety of styles. That was an important message. Is it okay to release for lunch? Okay, Nikos?
Thank you very much all for being here. Since, as I said yesterday, nothing else matters, we're not planning to kill you. So I think we need a rational time framework, I think. to have lunch. So I would suggest to be back at 3:30 instead of 3 o'clock. So to have just 1 hour for lunch. Are you okay? Okay. I'll send the message to the WhatsApp, but please spread the information. We will start 3:30. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Afternoon to all brave of you who decided to be with us and enjoy our session. The session is devoted on student-centered approaches and student development, and there is a quite coherent session with 6 presentations discussing about the use of teaching styles on variables related to students' development. We've discussed with the presenters, and we think that because we're a little bit late in the program, in order to catch up, we will have presentations of 10 to 12 minutes, and in the end, we will have 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. We think this is the best way to proceed, as if we start discussing each presentation separately, we may miss time, and there's not going to be enough time for the last presenters. Okay. So this is our plan. The first presentation is by myself. It's a study we did in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki with my colleague Despina Urda, and actually involves a mapping review of the effect of teaching styles in students' outcomes during physical education lessons. The reason for, sorry, I said that we need 10-15 minutes, so I have to track time, even for myself. Okay. So the reason for this study was discussions we had with our master students mostly, that we were trying to persuade them to use the spectrum of teaching styles, and we were trying to illustrate the benefits of the spectrum, and we find some resistance, and we heard some criticism. It was really difficult for them to understand why use a reciprocal style to promote collaboration while they could do it by playing a collaborative game. And we were trying to persuade them that it's a different thing to do an activity to teach a skill and different activity to promote a psychological construct or so on. Also, it was very difficult for them to connect the activities we were discussing with the specific spectrum styles. And when we asked them to do some assignments, it was really difficult for them to fit the information they had about the motor skill development, the motivational outcomes, the affective outcomes with specific motivational styles. And although we were discussing about the spectrum, they were presenting articles related to self-determination theory or achievement goal theory. So it was really difficult to navigate in the spectrum of the teaching styles. So we came up with the idea to run this review in order to provide some specific evidence about which styles are used in physical education, what are the main outcomes we expect to achieve by using these styles, and eventually what are the outcomes of implementing these styles. Do we have any benefit by implementing these styles or not? So in order to address these 3 questions, we ran this mapping review. We followed the PRISMA guidelines to collect data to find our studies. We used only Google Scholar as more convenient because we had some time restrictions, and we came up with 1,080 studies. After the first screening of the titles, 110 remained for evaluation. By checking the abstracts, we eliminated 89, and 89, yes, and from the 19 remaining, we excluded 8 more because they were not consistent with the criteria we set. So what was this criteria? We wanted to include studies that were in English language, so we excluded Greek studies, and we wanted to be in peer-reviewed journals. Also, we set as a time frame the period from 2005 to 2023. We knew there was a literature review in 2010 by Hatoupis, but we decided to go a little bit earlier than this to include more studies. We tried to avoid studies presented in books, dissertations, or in proceedings in conferences, or studies that included implementation of the spectrum in special populations. So we came up with these 11 studies. These studies included overall 900 students. The range from study to study was from 45 students to 159. And what was really interesting, and something that we need to discuss for future, is that most of the studies had a very small duration. The majority of the studies had 1 to 3 sessions, 1 to 3 lessons that we were implementing the spectrum. And there were only 2 studies that implement the spectrum for more than 10 lessons. So another issue was that there was difference in the educational level. We had studies from primary education, secondary education, and also some studies from university settings. These studies included several activities from team sports like basketball and volleyball to individual sports such as gymnastics or track and field, and also fundamental motor skill development for primary education. The designs we found were mostly single group designs, although there were several quasi-experimental designs. And most of the studies focused on skill development, and some of them included also some cognitive and affective outcomes that we will see a little bit later. To answer our first question, we've seen that reciprocal style was the most studied one and was typically compared with command and practice style. After that, it was inclusion and guided discovery, who was also again compared to practice and command style. We didn't find studies with the other production styles. So I don't know if they exist and we missed them, but we didn't find any. With respect to the outcomes, most of the studies included motor performance, and they were focusing on skill acquisition and learning progress, but also motivation was a strong outcome studied in this research. Motivational variables included mostly motivational regulations and mostly intrinsic motivation, motivational climate, and one study included need satisfaction. Also, most of the studies included some type of measuring or some type of enjoyment measures, such as either positive affect or more behavioral indices such as engagement or effort. And there are few studies measuring attitudes towards PE or the perceptions of the participants with the experience of the learning process, which included also satisfaction with the learning process. So, what we found with respect to the students' behavior, it was really interesting and important that all teaching styles promoted skill development throughout time. And this is really important if you consider the last point, point 4, that command style and practice style provided more activity time. And this is important because this is the criticism we receive. Our students were afraid that they would lose time. When we were describing reciprocal style, they say, okay, one is performing the task and the other is sitting. How is he improving? And by finding that there is no differences in skill development, this is a very strong argument to promote these styles. So this is an important finding. Besides that, we found out that in several studies, guided discovery and reciprocal style outperform command style in skill development. And reciprocal style and self-check style made students be more willing to put effort in the lesson and make them more engaged with the process. So all styles contributed to skill development, but some styles, such as guided discovery or reciprocal style, had more things to offer rather than simply developing motor skills. With respect to students' beliefs, we found out that reciprocal style and guided discovery and self-check style were strongly associated with higher intrinsic motivation, need satisfaction, and more positive perceptions of motivational climate as compared to command style. And also self-check and reciprocal styles were much stronger associated with enjoyment, which is really important for physical education lessons that are not competitive, and we need students to enjoy the lesson and participate out of pleasure. And also we found out that inclusion style increased perceived physical and cognitive engagement with the lessons, which is also important. although there were a couple of studies that didn't confirm these findings and there were no differences between the groups, still this indicates that the teaching styles, the reproduction styles, the reciprocal style, the self-check style, or guided discovery style are very effective in promoting cognitive and affective responses during physical education lessons. And if you consider that they are equally effective in promoting skill development, then we have a very important gain to achieve. Better equal skill development, better cognitive and affective responses through the lesson. So it's important to use them. We try to figure out what was the explanation for these effects, and what was reported in these studies was that through these styles, reciprocal style, self-check and inclusion mostly, we could promote autonomy of the students. So students could take a role, could take responsibility of their actions, and they could make meaningful decisions. Also, interacting with other students, giving feedback and receiving feedback also was perceived as a very important element of the implementation of the styles. And using styles such as self-check or inclusion help students progress in their own level. So they could adjust the difficulty of the exercises to their own level and progress better. And all these things together help students to develop self-regulation, which make them monitor and evaluate their performance, make them feel better in the lesson, and eventually this will result in better skill development. Although we had some nice findings, we need to acknowledge some limitations. One of them is that we used data from a single database, so in the future we need to expand to other databases as well. We used only English language speaking articles. There is a lot of research, and your presence here demonstrates this, that there is a lot of research in other languages and in other countries that we need to take into account. Most of the interventions were short term, so we don't know about the retention effects of these interventions. And there were interventions in different age groups. Interventions in primary school, university settings, so we can't have consistent findings about how the styles work in specific context. Also, because we have some time restrictions, we didn't do a quality check, so we don't know how good were the studies that we included in our review. And of course, an inherent limitation of the literature is that we don't have many studies related to production styles. So this is something that we have to see in the future. So in the future, we need to have longer interventions. We need to test for retention of these interventions, search for literature in broader databases, check for the fidelity of the interventions, that is having stronger methodological designs to implement the teaching styles. And what was pleasant today is to hear for some qualitative studies. This is something that's missing in the literature as far as we know, at least. And I've seen at least 2 qualitative studies in this conference, so this is something that we would like to explore more in the future. So overall, with this review, we just set a basis of discussion. We've seen some limitations, we've seen some positive effects in implementing the teaching styles, but there's still a lot of way ahead of us. Thank you very much. And I'm proud to be on time. Okay. So the next presentation is by Domenico Monazis, and the title of the presentation is Effects of an Integrated Teaching Styles Intervention on Fitness and Self-Perception in Young Students in Italy. So, thank you.
Okay, it's good. Good afternoon to everyone, and at first I would like to thank all the Spectrum Committee and particularly Professor Di Gerridis for inviting me for this very important conference. And today I will present a study regarding the effects of integrating teaching styles intervention on physical fitness and self-perception in young students in Italy. For conducting this study, we're starting from what we already know about the spectrum. And as highlighted during this day, we already know that spectrum can be considered approach centered around decision making between teachers and learners. It's a valuable and variable pedagogical model in physical education, and it involves the study of teachers, students, and students-environment relations. Findings from international literature have widely highlighted that the spectrum model is a reliable tool for and have some significant effects about the development of autonomy, motivation, self-confidence from the point of view of the students when performing physical education lessons. And on the other hand, we have other studies that focus primarily on teacher-specific use of specific and teaching styles. Other effects have been assessed and highlighted related to children motor skill learning, so spectrum of teaching styles and changes teaching styles when proposing a motor task in physical education can be useful. It can be a useful tools and have the potential to positively impact motor learning. And this is why in previous study published by the World Research Groups, we developed some specific teachers' behavior descriptors of the teachers according to the expected students' behavior, expected students' outcomes. And declined, for example, for the guided discovery style, the practice styles, and we made this study for all the whole spectrum and the whole teaching styles. But what about physical fitness? What about the development of physical fitness when proposing a motor task with different teaching styles? International literature primarily focuses on self-perception, on teachers' perception, use of teaching styles, and effects on autonomy, motivation, self-confidence. But if we talk about adherence, the use of the spectrum to improve adherence and lifetime physical activity. If we talk about the importance of the spectrum for health promotion, for lifetime health promotions, I think that we have to consider the physical fitness development dimensions that represent the physical, one of the main parts of the physical dimensions of physical literacy. This is whole multidimensional and universal construct. So, as I liked it this morning, we have a sort of a contraposition between productive and reproductive teaching styles. On the right, this is an image from a famous Italian cartoon, and on the right there is a boy who provides standard answers for a search of problems, while on the left, there is his conscience, who open to divergent to multiple different motor answers. Okay, so in this study, we try to link the spectrum of teaching styles model to the linear and non-linear pedagogy approach, which are to do this operation, trying to assess the effectiveness of a multiple teaching styles based approach to develop physical fitness in school children. So, in my personal opinion, the teaching styles represent a fundamental tools for physical education teachers for translating into practice the linear or non-linear pedagogy approach, acting as a bridge between theory and practice. So, the research objectives of this study is to test the feasibility of a multi-teaching styles interventions on physical fitness and self-perception, shifting from directive, so productive, to reproductive to productive teaching styles, assessing differences according to gender and BMI cutoff in primary school children. This study is a single group pre-post design interventions, 3 months interventions. Since this is only a pilot and feasible study to assess the effectiveness and efficacy of this kind of interventions. We involved a total of 142 primary school children in Apulia region in southern Italy. And this is a synthesis, it's not very clear, but this is a synthesis of the experimental interventions. And what I want to highlight in this diapo is that before starting the assessment and before starting the experimental interventions, we provide 2 weeks training for physical education teachers. And the activities developed in this study were co-constructed by physical education teachers involved themselves. So the motor task and the variation of teaching styles has not been imposed or demanded to the physical education teachers, but they developed themselves the activities that they proposed later. In the study, we structure during the 3 months interventions different learning units made of 8 lessons each. The first one is related to small tools, motor task. The second one, coordination and motor control. And the third one, group games. The objectives, the contents and organizational methods were also varied according to the different learning units and according to the National Physical Education Standard Curriculum of national guidelines in Italy. And this is the lesson structure that we provide in our study. So each lesson was made of 3, classically was made of 3 different phases: the warm-up, center phase, and the cool-down. Warm-up, the duration is about 15 minutes. Active games at lower intensity, changing the different teaching styles according to the model structure of the lesson A, B, C, and D. For example, the first one, guided discovery and divergent production, and they will be changed in the model B for according to practice and inclusion and so on. The same things we do for the central phase of the lessons, trying to combine in a different way the different teaching styles, both production and production teaching styles, to promote physical fitness. And the same things has been done during the cool down. The assessments consist of anthropometric assessments, BMI cutoff, and physical fitness level according to reliable and valid physical fitness tests, such as a standing long jump, 4 per 10 meters shorter run, and 20 meters slalom. And also psychological variables, the validated physical self-perception scale for children. Our results highlight that there was a significant improvement for all the variables considered according to physical fitness tests, and there was also a significant improvement in children's self-perception. And other studies conducted in Italy led us to suppose that physical self-perception can act as a positive or a negative mediator between practice and levels of physical activity and development of physical fitness and adherence to physical fitness. But our hypothesis that we want to demonstrate with future studies is that this relationship is not merely innate, but the teacher's behavior can act through the variation of teaching styles, varying the teaching styles, can act as a mediator or a moderator of this kind of relationship. As I said previously, this is only a feasible study, and this study serves to demonstrate that, led us to suppose that practice variability is not a disruption, but it represents an opportunity for motor learning and opportunity for the development of physical fitness. And in this age group, according to the physiological and metabolic constraints of this specific age group, improvement in physical fitness underlines improvement in motor coordination, not on hypertrophy or the improvement of muscle mass. Inclusivity, because we find no significant time per gender or time per BMI interaction, so these kind of interventions can be effectively inclusive for children with independently or on the gender or BMI cutoff. And the manipulation of task constraints poses movement problems, forcing children to find optimal motor solution in autonomous way. These are the conclusions. The variation in teaching styles could represent a feasible and effective tools in primary school physical education. Future research should adopt more standardized and valid and reliable study design to assess effectively the effectiveness of this kind of interventions, for example, through the randomized control trials. And this is why the spectrum of teaching styles has the potential to serve as a theoretical and practical framework, not only for understanding the pedagogical implications of linear and nonlinear models. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Domenico, for keeping the time. Thank you very much. The next presentation is from Japan. It will be presented by Mrs. Murai, and the title is Advancing Social and Personal Skills Through the Spectrum in Japanese Physical Education.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Isako Murai, and I work on the Tokai University in Japan. So it is a great pleasure to be here today. Today, I would like to present our study title, Advancing Student Social and Personal Skills Through the Spectrum of Teaching Styles in Japanese Physical Education. Our research team is led by Dr. Haneishi and her master's student Masa and Dr. Okade, and consists mainly of researchers from Japan. Now, I would like to move on to the main content of my present. Research has called for more inclusive and socially just pedagogies in physical education. This is because traditional curricula often reinforce gendered, desiralized, and ableist norms. The spectrum of teaching styles offers a student-centered framework. It promotes autonomy, cooperation, and critical reflection, and supports social and personal skill development. Research shows that this approach can support justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. However, it is not yet common in Japan, where PE has mainly focused on discipline and technical skills. This study is grounded in critical and transformative pedagogies that position education as a tool for equity, agency, and social change. These perspectives are integrated with the spectrum of teaching styles. The spectrum emphasized decision-making, reflection, and dialogues as pathways for social and personal development. Together, this framework guides the examination of student-centered and inclusive pedagogies in Japanese PE and teacher education. The developmental channels is the spectrum help teachers support students' growth beyond physical skills. For example, they support independence, empathy, and communication. These channels show how different teaching styles can nurture students' personal and social development by giving them opportunities to make decision, reflection, and interaction with others. By aligning instructional choices with these developmental goals, educators can create learning environments that foster not only motor competence, but also the interpersonal skills essential for lifelong learning and collaboration. In Japan, physical education is expected to develop not only physical fitness, but also social skills. The national curriculum also emphasized student attitudes and social behaviors as part of their learning. In addition, there is a growing need to support students from diverse backgrounds and promote inclusive physical education. However, in practice, PE has traditionally focused heavily on direct interaction and technical skill development. As a result, student social and personal development is often overlooked. Furthermore, research suggests that social skills do not develop automatically in PE classes unless teachers intentionally use appropriate teaching strategies. Therefore, there is a need for teachers to intentionally support students' social and personal development in physical education. In this study, we focus on physical education lessons that foster these skills using the spectrum of teaching styles. By using the spectrum, teachers can intentionally design learning environments that support students' social and personal development. Different teaching styles in the spectrum provide opportunities to develop social skills. For example, in Style C, students develop communication and cooperation by working in pairs and giving feedback. In Style H, students develop cooperation and communication by sharing different ideas. These are just some examples of how teaching styles can support social and personal development. Therefore, based on these considerations, this study aims to examine how the spectrum of teaching styles can support students' social and personal development in Japanese physical education. This study aimed to collect data from about 300 students. In this presentation, I will present data from one elementary school class. This slide shows the research design. First, before the spectrum teaching unit, students completed 2 questionnaires, the social experiences and social competence questionnaire, and the SDQ. After the unit, the same questionnaires were conducted again. Finally, follow-up interviews were conducted with selected students by PE teachers. The SDQ is used screening tool to assess students' emotional and social well-being. It consists of 25 items across 5 areas, including emotional symptoms, conduct problems, hyperactivity, peer relationships, and pro-social behaviors. In this study, we used the SDQ to examine changes in student behavior and social functioning before and after the spectrum teaching unit. Students rated how well different statements applied to them, such as I worry a lot, or I try to help if someone is hurt or upset. The social experiences and social competence questionnaire in physical education is a self-report measure used to understand student social behaviors and interpersonal skills in physical education. It uses a 5-point Likert scale and include two main sections. The first section focused on social experiences in PE, such as cooperation, responsibility, and fairness. For example, students respond to statements like, I cooperate well with my group members. The second section looks at students' self-perceived physical social competence, including helping and supporting others, such as I help other people. In this study, the questionnaire was used to examine changes in students' social experiences and competencies before and after the intervention. Additionally, a subset of students participated in interviews to reflect on their learning experiences. These interviews explored how the spectrum of teaching styles influenced student participation, motivation, and social interactions in PE. Semi-structured interviews were conducted by their PE teachers, and students were asked to compare these sessions with their usual PE classes. They also reflected on how they participated, interacted with classmates, and experienced moments of motivation, decision-making, and helping others. These interviews provided qualitative insights that complemented the questionnaire data. The results of the SDQ are as follows. Conduct problems, peer problems, and the total difficulties score significantly decreased from before to after the unit. Both the social sports experiences scale and perceived social competence also showed significantly higher score after the unit. In addition, semi-structured interviews revealed responses related to communication and cooperation. Students emphasized the importance of listening to others' ideas and integrating different perspectives. Some also reported applying this attitude beyond PE. These findings suggest the development of reflective thinking and social awareness. This slide shows the preliminary findings of this study. First, in terms of social skills growth, the questionnaire result indicated positive changes. Regarding student autonomy, interviews data shows that Students were able to express their own ideas while also considering others' perspectives. In terms of reflection, students demonstrated reflective thinking by evaluating their experiences and considering alternative approaches. That's all. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, please ask me after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we can proceed to the next presentation, and as you can see, it's a global session. We have a presentation from Taiwan. I would like to invite yes, UPU. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Wu Peiyu, and I'm from National Taiwan Normal University. And I'm happy to be here to present our research. The study titled Social and Emotion Learning as a Relation Mechanism within the Spectrum of Teaching Styles. Now, let me begin my presentation. This presentation is organized into 4 parts. The spectrum is not a simple list of teaching styles. It's a way to understand teaching as a decision-making process. Marston and Ashram describe teaching as a chain of decision-making. These decisions are organized into 3 sets: pre-impact, impact, and post-impact. From this view, teaching is not only a technique, it's a structured process of decision before, during, and after instruction. The spectrum also helps us understand the movement from reproduction to production. In reproduction styles, learners mainly reproduce what the teacher has already defined. In production styles, learner makes more decisions. They may discover, solve problems, or create response. So, this movement is not only a cognitive shift, it's also a shift in learning decision-making. Learners move from following teacher-defined answer toward making judgment, choice, and adjustment. The spectrum does not only discuss physical and cognitive development, it also names developmental channels, including physical, cognitive, social, emotion, and moral dimensions. This creates the main puzzle of this study. If the spectrum is grounded in decision-making and cognitive operation, how do emotion, social, and moral development emerge in classroom practice? Recent work by Peel and colleagues is helped here. They argue that the spectrum can be understood as a pedagogical model within model-based practice. Their point is that the spectrum is not only a collection of teaching styles. Their point is that the spectrum is not only a collection of teaching style. It helps us understand the how, when, and why of pedagogical decision. I use their argument as a strategy point. Building on this, I use the spectrum to examine how game-based tasks are encoded through decision distribution and how SEL become visible in teaching learning events. Why did I choose a game-based approach? The choice is based on theoretical fit. It's be useful for this study for two reasons. First, they are problem-oriented. Students need to read space, response to pressure, and make tactical decisions. Second, they create social and emotional situations. Students need to communicate, negotiate, cooperate, and respond to peers' emotions. So, game-based approach allow us to observe cognitive decision-making and social emotion development together. The purpose of this study is to explore how social and emotional learning emerge within the decision-making structure of the spectrum in a junior high basketball unit. This study asks two questions, as the slide shows. The research framework does not assume a simple linear path from the spectrum to SEL. Instead, it shows a non-linear process. This study used a qualitative case study design. CASE was a junior high physical education basketball unit in South Taiwan. The embedded focus was meaningful classroom events within the unit. These events were selected because they include emotion, interaction, decision-making, and change in participation. The data sources include learner records, interviews, teacher materials, and teaching documents. The analysis used thematic analysis. Together within spectrum-informed interpretation, the goal was to reconstruct how affective and relation learning emerge in teaching learning events. The unit combined game-based tasks with select spectrum style. For example, in one activity, students played a passing game. The rule was 3 students in group A and B pass the ball, and the C, B defender try to give pressure. At first, the task was simple. Attackers' mission just smoothly pass the ball, and the defender tried to give pressure. Teacher prepared 3 pathways for them to practice. So the student just had to practice in 3 pathways. Later, the task became more complex. Teacher set a passing game situation. Rule follows attackers have to try 3 pathways in this game. In this situation, students without the ball had to move into open space. They had to observe their teammates, understand the game situation, and support the ball carrier. In the final stage, students work on transition and team defense. They had to communicate, adjust position, and take shared responsibility. So across this stage, the learner condition changed. It was not only about basketball skills, it also created movement from emotion control, peer support, communication, and responsibility. The first theme is emotion awareness as a pedagogical single. In game-based tasks, students did not only respond to rules or tactics, they also noticed their peers' emotion. Even in intense game situations, students noticed small emotion change. So emotion was not only a personal feeling, it became a pedagogical single. It helps students decide how to talk, how to approach others, and when to step back. The second theme is collaboration responsibility as a relation engagement. Responsibility was not only an individual attitude, it appeared in peer relationships. Students help others understand the task. They explain ideas, kept discussion going, and avoid blame teammates. Their responsibility helped build trust and continue the shared task. The third theme is co-construction through emotion attainment. Teaching learning core hence was not controlled only by the teacher. Students also adjust to each other. They change how they talk, how they join the task, and how they respond to peers. So, teaching and learning were co-constructed through emotion attainment and communication. These findings return us to our question. In the spectrum development channel, including physical, cognitive, and social, emotional, and moral dimensions, the findings suggest that these channels are not complete separate outcomes. In the basketball task, cognitive decision-making, emotional awareness, social interaction, and moral responsibility were interviewed. Students solved tactical problems, but they also had to notice emotion, maintain relationships, and take responsibility for others. Therefore, SELO helps explain how developmental channels became connected in classroom events. To conclude, this study shows that social and emotional learning is not only an additional outcome of physical education. It can emerge within the decision-making structure of the spectrum. In basketball game-based task, learner made decision, notice others, adjust themselves, and act responsibility. Through this process, the developmental channel interacted with each other. Further research can explore how SELO developed in different sports, different teaching style, and different task structure. This study has 3 limitations. First, it's a single case. Second, it focuses on one basketball unit. Third, it uses retrospective reconstruction. Further research can add video observation and compare different spectrum styles and game-based design. In this study, SELO is understood through CASTLE. It is not treated as an extra outcome. Instead, SELO works as a relation mechanism within the spectrum of teaching styles. It helps create the condition for students to participate, interact, trust each other, and take responsibility. With this relation condition, later learning became possible. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much. I must admit this is unique. It's the first time that all presenters are on time. Thank you very much. Now, after our short trip to Asia, we're coming back to Europe, and we're moving to Finland. Okay. Arya Sakslahti will present a study with the title "The Spectrum of Teaching Styles with Very Young Children."
So now you know how Finnish baseball is. When there is an empty nest, you immediately rush there. So now I try to be a little bit less Finnish baseball player here, so waiting for my time. So first, I would like to tell some context for this presentation. So Muska and Sarah visited several times in University of Jyväskylä Faculty of Sport and Health Sciences, and they were educating our staff and students. And last time when I met Sarah, she was very eager to learn how spectrum could be used for younger ones. And here I mean younger than 6 years, so those children who are in early childhood education and care. So therefore, I'm really, really happy for organizers and Nikos to you that you offered this possibility to tell these aspects that could be also interesting also to you. I hope so. We have heard here earlier studies that have been presented, so they have included primary and secondary and university students. So this context is more or less early childhood education, teacher education, and staff members. So physical education begins during early years, and children's first physical educators are their parents. But as early as children participate early childhood education and care, ECEC staff becomes very important physical educators for children. Therefore, early childhood teacher education needs to include pedagogical practices and examples how to support children's holistic development and inborn drive to be physically active. So that is how I started to think that, okay, spectrum of teaching styles have shown to be an excellent tool to concretize how ECEC staff could be modified their pedagogical teaching for young children to learn and respect their developmental phase in social, emotional, physical, motor, and cognitive domains. Spectrum of teaching style can be used in child-oriented way. It means choosing the teaching styles to support children's individual development and to give opportunities to be creative and increase their perceived competence, which is maybe the main impactful aspect in children's development, to stay positive and trust themselves, really perceive that they are competent. Further, in early childhood education, teacher education, the teaching styles from spectrum is important to teach in upside down frequency. So what we usually use, the command style first, so upside down means that it's then when we use the last, the most, so then we are supporting the children's development the most. And this upside down frequency looks like follows. So first, learner-initiated style means free play. So children needs a lot of free play because it's important part of their life. This style allows autonomy for them and agency to children. Children need moments without organized activities to stimulate their imagination, and they are so creative in case we allow them to use this. So the learner-designed individual program can see as children's own performances. Children love to come up with performances alone or together with others. Typically, they would ask to present these to adults or other children. This kind of self-initiated activity supports children's agency. Own performances strengthen children's sense of competence, and working in a group develops their interaction skills, because by planning, thinking, and doing together, they must negotiate or to be flexible about their own proposals to take each other into account. Divergent discovery style, children may not have a ready-made image, so that is their strength. Therefore, they have their imagination at their disposal, producing different solutions, encouraging them to try as many ways as possible to complete the task. This supports their creativity and perceived competence, again, the basis of everything, and the joy of movement. Problem solving means task presented by the teacher gives room for children, experiments and reflections. Different tasks bring children together to think possible solutions to the given task. This way, adults support thinking skills, offer the joy of discovery, and experiences of success. Again, something that all the sport activities also should be based on. Guided discovery style means that in this teaching style, adults' questions help children to reach their zone of proximal development. It is strong moderator to experience joy of learning through discovery. These experiences strengthen children's perceived competence. Very, very strong basis. And then inclusion style. Young children differ from their previous physical experiences, motor skills, and physical characteristics. Therefore, parallel tasks of different levels and difficulty are important to achieve motor tasks and maintain exercise motivation. Self-check style. Children's body image can be supported with tasks where children are asked to self-check their own body positions with a ready-made picture, peers' body positions, or using mirror. That is something that we are doing at home quite often, but this could be also used positive way with PE context. So reciprocal style. Young children can observe or analyze one simple task at a time. Therefore, reciprocal style can be used with peer activities. Further, this kind of task let children feel themselves very important because they have all the focus themselves. And practice style. When children grow up, they can understand and remember simple rules, very simple rules. Practice style is possible to use successfully in this developmental phase. Simple games like tag games becomes interesting for children. And maybe the most dramatic mistake we as adults are doing with children, we start these kind of games too early. They are not ready, cognitively ready for that, and that makes the joy of movement out because they need this cognitive capacity, what they don't have in that time yet. And then command style, the last. Activities in simultaneous rhythm like simple song plays, dance, imitation, and physically active drama plays increase social cohesion in children's group. And of course, it has also some place for young children. But with this idea that we should use more free play, most of the days free play because it's a nutrition for creativity and all the joy comes there. And after that, all these little by little, and when children are 4, 5, 6 years, they are ready for different games with a little bit more complicated rules. So that was something that I wanted you to consider, that there is also something for very young children, and I thank you for your attention. Almost finished baseball in the time.
Thank you very much. Now the last presentation for this session by Megan Lee. The title of the presentation is Connecting Style F with Teaching Games for Understanding, a short-term intervention with pre-service teachers.
Is everyone awake out there? I've seen some big yawns. Luckily, I'll be the last of this group, so hopefully you guys will get some time to move in just a minute. My name is Megan Lee. Today, I will be presenting on behalf of our research team from the University of Wyoming and the University of New Mexico on our study.
Connecting Style F with Teaching Games for Understanding, a short-term intervention with pre-service teachers. So the spectrum of teaching styles serves to support knowledge development, offering a toolbox of both reproduction and production strategies for physical education teachers. If we want pre-service teachers to use these strategies and these styles when they are going into their future careers, we need to allow them opportunities to become confident, competent, and have reflection using these styles. We also know that a lot of physical education, teacher education programs are using models-based practices as they serve as a best practice within our field. However, we don't really know a lot, or there's not a lot of research on how intentionally combining the styles with the models may serve to support pre-service teachers' development with both the styles and the models. So as everyone here knows, the spectrum of teaching styles offers us a framework in which each landmark style has a unique set of decisions that lead to different behavioral and subject matter outcomes. For our study, we targeted style F, and just a brief reminder of style F, it is mainly targeting the cognitive domain, and it is in the production cluster. In a Style F episode, the teacher's job is to decide a concept relevant to the subject matter and then predetermine some sequential questions to guide their students to that concept. We also know that the teacher's job is to give feedback mostly on the students' cognitive processes with these questions. And then the student's job is to link different areas of the subject matter together to get to that concept or to be guided to that answer the teacher wants them to get to. The tactical games model is considered a best practices model, and it is a modified version of the teaching games for understanding model. One of the main elements of the tactical games model is using questioning to develop students cognitively. So instead of just focusing on practicing skills, we want to know if students can use these skills within the right moments within a game. This use of questioning as teaching allows us to believe that style F would fit really well within the tactical games model as an intentional link between the styles and the models, which leads me to the purpose of this study, which was to investigate pre-service teachers' perceived abilities of teaching style F and its association with models-based practices or the tactical games model. So for our study, we had 22 pre-service teachers from 2 different universities in the Mountain West of the United States. 14 were from one university, 8 from the other. We had 11 students who identified as male, 10 as female, and 1 as non-binary. And then 14 students identified as white, 7 Hispanic, and 1 mixed race. Our intervention consisted of students beginning by using the online modules that are provided for free on the website. So those MOOCs, this was to help students gain some background knowledge of the styles, the structure of the style, and provide some examples and quiz them on their knowledge development. We then had our in-class lectures. So our instructors provided 1 week of lectures within their courses, and they worked together to pre-design and predetermine these lectures to have alignment between the 2 universities. And they had some predetermined examples that the pre-service teachers had the opportunity to participate in. Following this lecture, or this course of lectures, the pre-service teachers were then asked to develop their own Style F examples that they would use in their practicum teaching experiences within the tactical games model. So they went out and they were required to teach 1 Style F episode within their teaching experiences, and this was with students from 3rd to 6th grade, so about 10 to 14 years old. Following this Style F episode, they were asked to reflect on how things like their instruction, their feedback, demonstrations, how all of those things went within the Style episode. And then they were also asked to provide some critical incidents or moments that they felt were valuable or important within those Style F episodes. So we use a mixed methods approach for this study. Quantitatively, we use some pre and post surveys that focused on students' perceived abilities to use styles F, G, and H. So we targeted style F for this study, but the reason that we wanted to look at F, G, and H is a lot of research tells us that these can be convoluted for pre-service teachers, and they can't really tell the difference between those. So we wanted to see if our study could truly target style F. We also asked some questions about their general teaching self-efficacy. And then qualitatively, we had those critical incidence reflections to see what students found valuable in these teaching experiences. And then we pulled a subsample of our students. We had 8 students participate in semi-structured individual interviews, which focused on their use and ability of style F, as well as the tactical games model. So quantitatively, all of our everything met reliability. We used a Mancova for our styles F, G, and H and perceived usefulness and ability. And then we ran an Ancova for those self-efficacy items. And then qualitatively, we used our standard methods. We transcribed any audio, open-coded, axio-coded, created categories and themes. And then for trustworthiness, we made sure to do peer debriefing, negative case analysis, and an audit trail. So these are our quantitative results. These are our mean scores on a scale of 1 to 5. As you can see in the green, we saw significant growth in student style F ability, as well as their general self-efficacy. So the style F ability tells us that targeting style F worked to help students with that convolution. So it kind of separated the styles for them, as style F was the only one that we actually saw grow. Interestingly, students' general self-efficacy grew as well, and we think this points to a relationship between as I gain knowledge with using the styles, I'm also feeling more efficacious as a teacher. Qualitatively, we had 3 major themes, each with some subsequent sub-themes. So our first theme is practical application, and our pre-service teachers reported that the MOOCs, the online modules, were beneficial, but they found that they were way more valuable when they were paired with practicing in person and applying them in person. So this is highlighted by this quote from our student. They said, "I like going through the modules, but having someone who has done most of the episodes in person talking to you about it really helps you deepen your thinking and really understand how you should apply the spectrum in a teaching episode." Our second theme, critical thinking, our pre-service teachers reflected that the style F episodes and that use of the sequential questioning promoted their P to 12 students to be using critical thinking in PE, and this made them feel as if PE was an important academic subject and it was something beyond just a fun time to play. And then in line with our quantitative results, we also saw that our students were reporting that they felt like they were a better teacher when they understood and could use the styles more. So this is really highlighted by a quote that says, "I think style F just makes your job a lot easier as a teacher because you have something that you could fall back on if you don't think your kids are quite getting it." And then our final theme, barriers and challenges. As with anything new, our pre-service teachers showed some struggles, and this was mostly to do with the ability to come up with sequential, logical, developmentally appropriate questions that led students to the correct answer. And this is highlighted in this student's quote. They said, "It's really hard for my students to stay engaged. When they kept getting asked questions, they're just like, I want to go play the game, even though I'm trying to help them solve a problem." So what did we learn from this study? Our quantitative results showed us that targeting this style F we were able to help our students separate the styles. So they now understood style F, and there wasn't as much convolution between those styles. We also found that as students were growing with the styles, they were feeling like better teachers, and we thought this was a really cool relationship to see, because a lot of times this is assumed to be happening, but this study really showed us that this is happening and this is what students are reporting to us. Additionally, we found that there was a nice reciprocity between Style F and the tactical games model. So we think that using Style F within tactical games model can really improve it and make it a better, more meaningful experience for students. And then finally, I know that the spectrum tells us that we should be able to use any style at any time within any lesson, and we truly believe that. But pre-service teachers are often very overwhelmed. And so we think linking the styles to the models directly in a concrete way is a really good starting point for students. And once they become confident using these styles, then they're likely to experiment with other styles within other contexts. So we believe there needs to be more research linking the styles and models together. Maybe this is TPSR and inclusion style, or sport education and reciprocal style. We also know that it's not new to ground pre-service teachers' experiences with the styles and the models, but maybe there needs to be more research on how to do these collaboratively together. And then what I thought was the most interesting finding for me was that as students got better with the styles, they felt like better teachers. And I think it's really important for students to be able to take something that's up in the sky, like teaching, and place value on concrete things like the styles and the models. So thank you all for being here. If you have any questions, I think now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Megan. So we have 10 minutes, and we are at your disposal for questions. You've seen a session that started with the presentation of some evidence about existing interventions, and then you see 2 or 3 interventions that try to address gaps that we have seen in the literature. This was accidental. We haven't spoken to each other. And you also seen some new trends in using the spectrum, either in young children or with pre-service teachers. So we are at your disposal for any questions and clarifications. I know we were perfect, but we would appreciate any questions. So if you don't have any questions, I would like to thank the presenters for being on time. This was unique and absolutely perfect. And I would like to sincerely thank you that you prefer to be here with us and not in your rooms taking a nap. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just one quick announcement. Since we have some time, maybe, but we don't have the keynote speaker. He's somewhere out. We can start in 5 minutes with Nigel Green. By the way, the presentations were categorized by using also AI technology. That's why in every session you find something, some similarities. Thank you. So in 5 minutes.
Yesterday we talked about Margaret, but
Yeah.
not finish.
Yeah, yeah. So she's okay. So I'm going to see her on Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll have an hour or so with her, which will be nice. But she keeps, she joins all the meetings, she contributes, which is the important thing. So yeah, so she's good. She's good.
I wonder now Margaret make some kind of exercise to recover.
I think she's mid-80s, so I think she is what she is now. I say cognitively she's okay.
Yeah.
But physically, yeah, she's not as good. But then that's what happens as you get older, isn't it?
Yeah. It's my honor to introduce the keynote second, the speaker, Nigel Green. The title of the lecture is The Physical Literacy Through Spectrum, a pedagogical framework for holistic development in physical education. As you know, Nigel, he's the president and the consultant of the International Physical Literacy Association, IPLA. And now, he also board and the exclusive committee of European Physical Education Association, EUPEA. Just as you know, Nigel, he promoted the idea of the physical literacy all of the world. Yeah, and I will send my special thing for Nigel for help us to development physical literacy idea in Taiwan. So in Taiwan, all our physical education teachers, they use physical literacy idea in their physical course. And in Taiwan, very special. Every one physical education teacher, they all know and use the spectrum teaching. Yeah. The spectrum teaching is in our national document of the teaching. Now, we use the warm, big hand to welcome Nigel. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and as the last presenter said, yeah, let's keep awake. It's a tough day. It's been a long day so far. It's been interesting, but it's hard work. I know I've been sat there and I've been looking around, watching people, and their eyes are going, their heads going, but we'll try and keep you moving and we'll try and keep you thinking. First of all, a few thanks. First of all, thanks to the committee for organising this. I think it's a fantastic event. The breadth of experience, the countries, the cultures that are here, and the opportunity it provides to have time to talk and to share is really valuable. I'd also like to thank the speakers who've gone on so far today, and I've just been jotting down some points. So Nikos, you started off with 1966 with Mostyn's book. And the first four things you said, physical, social, emotional, cognitive, right? You'll hear a lot of that coming up soon. Mark then carried on with holistic development, lifelong engagement in physical activity. You'll hear a lot of that coming in. I've forgotten the gentleman's name from Greece, but he talked about behaviour change, active for life, choices and understanding students. And then this afternoon, it's changed again. And what we've heard is motivation, enjoyment, engagement, autonomy, social emotional skills. And in particular, the last one on early years and the importance and how the spectrum can be used to develop children through those early stages. And having that breadth of the spectrum is absolutely key. So thank you for everyone for that. Robin has just said, yeah, I'm involved in quite a few things. I have got some credibility. I taught in schools for 29 years, right? So 4 different schools, secondary 11 to 18. So I've been at the coalface. I know what it's like. I've worked in tough schools. I've worked in schools with limited facilities. I've also worked in a nice school with good facilities. And I think my current role allows me to travel around the world and see different schools, different teachers in different environments. And I think we always have to have that at the back of our minds. I was talking about this last night. I went to a school in Nepal that was a 2-hour walk up a hill. The school was 3 concrete buildings with a drop down the mountain one side, a drop down the mountain the other side. And they said, well, what would you do here from a physical activity perspective. But then you saw the children playing kabaddi. You saw them doing gymnastics activities. You saw them running down the mountain, climbing trees, swimming in the stream, and so on. So there's lots of activities you can do if you're creative. But we can't just think of the Western world and the classes of 30 and the facilities that we've got. We need to think of everyone. And I believe the spectrum does have the answers for that and provides the teachers with the tools in the toolbox for that. So what else was I going to say? Yeah, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to physical literacy briefly. Okay, it is briefly. I could spend a long time. Min knows that because I spoke to him for quite a long time, or a few years ago in Taiwan. I'm then going to relate the key principles of physical literacy to the spectrum, and then look at how the spectrum also relates to physical literacy facilitators or physical educators. Okay, so let's get going. Yeah, Bill Bezic. I don't know if anyone know him. He was my lecturer when I was training. And I don't know, and I can't remember because it was a long time ago, I don't know whether he shared the spectrum when I was at university. I wasn't sure. But the way in which he taught us was different. It wasn't just, this is the skill, this is basketball, this is a layup, this is a dribble. He said, right, we're playing a game. It's bench ball, effectively. I'm just going to introduce one rule. Thou shalt not clobber. Okay, play. And he let us get on with it. And then he introduced another rule. And then he introduced another rule. So I think it's a bit like games for understanding, as was just mentioned then. But I also think he made me think about my pedagogical choices that I then went on to use in the different schools I'd worked in and the universities I'd worked in. So he started that. There's an organisation in the UK which has now merged with another one, and they had a journal. And there was an article in there about Mostyn spectrum. And I remember reading that, and it sort of reminded me, I'd forgotten there are so many styles that I could use. And as a reflective teacher, I thought, you know what, I need to go back and look at this. And by that time, I was head of department, so I got my team to work on it, to reflect on it, to think about their practices and how they could perhaps do things differently. And I know models has just been mentioned, and I'd done the same with models when sport education came out. I said, we need to look at this and to see whether it will work and how it will work, how it will impact on the people we're working with. So then I moved from schools and I went to university, John Moores in Liverpool, training teachers. And at university, you have this flexibility, don't you, where you can put in your own modules. You can write them. As long as someone passes them, in they go. So I thought, yep, let's get Mostyns into a module. Let's make sure that the students understand the spectrum and how they can use it in their pedagogy as they move forward. So I did that at university. And then I was fortunate that when I retired, I got offered or invited to go to different countries and to work with teachers in different countries. I'm seeing Shraddha sat there from India, and that was the first port of call going to India. And I remember these 43 teachers sat in front of me from three schools, yeah, they were big schools. And I was thinking, well, what do I do? I'd already planned lots of things, and I got things there. And the Mostyns model, the spectrum, was the first thing I went through with them, to explain that to them. And I've used it time and time again. Most recently, I was in Sri Lanka. And I was working with sports coaches and teachers and students in different parts of Sri Lanka. And again, it was the models that I was using but I was synthesizing physical literacy through it. So I was trying to get them to reflect on how the models can help develop an individual from a physical literacy perspective. So that's where I've got to so far. Let's see if that moves. Yep. So as I say, I've been fortunate. I've been to a lot of countries, and Min and Robin will recognize the Taiwan pictures there, Brazil, India, China, Sri Lanka, and as I've mentioned there, using Mostyn Spectrum and filtering it through to get the teachers to think about their practices. Then, of course, the spectrum came onto my radar, and I got invited to do one of the workshops. And again, that re-energized my thoughts. So I ended up writing a journal article for one of the journals in the UK. And again, it keeps, as you keep reflecting on your practices, you keep working with other people, you keep looking at more and more from the models. So on to physical literacy. The young lady here is now in her mid-80s, Margaret. And I know some of you are aware of the concept, but some of you might not be as aware as the concept. But Margaret really is the oracle when it comes to physical literacy. She spent a lot of her time researching the concept, developing the concept, sharing it, and it's now just mushroomed like nothing else throughout the world. It's misunderstood in many places, unfortunately. Unfortunately, some of the organisations who picked up on it early used it for long-term athlete development purposes, which didn't do any favours. But the holistic focus is the real emphasis. And the reasons why Margaret developed it, she was concerned about the lack of respect of our embodied interaction, our embodied dimension, the holistic nature of us and how we work, and the simplistic nature of us being fit to move, to get that body, that brain around, because the brain is the most important. And the dualistic idea there was one she very much went against. Like all of us, she was worried about the levels of physical inactivity throughout the world. And I don't need to go in that. We all know the problems, both for adults and for children. She also felt that physical education focused on the talented rather than everyone. And I guess that the people in this room were the talented, the ones who were successful. But I bet you know a lot of people who didn't enjoy PE. And when I do sessions on physical literacy for parents, it's really interesting. I hated cross country. I hated hockey. I hated the kit we had to wear going out in cold weather. So we do know that physical education taught badly can put people off being active throughout their lives. And unfortunately, this focus on talent doesn't help. Small few to win the cups, yes, aren't we a good school? But what about the other 90% of the children? What are they going to do for the rest of their lives? So she was concerned about that. The limited range of experiences. And again, it might have worked for you. In your school, your teacher was interested in football. You were good at football. They put lots of opportunities for you. You thrived. But for those who weren't good at football or didn't enjoy football, they didn't. And so providing that range of experiences is really important. And then including or excluding. You know, again, I think back to my youth, and those children who had disabilities or special educational needs often went to the library and not to PE. And our job is to include everyone. She was keen to talk about the lifelong journey, and I have seen the lady somewhere. She is around who's talking about the early years. Yep, there you are. And the importance of our early stage, because physical literacy is our relationship with activity throughout our life, from birth to death. In fact, I've just been talking to Robin about older adults. and the importance of being active and keeping moving, keeping healthy. So that personal lifelong journey and how we change and fluctuate. And again, if I'm looking at you, it'd be interesting how many people were active today. Who was out there with Robin and Min this morning? I know some people went for a run, Brendan, and there were probably others who went out there and did something. How many of you have been active this week? This month? And then you start thinking, oh, I haven't done anything for a while because I'm under pressure from my family, from my work, from my travel, etc. So your journey, your relationship with physical activity will change throughout your life. And you need to recognize that. But we want to try and make sure you are active. And then comparison with others. I've seen mentions of fitness and fitness tests and things like that, and that's not what we want. We don't want that because we know children will get turned off and it does them no value. It's no point in comparing me to Robin, we're totally different. So, these are some of the things that Margaret talked about. She also did a lot of work on the philosophies underpinning physical literacy. Monism is one I've just touched on. We had a talk last night. It seemed ages ago, wasn't it? About the philosophers in Greece. Unfortunately, some of those philosophers thought the body and mind were different. And the mind was far more important, and the body serviced to carry the mind around. But we know that's totally different. We know our experiences are holistic, and we need to value the physical, the affective, the cognitive, and the social aspects equally. She looked at existentialism, and this is, I think, probably the key thing in relation to us as PE teachers. We provide experiences in schools. The children are in there. Every child goes to school throughout the world. So we have an opportunity to impact on those children. If those experiences are good and positive, then those children will want to come back because they've enjoyed it, they've learned, they've developed, they've grown. So from an existentialist point of view, that then makes them as individuals. It then influences what they do in the future and how they see the world, and that's the phenomenology aspect. So they become subjective. So if they have had a bad experience in swimming and learning to swim, they don't want to swim. They've been put off, and it'll take quite a lot to get them back in there. So we need to think about that. I'm going to use this diagram. Natalie Hauser and Dean Creelars shared it originally, and I have modified it because in England we had a consensus process because Sport England wanted to get a definition of physical literacy that they felt was a little bit easier to understand. So a number of people worked on this, and so we've come up with a definition. But I'm not going to use that definition because Natalie Hauser and Dean Creelars created this one, and I haven't used it before, and I thought I'm going to try it, see what you think. So first of all, the concept is about life, your relationship with physical activity throughout your life. And we all come from different communities. We are different individuals, offspring of different parents, so we've got different genes. We live in different places and spaces, and we've got different cultures. So all of these aspects, therefore, impact on our experiences. And it was interesting on the bus coming here yesterday. I was talking to Brendan, who's from Australia, on the Brisbane, on the nice coastal area. So he's got access to beach and the sea. He's got sunshine every day, so they can be outside. But he's also got all of the games that we gave them. The Brits gave the Aussies, the rugby union, the rugby league, the cricket. But actually, they've invented some of their own, the Aussie rules. And that's an aspect that he's interested in. So it's an opportunity he will get. Whereas Mark, from his Canadian background and now American background, is up there in the hills. He's got all these open spaces. He's still got the baseball, the NFL, the basketball as main cultural sports, but they've got those open spaces that they like to use. Min and Robin, you've seen the Tai Chi. Shraddha in India, they've got the cricket. They play cricket anywhere. Any space, cricket will be played, whether it's a little alleyway or it's open fields. But there's other activities like badminton and dancing that are available. So we all have our experiences. These experiences impact on us in those 4 domains I've just mentioned. So the cognitive, how we think, the social, how we connect with others, the physical, how we move, and then the psychology, how we feel. Here's your bit. As an educator, if you're providing the right activities in the right way, and toolbox has been mentioned, and I will mention it more than once in this session, if you draw from the toolbox the right tools at the right time for the right people who you're working with, then you will develop their confidence. You will develop how they value physical activity. You will develop their motivation. That will impact on their participation, which will develop them from a physical, affective, cognitive, social perspective, as long as your strategies fit in with that. And that active participation will gradually, and another term used earlier on, give them that autonomy, that agency, that meaning, and that enjoyment. And that cycle, that process will continue. So here's the IPLA definition. The motivation, confidence, physical competence, knowledge and understanding to take responsibility and value engagement in physical activity for life. And you can see all of those aspects linked together. It's a journey. Right from the word dot, if we're put on the floor, we'll move more. If we're put in a chair to sit there, we won't. So parents have a key role. The early years is absolutely valuable. And the experiences we get, I mentioned the variety of activities, the quality of the activities, these will all influence whether we engage. We'll have challenges on the way. We might have certain activities we follow for a period of time, but then we find we can't do them because of injury or whatever, and we might change to do other activities. So our journey is a lifelong process. But I would say our core purpose is to nurture capable, caring, active individuals by fostering positive lifelong relationships with movement and physical activity. Our core purpose, physical educators. So we have a responsibility to provide meaningful physical activity, positive experiences, to help people develop this physical literacy and holistic well-being. I'm just going to jump 2 ones because I'm going to do toolbox. There you go. I said I'd get it in there. It'll come in again later. So we are physical literacy facilitators who are physical educators. Okay, that's how I see us. Now, I did mention we'd come up with some principles, and as I said, with Sport England, we came up with this consensus process, which got a definition. But working with countries all over the world, because there are a number of different definitions, we felt what was important is to highlight the key principles. So we've come up with this little acronym, which is quite nice, that physical literacy is tailored to the individual. Again, so that movement is meaningful for them. It looks at their strengths, their needs, their circumstances. And again, I hope your cogs are going in relation to Mostyn Spectrum, because this is what we need to be doing. It's holistic. I've just been talking about that, the 4 domains, and we want to recognize and try and help develop every child holistically through the experiences. It's reflexive. We want students to reflect and be critical in relation to what they enjoy, how they're enjoying it, celebrate the success, celebrate the achievement. It's inclusive. We want every child, no matter what capability, no matter what ability, to be involved in the process. It should be varied. You remember I said about Margaret wanting to have a wide range of experiences because we don't know what we don't know. And if we haven't had experiences, how do we know whether we'll enjoy it? And it should be empowering. Again, these words, choice, voice, ownership, they came up earlier on. So, what I'm going to do now is just go through those key terms, those key concepts, and start to reflect a bit in relation to the spectrum. So tailored, designed around our strengths, needs, circumstances. Now, although I've used some examples here, it's not definitive. These are examples. And I'm sure as I'm going through, you think, actually, that style could be in there, and this style could be in there. Absolutely right. So I'm just giving you this to give you a flavour, to think, actually, the styles can have an impact in a number of different ways if we think about it. So as a teacher, we need to think, what is our impact? What are our objectives and how are we going to do that? So inclusion, where we're adapting our tasks for all different abilities. The guided and convergent discoveries, allowing the workers to work at their own pace. And the divergent, letting people come up with their own solutions, again, based on their individual strengths. And yeah, I agree with most people who've been speaking today. I think the last three styles perhaps are less used in schools. But as Mark said, perhaps style K is the one, the ultimate goal that we're looking for almost, where these individuals are able to manage their own learning and their own engagement. So the spectrum allows learning to be personalized. It allows us as teachers to choose the right style according to the needs, circumstances of the child. From a holistic point of view, it's quite obvious how we can develop the social, cognitive, affective aspects. I was talking to Sharada earlier about the reciprocal, and I often use examples of the reciprocal because I find the fact of communication is really important. I remember having a boy swimming. He was a very high level swimmer. He was only 13, but he was swimming every day, at least once a day, if not twice a day. And I had him in a swimming class with another 30 boys of mixed abilities. So what do I do with him? Well, actually, his confidence and his social skills weren't as good as many of the other children. So I then got him to be my mini coach, a form of reciprocal work, and I encouraged him to provide feedback from a reciprocal perspective, and so he then grew in his self-esteem. So we can see how the different styles allow us to help individuals and support their personal development. Similarly, the self-check from a cognitive and affective perspective. The guided discovery, the convergent, the divergent discovery, all very creative, cognitive aspects. So the spectrum allows us to focus on that holistic development. It also allows us to reflect. And again, as you can see, there's going to be a lot of repetition here because many of the styles do impact in different ways. The self-check is a more structured reflection. The inclusion is about thinking about whether I want to engage in that activity, or that activity. I often use a rock climbing wall when I'm talking about inclusion and say, do you want to go up a fairly flat wall with great big holes, or do you want to go up a slightly steeper one with smaller holes, or an even steeper one with very small holes? Yours is the choice. So you need to reflect how comfortable you feel, choose that option, and then you can either choose to make it harder or make it easier. Similarly, the learner designed and initiated, and the self-teaching, as I've said earlier. Okay, from an inclusive point of view, it's an interesting one, and we've mentioned about command, and almost command is that, oh, we don't want to be going to command, but actually, command usually does include everyone. You know, follow me, we're doing this, everybody's included, but it doesn't necessarily meet the needs of everyone. So you've got to have a group of children who are able to do what you're asking to do at that time. So command can be inclusive, but it has the possibility of being exclusive as well. Practice style allows everyone to go at their own pace, so it includes them. Reciprocal style, as I've just mentioned, is inclusive. And obviously the inclusion style itself. Varied, exploring different ways and providing different challenges. So again, having the different styles, the practice, all the discovery and the self-initiated ones allow learners to explore and then replicate or find different ways of doing things depending on what you're looking for within your aspect of work. And then empowering, giving students the choice, the voice, and the ownership. Just talked about inclusion, the choice there. The discovery ones, I think, are really important here because you're empowering the children to then think and be creative and to try different ways of working. So they have a little bit more ownership of those. And certainly the learner initiated and designed, you're really passing over that ownership to the children at that stage. So, looking at the big picture, we've got the reproduction styles that support the structure, inclusion, and access. We've got the production styles that are more supportive of agency, reflection, and empowerment. But as I mentioned earlier, and I'm sure you're going through, and he's not put that in there, and he's not put this in here. You're right. You can see different ways in which the styles will impact differently on different sections. And I've tried to put them in a bit of a table there, but I think it helps you see that actually many of the styles can apply to many of the concepts we're looking for from a physical literacy development in relation to the personal development of an individual. So back to the toolbox again, and what I've done more recently is thought about the teachers themselves and how they can be more productive. And again, I've had a number of conversations with lots of different academics about how do we get teachers to change their practices. We know we want to do things. And I was at a meeting in Loughborough with Ash Casey on models-based practice. And the teacher was saying, I've got my department and I want to change practices and I'm introducing these new models, and they try it for a week or two and then they go back to what they're doing. And I think the same is the case. I was talking to Shraddha yesterday. The same is the case with the spectrum. We try to encourage people to look at the different styles. So unless the work has been done in the initial teacher training, and unless the students have had a variety of pedagogical experiences themselves, then actually to try and change them is really hard. But let's see where we get to. So we want practitioners who are committed to growth from a personal development point of view, a collaboration and a self-reflection. This is what we're doing here. So we're allowing ourselves that time to reflect what's out there, how can we work together, and how can we help moving things forwards. And using things like the Thrive key principles, using the spectrum as a whole, allows us as practitioners potentially to move forward. But we need that impetus, and certainly the Spectrum Institute is one of those organisations who can do that. Many of you are involved in universities, and you can do that, but we need a lot more of it worldwide. Champion every individual, the equity advocate. We need to broaden the competence of individuals. We need to disrupt the exclusion aspects. We need to personalise, and we need to work on advocacy. So to allow us to do that, again, we need to think of the styles that will fit in to those, and how we can encourage people to value these diverse movement cultures to ensure that everyone sees themselves as a mover. And again, to me, the spectrum provides that flexibility to allow teachers to think about what they can do, how they can do it, and how they can include everyone. We want to empower through our processes. We want to give that choice, that co-creation, which again was a term was mentioned earlier. Constraints-led learning was mentioned earlier. And assessment was also mentioned earlier. And I think again, going to Brendan, I think you raised this point earlier, how assessment can drive our practices because of the limits on time that we've got and what's being expected. And one of my arguments with England at the moment is we haven't got this assessment right. We've got a new curriculum that's coming in. They still haven't said how it's going to be assessed. But teachers naturally will think, how are we going to be assessed? And then work back, how am I going to get there? And if assessment doesn't, we were talking about the American teachers test. What a nonsense that is. It's wrong. But unfortunately, that's what they're having to work towards. But we need to change that. Okay. So as facilitator, we need to make sure there is choice, there is autonomy, there's co-creation, and there's problem solving that's allowed. And this empowerment is really important. Lifelong, we mentioned it with Mark earlier on. We are lifelong advocates. We are the architects. We have that opportunity to influence from that perspective. We can empower, we can give that knowledge and understanding. We can celebrate progress. We can look at pathways. So the link here with the styles in relation to the ownership of those movement journeys, by giving students that opportunity to own their learning and to help that be more sustainable, another aspect that was mentioned earlier, in how we create habits that are appropriate for lifelong engagement in movement and physical activity. And then educator of values, developing the life skills, the leadership, the transfer of the communication skills. And again, if you think of these styles, the reciprocal, the guided discovery, where we have these opportunities to communicate, to solve problems, these are all qualities that we need as individuals as we go through life. And we have that opportunity to provide those and help encourage those to prepare people for further life. We have the community builder to make sure that people feel safe, they belong, they're included. And that's both within the school and within the local community. And again, we've mentioned some of these styles earlier on. But children have to relate to you, your class, your school, your local community. And therefore, the activities, the strategies you use need to lead and work towards that. And then finally, the thoughtful designer. This is where you get your toolkit out. And your toolkit needs to have that variety in it. You need that spanner, you need that hammer, you need that saw, because you will have 30 different children, 80 in some countries, 30 in a lot, who are all different, who have their different experiences, and you have got to work out where they're at and how you move them forwards. And for me, the spectrum allows you to do that. You can draw from the tools that the spectrum has, and then you can provide those opportunities and experiences in different ways with different people. So I've pulled that together again in a bit of a table, which I know will probably not that easy for you to read. But the reflective practitioner ensures a variety of teaching styles are used and holistic development is a focus. The equity advocate promotes identity, dignity, and belonging. The facilitator develops motivation, creativity, and agency. The lifelong architect embeds that motivation, self-determination. The educator of values looks at responsibility, teamwork, and resilience. The community builder looks at that social connection, fostering relationships between peers and group dynamics. And the thoughtful designer builds that confidence and competence through that range of experiences. So the big picture, Mostyn's is a great pedagogical tool. It's got that continuum, as we all know and we've seen shared today. And I think the physical literacy facilitator is that person who offers those opportunities in the right way to nurture capable, confident, connected, and motivated movers. So there is this synergy between physical literacy and the spectrum, and that's really important. So the take-home message, physical literacy is multidimensional. It requires attention for motivation, confidence, competence, knowledge, and understanding, not just skill acquisition. The spectrum provides unique learning, different styles that support different aspects of physical literacy. Pedagogical flexibility is essential. No single style, as we've heard earlier on, is better than any other. And I think each style can be modified according to its needs and the time that you're focusing on. And future-focused practice matters. Teacher education, curriculum design must embrace the spectrum and must have physical literacy as its focus. Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Nigel. And now it's the time for all of you. Any idea, comments, or the questions? Please raise your hand.
We know it's coffee break.
Okay, I ask a question first. Hi, Nigel.
Yeah.
How do you think the educational value can connect with the spectrum?
The educational?
Educational value, as you mentioned, how to connect with the spectrum. Yeah, value. Yeah.
Can connect with the spectrum. Well, essentially the spectrum is giving us that wide range of strategies. And if we create the right opportunities, then children are going to enjoy the physical activity and they will value it as part of their lifestyle. And again, someone put up habits. I've just written an article on habits, and someone mentioned sustainable development goals, and I've linked habits to inner development goals and sustainable development goals. And if we get it right, we get young people who've got the right habits, and that means they're valuing. There's another word that was up there earlier, disposition. Some people like it, some people don't. I like it. We all, to me, we have a disposition to choose to be active or not. And I mentioned that earlier. And that really is how we value things. If we value it, we're more disposed to do it, we choose to do it. So the positive experiences is the key, and having the right types of experiences in physical education, using the right strategies, the right range of activities, that will help us value physical activity throughout our lives. Okay? Any other questions? If there aren't, I'm not going anywhere. It's a long way back. It's a 4-hour coach trip, so I'm going to be here all the time. So, Nikos, yeah.
Thank you, Nigel, for the interesting presentation. Now it's a kind of philosophical question before going for coffee philosophy. That is, you triggered my attention here. We are talking about the physical literacy. And we are using the term physical that is coming from Greek language.
Yeah.
I can make a comment here because it took me several, years to discover the history of the meaning behind the word physical. Now, in the ancient world, the word physical had the meaning of the exploration or the examination of the physical world. So whatever you can touch. So the body, for example, is something you can touch. And that was the situation until the 16th century, approximately. Now, what happened in the 16th century or somewhere there? The examination of the physical world became focused on the examination of the human body. One of the greatest examples, actually, coming from Padua. Where is Attilio? Yeah. Yeah. So they were examining the body and the human anatomy and everything. And after that period, after the 16th century, the word physical, instead of having the meaning of examining the physical world, because the focus was the examination of the body, it acquired the meaning of examining the body. So physical, you mean the body, actually.
Yeah.
And this has, it's interesting how words can change meanings through the
I don't know whether you've got anything
ages.
else, because I am aware of this. The Greeks, unfortunately, you've got 3 different meanings of physical, from what I've led to believe, from Stathis.
I'm not counting words.
Okay, yeah. So
yeah.
It's one of the challenges is language throughout the world, and one of the challenges is making things simple. I remember taking Margaret to Brazil, and they translated in Portuguese "física literamento," and it meant physical alphabet. Yeah, and you go, oh.
But
and it's really hard, and because Margaret did her work, Margaret often talks about embodied interaction. Now, when you talk about embodied interaction, you're going to switch more people off. I've had so many discussions about the term with so many different people. It is a challenge, but physical literacy is our embodied interaction with something, and physical literacy is our embodied interaction from a physical perspective. It's how we move up and down the stairs here. It's how we go into the swimming pool. It's how we do Tai Chi. It's how we interact. And it's our choice to interact. When Margaret was doing this, it's using that term, is that holistic holistic focus. As with any term, and if I asked everybody here what physical education is, I'd get a different opinion from everyone. It is a challenge because your physical education, your language, and there's lots of languages throughout the world, makes it slightly different to other languages. So it is an issue. What a lot of countries have done, instead of translating, they've just kept physical literacy, the English version. And to me, that's why when we came up with the Thrive statement, unpacking the key principles is almost more important than the term itself, because the key principles are what we're all focused on.
Okay, thank you, Nigel. And
I have a small question about Greek words. Somatic. How to translate to English, right?
Body.
Body, yeah.
Yeah.
Just body. Okay.
Body. That's simple.
That's an easy one. That's good. There's a gentleman behind you.
Here is a place for philosophy, but we need to go for coffee philosophy, so we will not
absolutely.
We should not stay longer. But just for the coffee break and the discussion between you, also about the definition of physical literacy that has been in the main literature, which, although holistic and everything that you say and so on, still to me and to us, I think, several us in Greece, seems to be a little bit individualistic, a little bit self-centered, because it speaks too much about the individual. But here in this place, we're talking about for the society as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we're talking about well-being, it is not only the personal well-being which is self-centered, but it is the societal well-being as well.
Mm-hmm.
So physical literacy, it is something a little bit beyond myself, and goes, at least in this culture, in this area where we are, it is also about the demonic well-being, which it's connected also with the well-being of others, society, environment, everything that we interact, physical, living, and people, and so on.
Okay, so that's exactly what I've just written about.
Yeah. But it's for the coffee time.
But in actual fact, your physical literacy is yours. It's no one else's. Okay, so everyone has their own physical literacy. Now, if your physical literacy contributes to the well-being of society, happy days, right? And that's the thing. So from a sustainable development point of view, if we're all healthy, active, enjoying, engaging in physical activity, we don't need the health people as much, right? We work, we're happier in our lives, we feel content, we flourish. So that's important for society as a whole. But the bottom line is our physical literacy is our choice to be active or not, and how we choose to be active, which can contribute to the society's benefit. But a good coffee one. Discuss.
We have a gift to our keynote speaker.
Okay, folks, let's have coffee now. And remember, there is one more session. So after coffee, please be back. Otherwise, I'll beat you. Okay?
Good. Thank you.
for many of us. I was just saying to Megan before this last session's got all the classics. A long day, people are tired, people are jet lagged, people are hungry. Very, very tough for the presenters. So I hope you can do your best to give them your attention and also some empathy, I guess, as well, being in this situation. And of course, poor Joanna, who actually is the last of the last. So what we might try and do today is stick to around 12 minutes for our presentations. You can do the maths, that's still nearly an hour and a half, but if we've got a little bit of time at the end, we might just do questions at the end to try and keep it going smoothly. So maybe jot things down as you go along, because I'm sure in about 15 minutes you won't even remember what I said, or probably the next person either. So yeah, we'll get this show on the road. And just while I'm getting my slides up there, might get you guys to do a little bit of spectrum. I was thinking about this as I've been watching presentations today. Someone once told me that there's really three kinds of people listening to a presentation. There's people who mostly just look at the slides. There's people who mostly just look at the presenter. And then there's someone who looks at kind of half and half. So do a little bit of self-check as you go along. And at the end, we might see what kind of presenter, what kind of listener you are. Well, some of you might already know. All right, so my name is Brendan Soucy, and I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Shane Pill and Michael Davies, some research that we did. Just really quickly, in Australian culture, in Indigenous culture, quite often you tell a little bit about yourself. So I'm from Brisbane, if you want to say, is the non-Indigenous name of the city I'm from, third biggest city in Australia. Some temperatures up there, so a little bit warmer than here at the moment. And it's the land of the Yuggera people and the Turrbal people, and in their language, hello is Gurumba Biggie. Shane Pill is from Ghana land, which is Adelaide, so this big circle down here. And Michael Davies is from Canberra, or Ngunnawal land. Canberra is Australia's capital, but it's a little bit like I guess the US, where you go, what's the capital? And most people go, is it New York? Like, no, everyone knows New York, but it's Washington. Canberra's our capital. No one really knows that except probably us. And that's about it. So this afternoon or this evening, we did a little bit of a project, which was kindly funded by the Spectrum Institute, where myself and Shane Pill, Michael Davies had written a paper a few years ago trying to answer the questions that Ash Casey and David Kirk had asked in two fantastic papers, which was one where they asked about models-based practice and why they weren't working, if you want to say. And one of the papers was called Great White Hope or Great White Elephant, which is a bit of a perhaps Western world question. You know, is it a good thing, or is it not really that good, but it looks so good? And then, of course, the other one was Narrowing the Gap, which we've had a couple of presentations. It's good to know that this problem between pedagogy and actually getting an outcome is not unique just to models-based practice, nor is it just unique to the spectrum. It seems to happen a little bit. So I don't think it's necessarily unique to one thing or the other. And of course, when we wrote this paper, we used the spectrum lens, since the three of us are spectrum nerds, and said that we believed the spectrum could provide an answer in some way. So we tried to have a look at that. And in particular, what we wanted to look at what would be the self-reported, so by the participants, effects of a 2-hour spectrum professional learning or professional development, not sure what you say in your country, on teachers trying to implement game-based approach episodes. So Game Sense is a game-based approach. It's like an Australian version. We don't really need to go into that. But we decided to ask about episodes rather than a whole model the whole time. And again, this is a bit of a problem that people in models-based practice quite often talk about, is fidelity. So if I tried to find teachers and said, do you do a game-based approach the whole time? I don't think I'd find someone. And then, of course, if that would automatically kick them out of our study. So we just said, would you like to be in our study? We got participants. We then showed them this diagram and said, in your lesson, will we see something like this at some point? That is, you'll set a problem in a game, the students will play the game, you'll pause the game, there will be some kind of inquiry questions, and then you will either play the same game, you might play an easier game or a harder game, or you might actually directly teach using something like Style B. They said, yep, we do this. And I said, okay, here is a GoPro. I want you to wear it for 3 weeks. When you're going to do something like this, I want you to hit record and we'll see what we get. So we had 4 teachers who did this, got about 3 or 4 lessons from each one of them, or 3 or 4 episodes. The 3 of us confirmed that they were doing a game-based approach, or sorry, game-based episode like this. That's what we were seeing. So they'd roughly correctly identified it. We then gave them 2-hour professional learning of the 11 spectrum of teaching styles. We gave it, if you want to say theoretically, but then we also taught them as if they were students using each style. So if you want to say they got an embodied feeling of what it was like, they got asked to make the decisions, etc., and things like that as we went along. And it was a range of physical activities. It wasn't just one physical activity. Then we did semi-structured interviews with them, conversations around this question. So we'd show them the video of them teaching a game-based approach. We said, do you believe that your teaching styles evident in this video aligns with the description of a game sense activity, so that model, and that the style you were using was consistent with student learning goals or the objective you were trying to meet? So in one way, I was sitting there before, no criticism to the organisers, when I was listening to Megan do her presentation and go, she's just done like a very more specific with style F and 2 other styles, and then she collected a lot more quantitative data, whereas we went down the line of qualitative data. And in one way, this might sound terrible, but I guess why we did it like this, we were kind of going, here are the styles, and I'm asking you, did your teaching align? Let me see what you're going to talk about. And so, nearly there, coded the themes then from their interviews, thematic analysis with the 3 of us, and then the good part, what we got. So first of all, we got 3 themes that seemed to emerge from these interviews. One, the teachers were talking about explicit feedback. I was actually quite surprised about that, but increasing independence, I wasn't necessarily surprised that this theme seemed to emerge, and setting a problem. Wasn't really probably surprised about that either. Then there were 6 little sub-themes that came out of their interviews: questioning, rephrasing, wait time, explicit feedback, differentiation, and of course the classic, which seems to happen quite a bit, I think Nigel was talking about this, etc., and anyone who's tried to get some kind of change, although we weren't necessarily trying to get change, but the teachers reflected on saying, I fell back, or I went back to the way things were, if you want to say. So here are some of the quotes that emerged. Again, we don't have time for all of them, but as we went through, so when people spoke about feedback, funnily enough, that aligns in one way with practice style B if they wanted to improve that. So specifically, a couple of teachers said when they watched themselves, they went, oh, you know, they do games, and I just go, good. They realised, but what is good? What am I saying is good? The tactic was good, the movement was good, was all of it good? Student doesn't know, kid doesn't know. And then another teacher or participant saying it should be more intentional. With regards to giving feedback or allowing other people to give feedback, and also that more freedom, if you want to say, or decisions being handed over, saying, well, why, when I'm watching a game happen or play, why don't I make up a task sheet or a criteria sheet and have the students who aren't on the court or on the pitch or whatever, why don't I have them giving feedback? And also teachers saying, I just want to move the students to be more independent rather than waiting for me to do something. A couple of participants speaking about, I'd like to let the students decide where they start with regards to the game. Is there an easier version of the game? Should I make an easier version of the game? And also they liked, of course, when we spoke about inclusion style presentation, that they thought, yep, this is something. So in this case, this teacher did directly mention saying, oh, I'd like to use inclusion style. Again, not surprisingly, since game-based approaches really hang their hat on saying, yep, we do guided discovery. That's another presentation. They do actually a lot of teaching styles. Guided discovery is just one that they may be doing. But they did pick out saying, yes, I need to get better at working on the questions. And they also highlighted that in a lot of cases, and Mostyn and Ashworth speak about this, the minute that you have 2 or more people in a guided discovery episode, only one of them is discovering it has cognitive liabilities. So they became aware of this, saying, oh, look, I'm doing guided discovery with 25 students. There's probably only one discovering at best if they're listening. So yeah, this isn't really happening. In terms of problem solving or setting more clear problems, the teachers became aware of saying, hey, sometimes I'm setting a problem, but I'm not necessarily asking them for one solution. I'm not necessarily asking them for 2 solutions. I'm kind of just saying I'll take whatever, and saying that no, this wasn't good enough either. They felt that they should be more direct with their students and say, I would like you to come up with one solution to this problem, or I'd like you to come up with 2 or more solutions to this problem, which obviously this one here. So they realised that setting of a problem in a game-based approach is also highly relevant to the success of what you're doing. Otherwise, it can be a little bit like the students just feeling around in the dark. Like, how many solutions am I coming up with? Can I use solutions I already know the answer to? Etc. So, from this small little case study, we believe that the spectrum helps teachers implement game sense episodes, that little model we showed you. It shifts the focus to what the teaching style will be required to meet a cognitive outcome. So they start thinking more about this. Am I asking questions of one student? Am I setting a problem with one answer? Am I setting a problem where I'm asking for 2? Will I wait longer to see if I get the answer? And the responses indicated that teachers view game sense approaches as episodes, which Pill and others have argued before is the case, not just guided discovery, and they started to see those things as well. And that is me. So thank you. Ooh, made it with 2 minutes. All right, no problem. Next up, we have Wayne. Sorry, Wayne, just getting my running sheet here. Talking about scaffolded the spectrum within sport education, enhancing quality and motivation of peer teaching through self-determination theory.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wei. I'm here on behalf of our research team, Dr. Harry Liu, Dr. Peter Hasty, to present our work, Scaffolded Spectrum within Sport Education. And I think Brandon and Megan provide the how to integrate spectrum into model-based practice, but from teacher perspective. And now I want to share more about from students' perspective. So a little background information is the sport education. It is a pedagogical model, and it has 6 key features, aims to develop students who are competent, literate, and enthusiastic. It also gives students one of the most powerful role in physical education, which is student coach. So if you're the coach, you're gonna plan the practice, you're gonna lead your team to play the game, you're gonna take responsibilities for their learning. But there's a tension hiding inside that design. We give students a role without equipping them with specific strategies or tools to help them interact with those roles. A bunch of studies have shown that student coach often struggle with task demonstration, provide feedback, error diagnose. And when that happens, peer lead practice often looks less effective. And I even have one student who described their team practice as just smashing, just spiking the whole time in our badminton season. And researchers are actively thinking about how can we better support our student coach. Some strategies have been used in previous research, such as modeling teacher, pre-meeting coach's corner. And Brandon highlighted the value of applying spectrum teaching styles, bridge the gap between hope and happening, which also guide our direction for designing this study. So in our study, we aim to understand how structured pedagogical strategies based on spectrum teaching styles can maximize the effectiveness of peer teaching within SE, and also how our students interact with those. And to frame our intervention, we draw on the spectrum of teaching styles, which conceptualize teaching behavior as a trend of decision. 3 teaching styles were selected to structure the team practice flow. And the sequence was intentional to support their planning, task presentation, and feedback exchange within the team practice. So we begin with learner-initiated style, where learners identify their own interests, strengths, and area to develop. So our student coach gather those learning expectations using a structured reflection prompt before planning. And then learner design style came in, where the student coach refine and sequence the plan by answering a series of questions, and also transfer those into a structured task plan. We provide the task sheet template, which include task description, instructional cues, common arrow to watch for, and also some feedback example. And finally, they're gonna start practice in the class, and that's where reciprocal style came in. So learner alternated between doer and observer. The doer performed drill, the observer gave feedback using the task sheet, and our student coach monitored, clarified, and supported as needed. So we have self-determination theory, which provide the motivational links for this study, and we believe that when students experience autonomy, competence, and relatedness, they're more likely to engage, persist, and learn. On the other hand, it also tells us that frustrating those needs is not simply the absence of the satisfaction, it is a distinct and damaging experience. And those 2 frameworks fit together precisely because the spectrum provide who make decision and how within your team practice. And also the self-determination theory tells us what does those decisions do on students motivationally. And the integration leads us to 2 research questions. How do teaching styles shape peer teaching and learning within SE? And also, to what extent do those integrations affect learners' motivation and their learning outcomes? To examine the questions, we implement an 8-week sport education intervention across 3 university physical activity courses with 44 undergrad students. And we used a mixed method design. On the quantitative side, we measure their game performance, skill proficiency, and also their motivation based on the SCD. And change over time, we analyze through repeat measurement maneuver. On the qualitative side, every student coach wore a GoPro camera during team practice, and that generates 89 pages of transcript, and then we analyze through deductive and inductive content analysis, guided by the spectrum framework and also the self-determination theory. Something I want to highlight here is that we usually have students team of 3, so our student coach will rotate weekly. Every participant both coached and was coached. So let's take a look at the quantitative result first. All 44 participants show improvement in skill and game performance across 3 sports. It is a descriptively analysis. And on the motivational side, students report significantly higher satisfaction in autonomy, competence, and relatedness after the intervention. But what stood out more was on the right corner of the slides. So the reduction in frustration was stronger than the increase in satisfaction, and that asymmetry is something we did not fully anticipate going. So we also have the qualitative finding. It helped us understand what was actually happening inside those team practice. We got shared accountability through reciprocal interaction. So on the left side is a quote from the transcript, and the right side is how we code this. So the first is a shared accountability through reciprocal style. As students alternated between doer and observer, they offer immediate confirmation, corrective feedback, and emphasize their peers' efforts during team practice, which collectively shaped learning quality and team cohesion and team climate. And that interaction positioned learner as active contributor to the team practice and the skill development. We also got shared progress through learner design practice. It highlighted how student coach structure peer learning through provide preview in the team practice and also explain the difference between the technique and also check for their learners' agreement. And we got shared authority through learner initiative practice, and this style is even less documented in the practice. So what emerged here was a redistribution of instructional responsibilities and leadership. So the learners initiate their own goals and inquiring and self-discovering, diagnosing their own error, collaborating with their student coach to collaborating with coach on the task modification in class for their peers. Despite the scaffolds, moment of confusion and disengagement still occurred especially when tasks lacked clarity, when skill gaps are too wide within their teams, or feedback shifted from instructional to critical. For example, some quote here, I didn't think I was going to reach it because some task goal probably didn't match with their abilities. Our findings suggest that pedagogical scaffolds based on select teaching styles can effectively improve students' motivation, game performance, and skill proficiency. And the qualitative themes help explain the mechanism. When student coach had a clear pedagogical tools such as reflection prompts, task sheet, and structured communication based on reciprocal, they're able to move beyond simply providing activities to their peers towards actually supporting their peers' learning. And each teaching style contributes to different dimensions of the psychological needs. Furthermore, the self-determination theory distinguishes between need specification and need frustration as two separate constructs. And our findings suggest that reducing frustration may be a more immediate effect of structured scaffolding than increasing specification. And that asymmetry is underexplored in sport education. And we think it deserves more attention because for peer teaching or for team practicing within SE, where students are simultaneously teaching and learning, and they deserve more support. Of course, scaffold effectiveness was constrained by initial skill level, interpersonal dynamic within the team, and the need for periodic teacher facilitation because they're limited content knowledge and pedagogical content knowledge. And before I close, there's several limitations of this study. First, our participants are undergrad students. It does limit how we transfer those tools into K-12 setting implementation. And the second, our sample size across 3 sports were uneven, and this is why we decided to use descriptively analysis rather than inferentially across 3 sports. And the third, we believe our students deserve the experience of being the coach. That's why we rotate the role weekly. But that decision also means we cannot speak to how coaching behavior changes with when the students hold the role for a longer period. So during the team practice, I've heard some my student coach says, I don't really know what else to do, any other ideas, after he complete his training plan but still have a bunch of time left. I've also heard an observer was telling the teammates, after you hit the bird, make sure your rocket's still up, like by your face, so provide feedback. And another learner turned to his peers and said, I think you have to be the coach, like a start. So both moments are real, both matter. Our study just shows that the pedagogical scaffold based on spectrum of teaching styles can meaningfully elevate the peer teaching within SE. But it also reveals exactly where student coach still needs support. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei. Make sure you're writing down your questions and make sure you're staying awake and make sure you're doing your self-check on what kind of observer are you? Are you just watching the screen? Are you just watching the presenter? Or are you half and half? Next up, we have Lance, who is applying the spectrum of teaching styles to health content. Just so you know, Lance, as well, Danetta is kindly helping with the 2 minutes to go card.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Okay, got it. I'm on the clock already.
She's very efficient.
Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Lance Bryan, and on behalf of my colleague, Christopher Malore, we are going to share with you, I'm going to share with you how we examined applying the spectrum of teaching styles to health content. So the purpose of our study here was to examine the perceptions of two novice graduate assistants or graduate students teaching a health concepts course when using the spectrum of teaching styles. A little bit of background about our situation was that the Teaching of Health Concepts class is a general education course on our university campus. So all the students on our campus, there are 18,000 students at Arkansas State, will at some point take this Concepts of Fitness course. But what's maybe not unique is it is very common practice, at least in the state of Arkansas and from other southern states and maybe in other states in the United States, that an undergraduate PET student will be licensed to teach kindergarten through 12th grade physical education as well as health education. We find at our university that given our introduction and our use of socialization of the spectrum with our students, that they are very competent in the physical education aspect. However, when they get to the point where they're ready to do their internship or their residency program, they are apprehensive about the health content. So what we were interested in finding out is, what if we had two licensed physical educators who were graduate assistants at our university who decided to stay on for graduate work versus become a licensed teacher in the field, who had been exposed to the spectrum, use the models within a content area, an academic content area on our college campus outside of physical education. So that's what this is all about. Oftentimes that class, I'll say, as you may know, this is a lecture classroom-based course. And as you might expect, it's large, lots of students, and so they come and sit and get usually. So we wanted to find out if we incorporated some other things, would that make a difference? So what we wanted to find out is how were they able to utilize the spectrum within this course? Which styles were most compatible according to them? From their perspective, how has using the spectrum of styles influenced their delivery of health content? And how has utilizing the spectrum of teaching styles influenced their secondary professional socialization? So as I mentioned, our setting was an undergraduate course on our campus. We had two students, so it's kind of limited. We realized that. One was male, one was female. Both were experienced in the styles, being a graduate of our undergraduate PET cohort. We collected data using 4 techniques. We first initially asked them questions on a cognitive pretest based on the spectrum, just to ensure that what we taught them over their past 4 years was what they still remembered. We also did 3 semi-structured interviews. We asked them to enter journal entries throughout this semester that they taught this course, and we observed them 3 separate times. So each teacher that we had, we saw them a total of 9 times, I guess, or we saw them 3, and we collected journals and we interviewed. So we, to ensure trustworthiness and reliability, we member checked, we triangulated the data source, and we did peer debriefing. So what we're going to do, what I would like to do is share with you some of the themes that that we discovered early on. and then what we discovered midway through, and then maybe some of the things that we discovered towards the end, and then I'll wrap it all up. So our initial themes, as you might expect in the occupational socialization world, is acculturation. The very first thing that both of them said was that they were socialized into sport early on. They had early exposure to that. They grew up in a traditional or a teacher-centered, directed, skill, game-focused, limited student autonomy. And it was very heavy command and practice. Their pedagogical understanding has grown due to the spectrum, though. They did mention that in the first few interviews, so that's good to know. Their growing appreciation for student-centered elements, preferring reciprocal. So early on, they said that reciprocal was good and self-check styles seemed to work really well. They cited things like partner work, check sheets, and feedback. There was some skepticism toward some less structured styles, but you might expect this given their newness to this. Perceiving that guided discovery was the least helpful in this early stage of our data collection. We feel like this is due to their structured sport environments and their preference for clarity and some control over the environment. But positively, we believe that this represents a developmental stage. They did make comments to us both that this was how I was taught, as you might expect, and then they began to say things like what works for the student in their learning. Overall, our both participants were highly active, sport socialized, and shaped by traditional methods. All right, midway through, things are getting better. The spectrum has actively changed how their teaching is happening, marking some real pedagogical growth, we believe. They relied previously on the command and the lecture model because that's how they were taught. But now they were incorporating some reciprocal self-check and some inclusion. They make the comment that students were distracted before, but now they are more engaged and seem to retain. Both of our participants are developing a student response feedback loop and with instruction based on observable engagement and content delivery. They also stated that students are now doing and they're not just listening, and that they're teaching differently. We feel like this data reveals at this particular point in our study a developing philosophy and a shift from the traditional lecture-based. They're beginning to emphasize some engagement, experiential learning, and peer interaction. So our final themes are from our third, towards the end of our semester. They began to internalize the spectrum much, much better. Styles are no longer forced, they become automatic. They've made the comments that initially I was deliberate in my effort to use this or that style, but now I intuitively use them without necessarily thinking about it. There was an emergence of the divergent style. One commented that now I'm more comfortable with open-ended learning activities. And the other one stated, I am able to give them a goal and allow them to determine how to achieve that. We believe, again, that this is proving or showing a developmental sequence. Early on, they were reciprocal and structured, and later on, they became divergent and more open to allowing the students to take a more active role. So across time, not just moment to moment, and the styles are used in a sequence, not isolation. So what does this all mean? What were our findings towards the end? How did we wrap them all up? We found that the 4 techniques in this study indicate that a progression of these participants' pedagogy is growing. culminating in an internalization and a flexible application of the spectrum. Now, the next bullet point, we think that initially that the emergence of this divergent teaching style as their preferred style is particularly noteworthy because it suggests a moving beyond comfort and with controlled teacher-directed environments to embrace more complex approaches that require critical thinking and problem solving. But I want to make a note that in our opening ceremony, Nicholas mentioned that we hope that you will walk away from here with a comment that, oh, I've never thought about it like that. And so Jong-sun Kim made a comment this morning in his presentation that the divergent style may be due to the fact that they're less confident. So we haven't thought of it like that. So maybe that's something that we will take back and reanalyze. All right, so I'm getting close here. Mainly, I'll sum it up. You can read the rest, but I'll sum it up that we for some time we've believed that the use of the spectrum of teaching styles, and we know that there is current work out there and previous work that has been accomplished, but we felt like and still continue to hold the belief that the use of these styles can be used in other academic areas outside of the gymnasium and the physical education classroom, and health is in our bailiwick, so we kind of feel like that was a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance, for that presentation. It's probably one of the first ones where we've taken the spectrum outside of physical education, so it's always been, I think, a big dream of Sarah Ashworth to see it somewhere else rather than just phys ed. Not that there's anything wrong with phys ed. Next up, we have Lou, who will be talking about innovating martial arts pedagogy, a gradual empowerment approach.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Icha Liu, and I'm a master's student here, and it's also my first time presenting in the conference, so I'm kind of nervous right now. But it is my honor that I can learn from the experts and the best educators here, so it's really my honor. So today, I would like to share an action study titled Innovating Martial Arts Pedagogy, a Gradual Empowerment Approach. So personally, first of all, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm a master's student from Taiwan, and also at the same time, in-service primary teacher, PE teacher in Taipei City, and currently have a chance to exchange in the University of Uvascular for the education department. So at the left side, you can see me presenting the martial arts, which is Northern Fit style. So it is my, since I was young, I have been learning the martial arts. So first of all, we are going to talk about the role of martial arts in curriculum. In 1968, it has once been a core context in PE subjects. However, as the curriculum reforms, it's gradually fading out from the curriculum. So nowadays, in our new curriculum guidelines, it has just been a subcategory under the Defense in Sports theme within the theme of safe living and sports protection. Martial arts also faced pedagogy challenges. The martial arts we are talking here is mainly the Chinese martial arts. We can separate into two parts. The first is Tao Lu, which is routine performance. What you experience today in the early morning, Tai Chi, is one of it. And the second style is combat style, which is called San Da. And martial arts is considered hard to teach. And also, the rigid formats lower the student engagement. There were 3 patterns in schools. First, most PE classes no longer teach martial arts. And the second, the instruction, even they do teach in the school, it only focuses on the performance forms. And the third, the combat application is avoided in even the after-school clubs. So the survival and continuity of martial arts within the school curriculum has become increasingly precarious. At the same time, Taiwan also have a policy which is bilingual policy plan, and it implements the bilingual education in non-exam subjects. So PE is included. And for PE subject, it has pros and cons. The pros, the opportunities. First, we're going to talk about the challenge is that it is hard to train bilingual PE teacher to give a quality PE class. But for the opportunities, physical activity combined with appropriate strategies actually can enhance the language learning. So, as a primary PE teacher and as well as the martial arts participant, I have observed the first-hand progress of the martial arts fading out from the curriculum. Actually, personally, in my first year of teaching, I didn't teach martial arts because in my memory, martial arts are always present in the styles A and styles B. Teachers or coaches always modeling and telling you the right way to do it. So I haven't taught it in the first years. But when I was a master's student in NTNU, I started to get to know about the teaching styles. So there's a thought come out, why not integrating the teaching styles and the martial arts under our bilingual education policies? So my research is an action research, take place in a public primary school in Taipei, and me, teacher, as a researcher. And our kids are grade 1 across 3 classes. And they don't really have the experience in Chinese martial arts, but some of them has related experience in karate and taekwondo. So my implementation of the program is 3 weeks, 6 lessons of martial arts, which specifically about sanda, basic movement is the combat one, and include the punching, kicking, and dodging. And it was structured in 3 stages. The first stage is it's more teacher-centered. The self-directed practice include style A and style B. So students imitate and they receive the feedbacks from teachers. And moving toward to the second stage, they started to do some interactive peer learning from the style C and style D. So in this stage, they play a role of coach and player. So their peer will give them comments and give them feedbacks. And then they will have a self-check of the lesson. And in the third stage, it's cooperative group creation. The group need to come up with a combo of the movements and then do a performance in the class. So in this stage, I try to make it more production group, but it haven't reached there yet, but it's a conclusion of this course. So the data come from the self-peer assessment sheets and the reflection sheets, the classroom video recording, and teacher research diary, and using the thematic analysis and constant comparison. So our findings separate into 3 themes. The first is the progressive empowerment. What was observed is that students transit from a passive to active learners. So students who initially wait for teacher comments have begun to spontaneously coaching peers and adjusting the pad height, correcting the stance, and calling English cues unprompted. So you can see the picture in the classroom recording that style A, teachers are actually standing in front of them in the center of the classroom, but gradually the interaction comes up and they started to learn from their peers and themselves and in the group. So the second finding is the peer feedback became spontaneous, not scripted. So the feedback from the peers, they have been personalized and specific comments. So rather, above the criteria I gave them in the worksheets, they actually develop other observation of the movements, and they started to coach and to demonstrate it to their partners. And the third finding is in the group, the conclusion of the course, that groups negotiate the movement sequence without teacher, and they debate about order, the tempo, and the movement they want to do. And I remember one moment that when I was observing around, I saw one of the group, they write they are going to kick 5 times in a row. And I asked them, are you sure about that? And they confidently tell me, yes, we are going to do that. And you have to know that except the kicking, they also need to do other movements. So in this place, students started to taking back their ownership through the progress. And the second theme is bilingual learning through physical practice. So the structure of teaching style using in this course support the 4 dimensions of the Kaleo framework. The first is content. So within the framework of language and the teaching styles, they gradually empower them to demonstrate a high degree of accuracy in their motor skill in their group performance. And also, for the beneficial parts of the style C and style D, they develop the 4 language skills, including listening, listen to the comment their peers gave, and the speaking, giving comments, and reading the criteria in English on the worksheet, and also writing in their group whiteboard. So you can see that the right picture is the drawing from students, and the teacher didn't ask them to just draw their initial experience of the class, and they actually integrated the content and the language at the same time. So for cognition, students are able to provide personalized movement feedback to their peers based on the situation and the collaboration on performance within their groups. And for culture, one of the feedback sheet, it says that it is for protecting, not for hurting. So this come up with the martial arts, the sports value in martial arts. And the third theme is the student learning and reflection. Most of the students, they enjoy the martial art classes, and their feedback also reflects their enthusiasm for it. And the second is the course also foster a positive and collaborative learning environment. You can see that they started to appreciating the strengths of peers, and you can also tell about the interaction they have with peers in the classroom, and also they experience through the positive feedback. So in the right picture, you can see someone say, good job, but we cannot tell that is teacher or peer. So my conclusion is that through this teaching styles structures is actually support both language and the content learning. So this is my reference. And I would like to say, regarding to the core value of the Mosten teaching styles, teaching is a chain of decision. It may not always be perfect, but with every lesson, we make better ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou, for that presentation. Next up, we have George with the home ground advantage of being from Greece. So just giving him a few minutes to set up. Just while we're waiting, how's the self-check going? Who's the kind of listener who only looks at the slides or mostly looks at the slides? Anyone? No one. Who mostly looks at the presenter? Who looks at both? Okay, fair enough. I'll just confess that I'm the weirdo who normally looks at the slides, so I think I'm on my own there. But alrighty, let's make George welcome.
Hello, welcome colleagues. My name is Georgios Gorozidis, and I am teaching staff in University of Patras in the Department of Educational Science and Social Work, and with my colleague Yannis Sirbas, who is not here right now because he didn't manage to be on time. We conducted a small literature research to see how the concept of physical literacy can connect with the spectrum of teaching styles. So I'm very happy because I watched the presentation of Nigel earlier, and I think that my presentation is a complementary one with your presentation. So physical literacy can be described as the motivation, confidence, physical competence, knowledge and understanding to value and take responsibility for engagement in physical activities for life. But how do we actually teach it? We spotted in the literature empirical findings across 19 international studies showing that 8 out of the 11 teaching styles of the spectrum have significant effects in physical literacy components. As physical literacy emerges as a central physical education priority worldwide, from UNESCO guidelines to national mandates in Canada, Greece, Australia, and elsewhere, as Italy as well, Finland, Spain, a coherent and effective theoretical framework is necessary to consistently support its promotion across all educational levels and varied contexts. Although there are slightly different definitions and understandings of physical literacy globally, all definitions seek to transform children's physical activity towards more sustained engagement, and therefore the implementation of physical literacy in the school context has great potential. Physical literacy emphasizes the significance of a holistic and integrated approach to mind-body development. It is not just about moving well. It is built on 4 critical interconnected components. As per the International Physical Literacy Association definition and Canada's Physical Literacy Consensus Statement, these 4 essential elements are the physical, concerning motor skills and movement patterns, the cognitive, concerning knowledge, rules, and metacognition, the affective, concerning motivation, enjoyment, self-efficacy, and confidence, and the behavioral, concerning lifelong participation and active habits. To effectively promote physical literacy, we require holistic teaching learning approaches that enable teachers to systematically develop physical, cognitive, psychological, and social capabilities simultaneously. The spectrum of teaching styles aligns perfectly with these holistic requirements. Grounded in self-determination theory, recent evidence shows that Moston's and Answorth's framework shifts the dial from complete teacher control in Cluster 1 to full learner autonomy in Cluster 4. The main purpose of this study is to explain with empirical evidence why this specific framework is an effective vehicle for developing all 4 components of physical literacy. Here you see a most recent taxonomy, not the productive-reproductive clusters, but clustering based on self-determination theory that Mr. Papaioannou earlier presented as well. Let's get started with the physical domain, motor skill development. This domain encompasses motor skills, fundamental movement skills, and physical competence. Studies conducted in USA and Greece and elsewhere demonstrated that the use of reciprocal style can improve significantly motor skills acquisition. Whether looking at skills as dribbling, passing, shooting, juggling, or dancing, and sports as tennis, soccer, basketball, or hockey, direct and student evaluation styles consistently elevate fundamental physical competence, and several studies report significant improvements in motor skill retention as well. The cognitive domain refers to knowledge, understanding, and metacognitive processes related to physical activity, health, fitness, biomechanics, rules, and tactics. We see that knowledge and understanding are accelerated when we grant learners decision-making power. Reciprocal, self-check, inclusion, and guided discovery styles are repeatedly found to enhance students' metacognitive processes, forcing them to shift from passive listeners to active, self-monitoring thinkers. Moreover, the combination of student-activated teaching styles, including student assessment with discovery styles, demonstrated significant effects on metacognitive processes used by students. The affective domain covers motivation, confidence, enjoyment, and self-efficacy, namely the emotional and psychological dispositions that drive individuals towards physical activity. Motivation requires autonomy. In the affective domain, reciprocal, self-check, and inclusion styles connect powerfully with intrinsic motivation, identify regulation, and enjoyment. Visually, across the self-determination theory continuum, we clearly see that moving away from pure command styles reduces controlled motivation and builds the autonomous motivation required for physical literacy. Motivation and confidence are central attributes for physical literacy. Last but not least, the behavioral domain, sometimes called the engagement in physical activity for life or daily behavior, represents actual sustained participation in physical activity over the lifespan. Ultimately, physical literacy culminates in behavior. The actual engagement in lifelong physical activity is the most important domain of physical literacy. The empirical evidence here are relatively scarce, but confirms that using reciprocal self-check and guided discovery styles produces higher engagement, sustained effort, and more appropriate behaviors in physical education lessons than command style alone. We have to point out here that the overall literature on lifelong engagement after being taught by the spectrum of teaching styles remains relatively scarce. So, we have evidence for 8 out of the 11 styles from interventions worldwide. When we compile all the empirical data into a single matrix, the conclusion is that the teaching styles have the potential to activate all 4 domains of physical literacy. To have a comprehensive plan for physical literacy, we must utilize the full spectrum. This matrix equips physical educators with exact evidence-based tools tailored to varied developmental needs. However, more research is needed for the 3 styles I, J, K that have not been researched at all, and more studies are also needed for guided discovery, convergent discovery, and divergent discovery styles, which are currently less represented than the others. In this table, it is also clear that behavioral domain is the most understudied area, as we found only 2 studies examining behavior. Of course, our literature research, it was not an exhaustive or a systematic review, so we might have missed some studies that are recent or tap in this area. In summary, the spectrum of teaching styles is an empirically supported, highly flexible pedagogical framework. Teaching physical literacy is exactly like operating a pedagogical equalizer. Like Nigel earlier said about the toolbox of physical education teachers, here we can see it as an equalizer. You cannot simply turn the physical dial to maximum and expect holistic development. We must deliberately adjust our teaching styles to balance the physical, cognitive, affective, and behavioral outputs of our students. This means that a combination of styles is needed, and of course, as we understand from all the speakers earlier, there is no one-size-fits-all approach in terms of teaching physical education. But how do we apply this? Here are 6 direct recommendations based on the literature. Start with practice for safety and motor acquisition. Use reciprocal self-check for autonomy and peer learning. Deploy inclusion for mixed ability groups. Blend discovery for cognitive depth. And ultimately, progress toward learning-initiated styles as students mature. To our knowledge, several teaching styles from the spectrum have never been studied with an explicit focus on physical literacy core elements. For example, discovery styles, F, G, H, has limited evidence, especially in relation to physical literacy domains. Student-initiated styles, I, J, and K, are virtually unstudied, and not only in the context of physical literacy. But cluster 4 styles represent peak learner autonomy and likely hold the greatest potential for long-term behavioral engagement, yet we currently lack empirical evidence to prove it. While the framework is strong, significant blind spots remain, and we need to find a way to fill this gap. These are our reference. The findings from intervention studies reveal that the spectrum works. We have empirical evidence across decades and borders. This list of studies is not an exhaustive list. Other studies exist in the literature as well, supporting more or less the findings presented here. As nations around the world rewrite their curricula to target physical literacy, we no longer have to guess how to achieve it. We have the framework and we should use it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, George. I'm sure Giannis is sorry he missed that presentation, and maybe he'll come next time.
Yes.
So. All righty, folks, 2 to go. Thank you very much for maintaining your attention and your enthusiasm. We have Wan Ting coming now to talk about guided discovery, reciprocity and inclusion in sport education, advancing teaching style integration for motivated learning. Please make her welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wan Ting from University of North Dakota, and today I will be presenting our study on guided discovery, reciprocal, and inclusion in sport education, advancing teaching style integration for motivated learning. So this project is aimed to discover how combining these teaching styles within the sport education framework will influence the student learning outcome and physical outcome in a university PE class setting. So first, I will briefly introduce the sport education model. So sport education is designed to provide a more authentic and a meaningful sport experience compared to the traditional instruction. As shown in the picture, the sport education has 6 features: seasons, culminating event, festivity, affiliation, formal competition, and keeping record. So it is typically organized into seasons where students will stay in a stable team for the whole season, and they can design their team name, team color, team mascot, etc., and also take on different roles. For example, we have student coach, cheerleader, equipment and manager, etc. So the model emphasizes student-centered learning, while students are actively involved in practice, decision-making, and the responsibility with their teams. Student coach help to lead the practice and support peer learning through the season. It also incorporates the authentic competition in a game-like context, including regular game, team points, and the ranking to create a more realistic sport experience. Overall, the goal is to develop a more competent, literate, and enthusiastic sport participant. However, previous research suggests that the outcome in the sport education can vary depending on how student coaches deliver their instruction, which leads to the focus of our study. So although sport education has several stress and several studies have also reported some challenges during the implementation. So one important issue is the role of the student coach. In sport education, the students are often responsible for leading the team practice and helping managing the activities. Even this can increase engagement and responsibility opportunities. But research have also pointed out that the student coach may not always know how to provide effective instruction, demonstration, and feedback. As a result, the quality of the learning experience may vary across different seasons and different teams. So overall, these findings suggest that the effectiveness of the sport education may vary depending on how instruction is delivered. So this raises an important question: how can we better structure instruction within the sport education model? Based on these rationales, we thought teaching styles might help provide more structure during the team practice. So in our study, the teaching styles were used to guide how student coaches organize activities, give feedback, and interact with teammates during the practice. Rather than letting each team practice in completely different ways, the teaching style provided a clear structure for how learning activities were designed and implemented. By providing this structure, the teaching styles may enhance the consistency and overall qualities of the instruction. So, importantly, this may help to address the instructional variability that has been observed in sport education model. And building on this framework, we have selected the 3 teaching styles from the spectrum. The first one is guided discovery. It supports cognitive engagement by encouraging students to think and solve problems during learning. And it was also used to help students learn through a step-by-step questioning process. And the second style is a reciprocal style. It emphasizes on peer feedback and interaction, which helps support the social learning. And the last style is the inclusion. So it focuses on differentiated participation, allows students of different ability to engage meaningfully. So based on the rationale, the purpose of the study was to examine how integrating guided discovery, reciprocal, and inclusion teaching style with an SE model influences students' motivation, content knowledge, skill performance, and physical activity engagement. So far, this study has involved 18 undergraduate students enrolled in university volleyball PE class, and we used an 8-week pre-test and post-test design with 3 15-minute sessions per week. And in terms of the instruction format, each session included three main components. So the first one is the teacher-led demonstration were used to introduce key skills. And the second one, the student coach. Students engage in a team-based practice led by student coach, where teaching style scaffolds were applied. And finally, the sessions include formal competitions to provide authentic game experience. And this slide just shows the overview of the intervention and data collection process. It has 3 phases. So the first phase, lesson focused on direct instruction and basic skill development. And then students form teams. And when they go to the second session, students will apply, they were doing the team-based practice were led by the student coach, and where teaching style scaffolds were integrated into the instruction. And then there is followed a game season where students apply their skills into a competitive context. And finally, there is a award ceremony. And for the assessment, the motivation, content knowledge, skill performance were assessed before and after the intervention, and the physical activity were monitored during the intervention. If we take a closer look at the team practice plays, so this slide just illustrates how teaching style were integrated into the intervention. So students were organized into stable teams with rotating student coach like weekly, and this allowed each student to take the role and take the leadership responsibility during the intervention. And during the practice, the student coach will receive task cards, and these task cards were designed based on different teaching styles. So this card will guide them in how to organize activities, design team practice, and give peer feedback and adjust task difficulty. So for example, when we're doing the reciprocal teaching style, the students will work in pairs. So where one performing the task and the other will give the feedback using the task sheet. And after they practice, they will have a checklist and they will check. So today, what kind of skill did I practice? And as a doer, how many criteria did I meet for each skill? And as an observer, how many feedback did I give to the teammates? And for the inclusion style, when the student coach designed the different tasks, for example, when they want to practice the passing, they will decide the task like pass the ball to another person and another person toss the ball back. And they can set different typical level. For example, adjust the distance between the two people or set the different accurate rate. And for the guided discovery, the students, we will give them a challenge task. Any challenge task will have a sequence questionnaire, step-by-step question, will guide them to explore the movement solution through the guided question. And we have assessed 4 main outcomes in this study. So first, the motivation was measured using the Sport Motivation Scale 2, which assessed different types of motivational regulation in physical education. And second, content knowledge was evaluated through sports certificate test focused on rules, strategies, and key concepts. And it includes the passing test and the setting test. And third, the skill performance was assessed using a game-like volleyball skill test. And finally, physical activity was monitored during the intervention using the heart rate monitor. So for the results, we have included 18 undergraduate students with an equal gender distribution and an average age of approximately 20 years. And for the content knowledge, we observed a significant increase from the pre to post-intervention. And for the motivation, we did not observe significant changes in the overall motivation scores, but we do see some changes in the specific sub-skills. And for the skill performance, we show clear improvements both in the setting and passing from pre and post. For the physical activity, this figure just shows the physical activity engagement across the different lesson segments. So both the participant of the moderate to vigorous physical activity and also the MVPA time are clearly higher in the team practice and formal competition compared to the traditional instruction. So for example, the time of the MVPA increases about 7 minutes to the 22 minutes. And for the heart rate, the average heart rate is higher in the team practice and the competition. And we also see a shift toward higher intensity zones, especially in the zone 2. So all in all, integrating spectrum teaching styles within the sport education model will improve both the learning outcomes and physical activity engagement. And its approach provides a practical way to structure more student-centered PE lessons. And it also highlights the value of combining instructional model and the teaching styles to create more effective and inclusive learning environment. And also, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Wan Ting, for that presentation. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. You've made it to lucky last.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're still awake, but I will probably ask you to lift your energy one more time and give a big warm welcome to Joanna.
Hi everyone, my name is Joana Claro. I'm from Universidade Lusófona in Portugal, and today
Thank you.
And today I'm glad to present our study, Teaching Styles in High Intensity Interval Training, HIIT, and their influence on exercise adherence. We want to look beyond the physical results and understand how the way we teach affects the participants' decision to stay or leave the gym. Okay.
Should just hit enter or hit the...
Okay. Okay. So the fitness industry faces a major challenge, dropout. Estimated shows that up 40 to 65% of gym members quit within the first 5 to 8 months. While it is popular, adherence remains inconsistent. Most of the research focuses on physiological results, but what is missing is the understanding of how instructional structure shapes experience. We believe that exercise adherence is not only about a psychological outcome, but also a pedagogical construct. So, our proposal was to explore how two different teaching styles, common and inclusive, are perceived by participants and how this perception shaped their intention to continue exercising. The big question here is, how does the pedagogical structure shape the future of the participants' fitness journey? Regarding our methodology, we conducted a qualitative video-based study divided into 3 phases. First, the HIIT intervention of 3 video record sessions, common style, inclusive style, and both approach, which were standardized in tasks but differing in their instructional delivery. For data collection, we conducted 2 focus groups after the session, using guide discussion on satisfaction, perceived competence, and barrier to maintaining practice. Finally, our thematic analysis combined video observation and focus group transcripts. This allowed the identification of key mechanisms underlying exercise adherence, focusing on perceived experience, intensity regulation, and intention to continue exercising. Our sample was 89% female, mostly training twice a week, although 55% report spinal injuries. This highlights that adapting training is not an option, but it's a pedagogical necessity to ensure safety and long-term adherence. So, regarding our results, they are very interesting. The inclusive style scored over 20% higher than common style in both just intensity and perceived competence. Sorry, they are a bit nervous. Participants felt more capable and the workout fit them better. The key difference is not the intensity itself, but how it's adjusted. However, when we talk about on their preference for a long-term practice, the results are very different. 70% prefer a combination of styles. They are not choosing one over the other. They are implicitly asking for both structure and adaptability. Moving forward to our qualitative findings, we will look now at each style individually, starting with common style, where the core sentiment was high demand. Participants consistently described this session as hard, formal, structured, following a rigid model where the instructor has total control. While it was physically exhausting, many reported psychological release. They enjoy the adrenaline of being pushed to their limits. However, noted a total lack of pedagogical differentiation. This means that the adaptation had to be done individually by each person, not by sessions structured. This rigid model shapes perception. Here, effort equals quality. When intensity is set external, visible effort becomes the only sign of success. As one participant said, if you don't leave here red and sweating, it wasn't worth coming. The common style satisfies a necessity, the cultural belief that it must be struggled to be effective, where the sweat and redness are the primary marks used to validate the session. But what happens when we shift that control to the participants? Let's look at the inclusive style. In contrast, the inclusive style was characterized by structural autonomy. The most theme here was the decision over intensity, where participants appreciating having options to align effort to their perceived competence. This approach not reduced the workout's intensity. It implicitly adapted it to each person's capacity. Participants described this session as tranquil, with a peaceful experience, leaving them a sense of mission accomplished. This sense of accomplishment is precisely what builds a bridge to a long-term adherence. So the main idea is simple. Choice helps people stay consistent. For participants with physical limitation, like many in our group, be able to adjust the exercise was very important. One participant said, this change to shoes is more favorable for staying. Adherence is about adapting, not make it easier. And despite different experience, there is one common pedagogical foundation: clarity. Moving forward to pedagogical foundation of the directive styles, our result shows two key elements: clear organization and no doubts about execution. This approach works because it provides more structure and reduce mental effort. Tasks are very clear, so participants know exactly what to do. However, when we talk about the pedagogical foundation of the other styles, clarity is still present, but it's a role change. Instead of fixing tasks, exercises are adaptable. The structure stays the same, but intensity is adjusted to each person. One participant said, we can keep us, the sequence is more or less the same. This shows that when teaching is supportive and adaptable, participants feel more competent and more motivated. These factors are essential for a long-term adherence and help us understand how pedagogical support engagement over the time. In conclusion, we must recognize the power of intentional pedagogica, Our results shows that how we teach shapes how participants experience and mention effort, placing pedagogy in the center of engagement. Adherence is not defined by intensity alone, but by the balance between clear structure and individual autonomy. This means instructor training should include not only physiological, but also autonomy supportive. In the end, how we teach is the bridge between a single workout and a long-term adherence. Thank you.
Yes, well done indeed. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Before I throw it open to questions, to all the presenters, to Wei, to Lance, Lou, George, Wanting and Joanna, you all did very, very well. And like I said, it's been a long day, and thank you for your attention as well. So, throwing the floor open, any questions to any of the presenters?
Oh yes, there are also the people on YouTube, you're right. So thank you, because I appreciated a lot also the effort to combine methodologies, so using mixed methodologies, so combining qualitative and quantitative data. But I have some question from a methodological point of view. And for instance, for the first speaker, I do not remember the name, sorry. So she. So my question is how you can be sure that you can generalize your results. So because you combine so quantitative and qualitative data, but you use the methods so just with one group. So for instance, are you thinking to use the switching replication design? So trying to do with the group something and then having another control group and switching the group later on, for instance, after the 8 lessons. I do not remember how many were in your case, for instance. So the question is how you can generalize your results, and do you think that you can implement different types of design?
You can just press this way, or you can come up here. You press, yep. Or you can come here.
I can also show the slide here. If you want, you're asking about how to generalize this study into different contexts or into different sports, right?
No, it is a methodological question. So how you can generalize the data that you get. So for instance, how you can be sure that the data about performance that you had are related to the styles that you used.
How do I rate the style I use in this study? Oops. Okay, thank you.
So for instance, at a certain point, you showed the table with the result from the quantitative point of view.
Quantitative data.
Yeah. If you go there. So for instance,
Here?
so the one before.
Quantity here.
Yeah, that one. So how you can be sure that these results are related to your intervention?
Oh yeah. Okay, now I understand. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and patience to asking the questions. So this quantitative data, we want to understand some objective result of applying those different teaching styles, but we are sure we cannot assure, because we use sport education as well, so we cannot isolate the result is from sport education or from teacher lead in teaching or from the spectrum of teaching style. And that's why we also collect the data from the qualitative. And the qualitative was all from their team practice. We record their team practice, and then we transcribe to the transcript. And then from their team practice, we align the align with the spectrum framework and also align with the self-determination theory. Does that answer
No,
your
sorry,
question?
it is clear. The qualitative part is very clear. So also because you implemented a very nice methodology and very solid. But so my suggestion is to implement something different, so and alternate groups, for instance, so switching the groups, for instance, after the first intervention, comparing with the second intervention. So because in this model you had a repeated measure, so within subject design, so you can implement also between subject design, not just between subject design. This is what I was just commenting. So it is just a suggestion.
Yeah, thank you
To improve.
Yeah, thank
because
you for
it was very
your,
interesting and very nice.
Thank you for your comment. Because here we conduct 3 different sports like badminton, volleyball, and table tennis. But because our court structure, we don't have such big enough participants to do the maneuver for the skill performance and the game performance. So we only did the descriptive analysis. But for the motivation part, all the participants, they did the survey before and after the team practice. And then we have 44 participants to do the maneuver in this step. Okay. Still for me, not for me.
Is for more general question. So I think it's a great opportunity to asking about like multiple teaching style, about combination of teaching style. As Dr. Brian told in your slide, styles used in sequence, not isolation. I think combination of teaching style will be future food of our institution. So how can't we lose our clarity of teaching style when we're using combination of teaching style? And also, how can we conceptualize the different like combination of teaching style? Oh, it's a more general question, like Dr. Anyone can answer.
So you're talking about how can we ensure like validity of the style?
No, when we're using, like, for example, when in some studies, sports education using guided discovery, reciprocal inclusion at the same time. But when we're using like spectrum teaching style, we normally using just one teaching style. But what about we using both teaching style at the same time? And how can't we lose our clarity of using teaching style?
That's a good question. I don't.
It's a general thing.
A general question.
Yeah.
I know, like in research that I'd done when I found teachers using 2 teaching styles in a 10-second observation, I would code the teaching style which was most along the production cluster, but that's not them necessarily combining. And of course, as I can't remember, this morning someone spoke about, of course, the 11 landmark styles, and we've had people like Mitch Hewitt in Australia, I think was one of the first people to recognise that the concept of canopies. But I don't think a lot of work has really been done on that, but I would probably be inclined to say you would code it with what's the intention. And I was saying to Mark Byra that I actually have this, I'm showing my age now, this massive wad of emails that I've printed off by Sarah Ashworth that I was actually reading through the other day because I was throwing stuff out, and I didn't throw them out. But a lot of the conversations we had is she said to me, what is the intention? What is the cognitive intention you are asking the student to do? So if you're very broadly, you know, that concept of memory, creativity, discovery. So if it's memory, you may as well straight away go, that's the intention. You can wipe off the other 6. It's got to be from this 5. And then you keep looking at what you're asking, what the questions are. And then I would say that is the style that is being done. But you are right. This is, again, not something unique to the spectrum. Ash Casey has spoken about this, and Peter Hastie, I believe, in models-based practice, like going, is what teachers are, what we're looking at, is it valid? Is it the style that they're saying it is? But Shane Pill and myself have actually said this is where it gets challenging, because you stand there as a teacher going, here I am either doing the model or I'm helping the student. And if you sit there and you can see the student, what the pedagogy you're using is not helping the student, your two choices are, do I help the student or do I say, sorry mate, I'm going to do the model? But if you do the model, you've failed the student. So if you help the student though, you've failed the model. But this is where I'd come back to saying the whole intention, the bread and butter of what we do as teachers is to help the student. So the student is always first. And if that means I have to shave parts off the model or the style to help the student, then that's what I will do. Because I think if I lose my student, it's hard to get them back. If they don't think that they're at the center of what it is we're doing, the model's not the center of what I'm doing. It's a model.
So what I asking you, no, my intention was like in my presentation, South Korean PE teachers gradually increased how many toolbox they have. But right now we have to educate PE teachers, how can they like mobility ability.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
How can they transfer and having a decision making in right time, right context?
Based on the students' needs, based on also what the curriculum is asking you to do, and putting those two together. But yeah, that's what I would suggest we all should do. Like, again, I had these conversations with Sarah over email where she said she didn't like the term student-centered. And I said, well, why not? And she said, because the student is always at the center of our learning. And also saying, this is again like sloppy terminology from other areas of education, saying we talk about the decisions that are being made. We don't student-centered. Well, the student's always at the center. That's who I designed the learning experience for. We're talking about decision-making. More decisions is what other people call student-centered. But again, the spectrum gives us that language, I think, that other models don't give us. So was there a question over there somewhere? Or yeah. Just while we're waiting for the microphone to go over there, I was really, this is more a comment, really interested that there are a couple of presentations there which kind of challenged a lot of norms. So Wei, in your sport ed, you had younger children or younger participants?
It's college students.
It was undergrads, okay. But you use styles C, I, and J, and then Wan Ting, you use styles F, C, and E to try and implement sport ed, which was say again? College students, yeah, right. So that was quite interesting. And then Lou, you spoke about how traditionally martial arts is like command style, but yet you used like 4 other styles, which was, again, a challenge of maybe the culture that's normally associated. So that was really interesting. But just comment, sorry.
Yes. So thank you everyone for your wonderful presentation. That I got 2 questions. The first one is for Dr. Brian. Your presentation is about teachers taught the health content, right? And here's an interesting question that do you have follow-up observation about your participant? How do you observe that after your study, do they have any change when they go back to teach PE content? Yeah.
So far, we have not noticed anything different from that. These 2 students were hired to be physical education, teacher education, graduate assistants.
Yes.
We fully intended to have them teach typical PE classes. However, there was a need, departmental-wise, to have them teach a health content area. And so we thought, I think we would all agree here that no style is better than the other, but they're all good. And so what better way to have a trial run to determine if, hey, this works in PE, this will work here in health. It's got to beat standing up and lecturing to a group of 100 students who aren't paying attention. That's the biggest finding I think we found, is that initially they started out as talking and delivering, but then it got to, oh, hey, I could use what I've learned in my PEAT program in this course. And they did that, and their pedagogy grew over time. Oh, it's a short amount of time, but they began to incorporate what they had learned as a physical educator. So we think that's a good sign, although we would concede that it's just 2 students, and we concede that it's a short amount of time, but it's a start, we think.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
my second question is about, we have 3 presenters, Wei Mao and Liu and, I'm sorry, Carol. You both, you 3 all mentioned about that implementing the teaching styles would help the students to be more automatic, to become autonomous persons. And can you have describe more why you believe that implementing teaching styles, no matter what kind of teaching styles, make your students change? Thank you very much.
Is it 2 minutes?
This is, I think, Carol, Liu, and yes, Wei Mao, you both of you all talk about the autonomy concepts, right? Yes, just curious about why do you believe that implementing the styles, any kinds of styles, would make your students change to become more autonomous?
Because past studies shows that through the use of these styles, autonomous motivation is impacted positively, and students and college students become more intrinsically motivated, and they enjoy the classes more, and they are more engaged. So this is the process to start trying to make your students from controlled motivated with the command style or amotivated. You try to take them from the one anchor to the other. You try to make them from the command style with amotivation and extrinsic motivation, to let them be more autonomously motivated, to go through this continuum of self-determination from the introjected regulation, identified regulation, to become intrinsically motivated. Because if you don't, if you are not intrinsically motivated when you want to be a lifelong active person, you won't be, you never will reach this goal. Because you need these qualities to overcome all the problems of the life. Because some colleagues earlier said about the life courses that we have, and sometimes even when you want to be physically active, you can't, because there is no time. So if you are not intrinsically motivated to do that, you cannot do that. So it's a basic rule, and the evidence are especially regarding the affective domain and the motivation. There are lots of evidence that teaching styles work. I don't know if I answer your question. Okay, thank you.
I think we might leave it there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. If you have any other questions, please talk during dinner. Thank you. job.